for whatever reason, the live stream ended on its own. It's weird. Well, we're back. Welcome back again. As I said, we're heading to the park. It ended, so I guess I was supposed to restart the stream. It's all good. Gotta do my selfie again. Cool. All right. Well, we're heading to the park for a moment because I have enough phone battery. It's pretty cool to like walk and talk because it's been a while since I've done it like this. Because y'all are seeing my my nose running and stuff. But yeah, here we are. Here we are. So we're just gonna cross over the bridge. So yeah, it's continuing what I was saying earlier in the other, well, now I have to say the other stream, part 1 of guilt. That if I didn't make the ripples that I made, then a lot of things wouldn't have happened. And because of that, wherever you are on your journey, right? Wherever you are in your journey, you're supposed to be where you're supposed to be so that you can help the people you're supposed to help. So now my phone battery is taking a little bit of a tank, and that's okay. It's interesting because, the path that we were walking, they actually shoveled there, but they didn't do all here. Interesting. As if they think people don't walk in this area. Well, here we are, back on the live stream again. It's weird how that one ended abruptly. I was like, what the hell's happening? It just ended on its own. It's fascinating. I see what they were doing, but it's still not working because I'm not even bothered by it. I'm not even phased. Yeah, so if you don't fulfill your purpose, all the people that you're supposed to help are gonna miss out on the very thing that you're supposed to share. Don't let that happen. Don't allow that to happen at all cost. My beautiful park in its snowy glory. We saw it in the snow already. How awesome. Coming to this park always grounds me. It's good to really see this park. I really love this park so much. I want to take this park with me to San Diego. I mean, I already have a park like this in San Diego. It's in Mother Miguel. That park is awesome. That park is basically this park. It has a swing, has the mountains. It's beautiful. I love it. I love it so much. How awesome. Well, when I get back in, I'll have to turn on the live streams on my computer downstairs, because, you know, the one I was just on ended, unfortunately. But hey, everything happens exactly as it's supposed to, right? I love it. Thank you for this warmer cold day. Really appreciate it, actually. It means I really don't actually dislike the cold. I actually don't mind it. As long as my toes and my fingers are warm, and I'm and I have enough phone battery, I'm good. Wow. I can see Mother Miguel. I can feel it. Amazing. Let me switch hands for a moment. Wow. So awesome. I'm sitting on the swings in Mother Miguel, swinging. I'm underneath those huts. Baseball game going on. Pretty awesome. Climbing up the Mother Miguel mountain. Wow. That one crow over there on the top branch, far in the distance there, you can hear it. Such a small little thing makes such incredible noise. Thank you for this. I'll stay here for a minute and 11 seconds, because it'll be 11:11 on the live stream timer, the hour. Man, so awesome. There's a question that popped up on the live feed. Favorite kind of candy? Well, favorite kind of candy would be Skittles. Morning.
Morning, how you doing?
Great, yourself? Enjoy your day. Thank you. He's got, interesting, he's got like gloves, like bike gloves. That's so cool. See, he showed me something new. And he's riding in the winter. Good on him for doing that. Keep going, brother, you're doing great. Wow. He just showed me like you can have gloves for your bike handles. Didn't know that. Now I know. There is 11:11 on the live stream timer. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Bye. Bye, Park. Love you. I'll see you again. Wow. How awesome. Grateful for seeing that. And the thing is, he's riding with his speed bike too, which is crazy in the winter. Because usually the speed bikes are not meant to be ridden during the winter. Well, who made up that rule? It's awesome. I've got that wolf look. Oh yeah, baby. I've got that wolf look. Hell yeah, baby. You want to hear something? So my phone battery when we restarted the live stream was at 48%, and we got, we walked there and we stopped. Phone battery stayed at 37% for like 5 minutes while I was just standing there. Actually, I got there by 4:44 and I left at 11:11. Pretty cool. Now the phone battery's going down. But it's at 35%, but it's good because we have more than enough. Wow. This is quite the season, y'all. Wouldn't have appreciated this if I didn't have the colder temps. Thank you. This was good. It was necessary, actually. Very good. Oh. Still won't be able to run up backwards on this, but not for a little while, but hey, it's still good regardless. Awesome. So cool. Amazing. Hey, it says your speed is 1. Oh, she's using a shovel. Is she? Yeah. This was a great walk. Thank you so much for this walk. I really, this was awesome. Awesome. We're gonna go for a little bit of a enjoy your day. Thank you. We're gonna go the longer way today, get some extra steps in. This is good though. I'm liking this warmer cold. Really appreciate it actually for what it is. I think I'm gonna go buy milk. Now obviously I don't have my wallet on me at the present moment, so I'm gonna have to go in. Haven't been taking you all with me to that. So what I'll do when I go for the milk is I'll play an audiobook. You know what's fascinating? I just also thought about this, the perception of guilt. We've been adhering to feeling guilty as something very, very negative. What if we were to reframe guilt to being positive? Because guilt is one of those frequencies that will derail you because you feel bad that you did something, you feel bad that you said something, you feel bad that you didn't, honor something that you said. Don't feel guilty ever. But at the same token, if you do, shift the perception of what guilt is. shift it. Because there's nothing to feel guilty about. Moses and Aaron. Plumbing and heating. Fascinating. I technically do have I can use Apple Pay to buy the milk, but that's fine. Thank you for this warmer, cold day. Help me to appreciate the beauty of it. The winter arc season. The winter arc. My brown fat cells are getting burnt right now too, which is awesome. Ooh. Yeah. Gotta scratch an itch there. Well, I can already say that we already got more than 10K steps. Not only did we take the longer walk, we also went the longer way. And we also been out longer as well, which is awesome. He's got his doggies off leash. Did they actually close the gate? Yeah, it looks like they closed the gate. You can't actually go in there anyways. It's fine. When I go get my hair cut, I'll bring the live stream with me. Why not? The only thing is the battery. Just gotta be mindful of the battery. Sunday. The doggies. They're similar to Sadie and Penny. They've got that like fluffy fluffness. Man, that was good. Yeah, you don't fulfill your purpose, then somebody's gonna miss out on what you have to say, and you might shift and change their life. And then them changing their life can change someone's life that they're supposed to help. And if they don't shift because you didn't shift, and then, or if someone didn't shift for you to then shift, for that person, it's all a ripple. My God, just thinking about the ripple. I asked Lori for feedback on my on what she felt aligned with her in terms of my tagline, and she liked the empowering you to remember and know that everything is within you right now. The message is the same. The core message is the same. You have all the answers right now. You have everything within you right now. You have everything in you. You have everything right now. It's awesome. Appreciate her. Appreciate her for that, her feedback on the tagline. It was awesome. I really appreciate this warmer cold. It's nice. I don't know why I'm singing the Lost Galaxy. Yeah. Lost Galaxy. I was like, which Power Ranger theme am I singing there? Is that our sister running there? Looks like it is. Doesn't look like her though. She runs a specific way. But it is someone else running. Good on them for running. It's supposed to rain, I think, today. It's definitely supposed to rain tomorrow, but so cool. You know, even though the sun is hiding, because we know the sun is there, it's hiding. You know, I'm liking the sky. It's different. I'm enjoying it. So technically speaking, I've been out longer than normal. I've been out longer than normal. And yeah. Oh yeah, this is the final week for school. Kids will be shopping this coming week. Very good. Look at that. We've been outside longer today, and we had basically not even low battery message pop up. It's at 22%, but like, that's crazy. I left at 7. Yeah, around this time, 7:24. I've been out for about 2 hours, enjoying this walk. Really enjoyed this walk today. Warm or cold? And look, green grass. There's green grass. Some green grass. Getting excited for green grass. All right. So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna go to the store. Get some milk. And yeah, get some milk. Wow, there's a lot of leaves here. How fascinating. Seems like they all just started coming. Now low battery came on. Cool. Let me take off my mic for a moment. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll give you a couple minutes to charge up. Let's just turn back on the live stream quickly. Good job, Jamie. You're doing good. Proud of you, sister, for doing what you're doing. Perfect. Oof. Thumbs are a little stiff at the moment, but it's okay. All right, test. All right, test. Yep, that's good. All right, test. Come on. All right. Cool. Actually, I'm going to take you all with me. I'll keep these in my jacket pocket. And I'm going to get my keys. We're going to get rolling. 35% should be enough. Should be. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of leaves that came flowing here. Gives me something to do, to pick it up all today. Yeah. I'll be back.
Yeah. Hold on.
What do you mean?
No, because I'm just going out there to look for a sick income.
Oh.
But because I can't see the number of Alex's own, right? So
Yeah.
the number for call.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, well, okay. So if you not come back, I'll let you see the number I call them.
Yeah. Oops. Don't want that to be playing. Boy, what the hell's happening here? Huh? Am I missing something here? Or, nope. Just have to zoom in a bit more. My sister, I guess this thing has been, oops. Sorry, y'all. We're going to get milk. I'm gonna take you for a ride. Well, thank you whoever gave me that like, I appreciate it. Hands are a little cold, just a smidge cold. What's up with the the wipers? It's not raining, but the windshield wipers are, there we go, it's better. I need to wipe the blades with, that's so much better. Hot tar on a cold, well, on a warmer, cold day. Not too bad. Yeah. I forgot to bring my hat. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Just walking in the store, getting my milk, getting out. My protein shake thing comes today too, so. My powder comes today. Don't know what time it will come though. good day. Feels like I'm driving the Supra. Because in San Diego, that's exactly what I'm driving, my Supra. In my dream city, living my dream life, driving my dream car with my dream partner. Doing my dream, my passion purpose. Passion purpose? Sure, passion purpose. Okay. Oh. No gimbal, so look, this car is decorated. How awesome. You don't really see too many people decorating their cars in Canada. If we were in San Diego right now, you'd see people decorating their cars. Like, so many people have their cars decorated. It's crazy. Like, you'd see lights and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, aren't they damaging their car when they do that? So it's pretty interesting. Yep, I have the microphone with me. All right, let's go. Hit the floor. We're in the grocery store. We're gonna go this way. There's a couple things I have to pick up. Oh, we should mute our mic. I'll have to put you all in my pocket in a moment to go grab a couple things. Grab the newer milk. See, I would actually buy the chocolate one, but unfortunately, the chocolate one is, chocolate milk doesn't sit so well in my stomach. I wonder how that would work. Chocolate milk with chocolate protein. Let's see. Do I want the extra creamy? Sure, we'll grab the extra creamy. All right. Okay. Let's go.
Scan your PC up
There we go. There's not even a bag here, so it doesn't even matter. Next. Yep.
Thank you for shopping with us.
Thank you for shopping with us.
Thank you for shopping with us.
Thank you for shopping with us. Thank you for shopping with us. Thank you for shopping with us. Thank you for shopping with us. Thank you for shopping with us. I'll come back. My hands are full right now. Put this in the car. Peanut butter and milk. Because peanut butter is running out, and I use the peanut butter the most, so I bought peanut butter. And I required my milk. And yes, I'm gonna go do something. I'm gonna go play the lottery, because why not? All for the fun. I get to circulate some money. Okay, my hands are like full right now. Ah, shit. One sec. I have to like hold you all in an angle. So I'm just gonna go back inside and get a lottery ticket. Intuition was like, go play, go have some fun. Why not? Why not? I came here to fulfill my role. Holy bananas. Now the wind's starting to pick up a little bit, but it's actually still a warmer cold than normal. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Look. So we got that one, and then we got 80 mils. Does she have one of those like scratch thingies? No. Or do they? We're playing. Why not? You never know. You never know. This is what we call the matrix stuff. The matrix, the illusion. But we're gonna play the illusionary games. So. Oh, they do have it there.
It worked?
No, I wasn't talking to you. This is what you do to fill out stuff.
Let me check this one. Yeah. It's okay. Okay.
Let's choose. You have to pick 5 numbers. Or 7 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll do one of those. Hey there. Hey.
This is Fortuna's. May I help you? One moment. Hi. Okay, sorry about that. I'll re-transfer you. One moment. Okay, that's everything?
I'll take that one and I'll have a random ticket without Encore.
Alright. So you want another max?
Yeah, without Encore.
With no one. So that is $11.
Yep. Thank you.
So I have here both your receipts and your ticket.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Oh, my cards are not going in. One sec. My card doesn't want to go back in. There. Do you have a pen that I can sign it
Yeah,
quick?
right here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Cheers. Cool. So you all see I have 2 tickets. I figured why not? You know. It's an illusion, but we're still playing the illusion. Why not? You never know, right? It's possible. It's inevitable. Anything can happen at any time. But I'm good either way, whether it happens or doesn't, I get to play and have fun. I'm playing to have some fun. I'm not playing for like to win. I'm playing to have fun. If it wins, it wins. But if it doesn't, I'm good either way, you know? So I chose one with random. I chose one with not random. So I figured why not? Okay, so I can undo that. We're gonna be back inside in a moment. There. I'm not sure why she gave me that one, but that's cool. All right. All right. Let's go. Just make sure that no one's coming. And off we go. So Dad is waiting for the people, or for the parts to be delivered today. And then the number has to be called right away. Yeah, that thing's in the way. So either I have to dial the number and call, or they have to do it. Cool. I wonder why my sister doesn't keep the heat on, like, towards her. She just keeps it for the... I know why, for the windshield, but, like... Oh. Gotta slow it down. Let's go. I do have to actually stop off at the... I could have done that at the grocery store. May as well run the errand now since I'm outside. Or do we not do that right now? My hands are already going to be full. But it has to be bought. Alright. We're going to go run another errand quickly. I got to buy deodorant. Because I'm running out. That's why I forgot to bring my hat, because I'm wearing my headband, but you know what? It doesn't really matter if I wear my headband. I'm just going out looking like the way I'm supposed to look. It's all good. I already have toothbrush and toothpaste. I already bought that. I already have enough. I have enough shower gel. So it's just a matter of getting deodorant now. And you know the greatest thing about this is I love the fact that I stopped giving a flying hoot about how I look. Because I used to pride myself in like, oh, I have to look like a certain way and I have to like do this. Like I would have to groom just to go outside. You know how ridiculous that is, y'all? To groom just to go outside? Because I prided myself looking like a slob. Or I prided myself not looking like a slob, excuse me. Perfect Perfect, perfect. Actually, no. We're kind of a little too much on one side. Did you know one time I was here? Now we're perfect. There was one time I was here and I saw a car from California. I was like, whoa. California. Home. They had the black and yellow license plates. Like, whoa, what the fuck is that doing here? I'm like, of all places, California in this parking lot? Yeah, that's definitely a sign. Somebody can say, you and your signs, even though I'm not really about signs anymore because I am the sign. But it was parked like right here, black and yellow license plate, and I'm like, huh, well, isn't that fascinating? How fascinating is that? How fascinating is that? Oh, they added that. All right. So there's gift cards as well. I have to pick up gift cards for family. This is what we call, the fuck? Raptors? Okay. Captain, Swagger. Interesting. I just want something that's like aluminum free and that smells decent. They don't have the one that I had before though. One sec. I'm gonna put you all in my pocket for a moment. And turn that down. Okay, you're all in my pocket for now. Because I require my two hands. This one's not too bad. The one that I'm about to let go of is called Prestige. And they don't have Prestige anymore, it seems. Pure Sport. Aluminum free. That one smells nice. I like this one. Okay. Okay, you all are in my pocket at the present moment. All right, let's see. This gives me an idea what to look for. So I'm at the gift card section right now. I have my deodorant in my hand. So I'm gonna get that in a moment. Actually, no, I'll keep you all on. Let's see. I'm just seeing what they have for gift cards. We don't even have a Disney store anymore. So I don't know what would that even be used for. Buying an Apple gift card from my brother who already works at Apple would be like that'd be a massive joke. There's Best Buy. There's Best Buy. There's Bass Pro Fishing. Google, Netflix, Toys R Us. We only have one Toys R Us. We have Indigo. So I know from my sister, I'm going to give her an Indigo card. gonna get mom like one of these. My sister likes books. Do I do this now or do I do this on Sunday? I can do this on Sunday. It's closer. I won't do this right now. But it gives me an idea of what to get them. Because I want to get back. Foam barrier's at 16%, so gotta get rolling. All right, so we had Instacart. I should take screenshots of this actually. So it says Happy Teen, Indigo, and then just like taking screenshots of these. I just reduced my battery just by like 2% just by doing that. Okay. I'll get Christmas cards and all that.
Welcome to our self-checkout. Don't forget to scan your PC Optimum card. Please scan your items now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, but I don't know why it's persistent.
Please use PIN pad to complete
All right,
payment.
enjoy.
Thank you for using our self-checkout.
Awesome. They changed the layout a bit. Oh, they added this here. They changed the layout a bit in the store. Not bad. All right. Get my essentials. It's easier just to get them a gift card or something, you know? Because buying, like figuring out what they want is, yeah. My sister is easy because like, you know, books. Technically, I should just get my brother them Indigo card because like, they like to get mangas and stuff. Because, you know, they go to Indigo. So my brother, how dare somebody unlike my stuff? You punk. It's all good. My brother and my sister, I might just get Indigo. Or my brother, I can get him Steam card. That's the only thing about driving in this direction is being mindful of that. Gotta slow it down just a smidge. Okay. Gotta wait a moment. Bit of traffic. Phone battery at 13%. You know what? I'm actually very happy that this phone is holding strong. Ah, screw it. I'm not actually going to turn on this light. Unless they get advanced. It's fine. I'll turn here. Phone battery at 11%, y'all. It's nice. It's nice. Will we get advanced green? Yes, we will. I'm gonna make that light. I'm gonna make it. I said I was gonna make it. Phone battery at 10%. Well, on this part of the live stream, we got to go to the store, 2 stores, get milk, peanut butter, and deodorant. You know what this reminds me of? Like when Kevin went to go grocery shopping. Oh my God, I remember the amount that Kevin spent on groceries back in the 90s for like Home Alone 1. He spent like I think it was like $22 or something like that. He got milk, eggs, he got laundry detergent. I forget what. Oh, I think he got action figure, like those plastic green men or whatever it was. I think he also ended up picking something else up. I forget what else. Oh, orange juice. He got orange juice. All for like $20-something. Man, look at the times. Like one thing alone, you can't even get that. That's crazy. Inflation, y'all. Even though I don't really adhere to it because that's an illusion, but you know, it's fascinating. Quite literally, it's fascinating. No, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. Come on. Come on. Come on. This car can take off quick. Like, it is quick. Haha, sucker. You can't see me, boy. You cannot see me. My time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's a franchise, but I'm shining now. You can't see me. My time is now. You're gonna have to wait a moment. I couldn't even see the thing, but it's fine. I'm driving on grass, on snow actually. I had to get out of the way because those two cars were just bothersome. They're right behind me. There. Okay. My time is up. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. It's a franchise, but I'm shining now. You can't see me. My time is now. Putting my deodorant in my pocket, peanut butter in my hands. And, oh, I gotta get you all out. And I'm gonna turn off the camera, put you in my pocket. Nice. Cool. I gotta close the door because okay. Oh. I can go there. I can go here. All right. We're back. Let me just restart this. Very good. And now we just kind of chill. Oh, curious about something. Can I can. Oh, how wild is that? Does it smell even the same? It's got a similar vibe. Yeah, it's got the similar vibe. Okay. What the hell was the front? It doesn't really matter what was the front. I did something cool, something crafty. Let's see. Eh. Not bad. Cool. I did something pretty awesome. I changed the label on my deodorant. I put the Pure Sport. I put the Pure Sport one on my old one, and Prestige on my new one. The label. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty dope. Morning. All right, I'm gonna make some breakfast or some first meal in a moment. And yep. It's a little cold, but nothing too bad. I'm gonna quickly just get the room a little warmed up. I'm gonna borrow this. Cool. All right, cool. Yep. Okay, let's put on my slippers. And we're gonna get the, whoa, there's like 5 of you. Interesting. Getting the room warmed up right now. The mom got a little portable heater thing yesterday. This thing. So, generating some heat in the room. Not bad. Last night I was testing my tablet to see if it could do something, and it could. It just, I have to test it with something else. Nintendo Switch. My tablet could be a viable portable Nintendo Switch. It'd be awesome if I had one of those like controller things I can hold it like this. GameSir. The GameSir pad. All right. I'm gonna go make some stuff. Why my phone is on an angle, I have no idea. Stop being on an angle. So I'm gonna let the room warm up a bit. Actually, wait. I have to wait a little bit. They're still making their stuff. So, in the meantime, I will be talking about, you know, this idea that permeated. What the hell happened here? What is going on with this? Something's not right. I didn't fold this up properly. There we go. That's better. I actually laid the black blanket last night on top just to keep it nice and warm, but there's a flaw to doing that. All right. So as the room gets warmed up, there's a couple of things I want to address. Number one, actually, before I address anything, I want to clean up outside. I want to get all these leaves in the bag. I don't know how all these leaves got here, but they got here somehow, magically. Yep. Putting that all there. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just quickly cleaning. This area. And the leaves. Perfect. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Cool. Outside is good. Nice. Perfect. Ah, feels good. Cleaned up in the outside. That feels good. Just giving the room a little clean. Let's see. Did our sister leave anything new?
This package from Loft has everything that you need for your iPhone 17 Pro. First up is this beautiful minimal case made from vegan leather that nicely protects the entire phone. It's super lightweight, MagSafe compatible, and when you pair this misty color with this year's orange iPhone, it looks so good. Next is one of my favorite iPhone accessories, the Snap Invisible Tripod Wallet. This thing is insanely versatile. Use it as a wallet, a stand for calls or watching videos, or even for creating content. It's compact, sleek, and honestly, one of the best iPhone accessories ever made. If you need to hold multiple cards, then the Snap Peeled Wallet might be a good choice for you. It can store up to 8 cards and also double as a stand for your phone. In the package, you will also get a phone lanyard that easily attaches to the Mods case. This one is perfect for traveling or if you live in London. And last but not least is the Snap Duo Watch Band that pretty much acts as 2 bands in one because you can easily rotate it to change the look. Plus the snapping is so satisfying. Let me know which one is your favorite. You can find everything in the link in my bio, but until then, stay right and have.
Most relationships don't end suddenly, and they fall apart because of a few patterns people ignore for too long. The first is chronic criticism and not feedback, but attacks on who your partner is. It makes them feel judged and never good enough. The second is contempt, eye-rolling, sarcasm, belittling. It's one of the strongest predictors of breakups. Third is lack of communication. When feelings stay unspoken, resentment builds fast. Fourth is emotional avoidance. One partner shuts down, the other feels alone and starts chasing connection. And finally,
That's
unresolved
true.
personal issues, insecurity, jealousy, fear of intimacy, old trauma. If they're ignored, they create constant conflict. Relationships rarely break over one moment, they fade when these patterns replace respect, honesty, and emotional safety.
Bar. Whether you recognize it or not, what you really desire to manifest is the version of you that has all the things you believe you need in order to be happy. It is always who you become in the process that is the real prize. Bar. The universe was never testing you; it was preparing you to be a vessel strong and resilient, brilliant enough to hold your highest destiny. That's a bar. All right, so this thing is coming later on today, 2:45 to 6:45. Perfect. So, is this like an English game? Like, what is this? Just want to check this out. I want to check out this game. Let's see. I don't know what another Eden is, but sounds like an interesting game. I want to see what kind of hoo-ha you're doing in this game. I'm sure there's definitely microtransactions, but I'm not going to get into all that. This one's dead. This one's dead. Sounds like an interesting game. Oh. $9 gigs? That's crazy. Will it even download while I'm... Yeah, ain't nobody got time for all that. Ain't nobody got time for all that. All right. I'm gonna head upstairs, make my breakfast. I should keep the door closed just so I can keep the heat going. Just upstairs, y'all, making some breakfast. listening to that one more time. Legendia Abyss. Tempest. Tales of Innocence. A good video, actually. Zilia. Zisteria, Baseria, and then Arise in 2024. Wait, 2024? Really? Nice. How to become a professional wrestler, WWE, AEW.
Today, we're raising the bar once again with an all-new lifestyle lineup that's unlike anything we've ever created. You have just picked up your iPhone 17, 17 Air, or 17 Pro, and now you want to kick yourself out with some of the best accessories. Now we're actually going to be giving away some of these accessories, so be sure to subscribe to the channel down below and stick around until the end to find out how. Starting off with the first thing that most people go for with any phone, and that's the case. Now this one arrived in the mail yesterday. It is from a company called Magback, and I literally have one of their cases for every phone that I review, because they are by far my favourites. Firstly, it's a decent thickness, so it's going to protect your phone from drops at all angles. It protects the camera.
Yeah, I'm not going to get a case. I've been using my phone without a case. Ooh, the sun just came out. How awesome. How awesome.
Which is the beauty of these Magback products and why I've grown to love them so much.
Interesting.
These additional magnets on the Magback cases are strong enough to literally stick to any magnetic surface. When I'm at the gym, I stick it to the equipment in front of me to follow my workout routine.
That's actually
In the
smart.
kitchen, I can stick it to a microwave, oven, or fridge to watch a video, or just have my phone in easy reach if you're mid texting with someone. Now, I've been using their products for years now. They are the first accessory I buy for every phone I own, iPhone, Pixel, or Samsung. And you can actually get 15% off one of these cases by using
Magback?
the link down below.
Magback.
I'll be sure to link
Okay.
to everything I've mentioned in this video as well. Outside of the case, you could argue that anything else really isn't a must-have. I mean, technically speaking, a case isn't even a must-have. I want to give you options. Now, once you've got the case, you're probably going to want to protect the screen on your phone. And even though every year we see glass technology getting better and better, it is still wise to protect your very costly phone the best that you can. So I have two options for you here. Now, first, the Magback Elite case actually comes with a screen protector, which again I highly recommend. But for the ultimate edge-to-edge
installation, which means there's no failed attempts, and so you actually get to keep the 2 spare screen protectors if the inevitable may happen. They include an anti-reflective coating and can absorb impact from a 64-gram steel ball up to 8.2 feet high.
Ooh.
Yes, we did test those.
Oh my God, that looks painful. Just like even seeing that.
Now I've had one of these on both my iPhone 16 and now the iPhone 17, and they have stood the test of time on both mine and my wife's phone, and so this is why I can highly and personally recommend them to you. Next up, let's talk wallets. Now I know these are getting less and less important because of Apple Pay, but there are still some situations where I take my wallet with me, especially when traveling, and I've tried so many, right up to the extremely expensive options like the Ridge wallet. So again, a couple of options here because, well, choice is a great thing and not everybody likes the same thing. So firstly, from a brand called Moft. Now I had one of these
Moft
on
is
my
good.
iPhone 16 for a while. Now this one holds 2 to 3 cards, but also has this little kickstand, which means you can position it at different angles for different things like keeping an eye on your notifications or watching content. Or you can kind of use it as a handle if you want to record video with a little extra reach. But if you need more than a couple of cards, again, Magback does have a great option with their leather wallets. And this one also has a very nice finger loop, which is a nice touch, and can be engraved with your name. And being leather, these actually age really nicely. So we can, I think, up to 8 cards right now. Again, being Magback. These also have some extra strong magnets in them, which are so strong you can literally spin the wallets and the phone case on your finger, and you can still stick the combined phone and wallet onto magnetic surfaces. So if you are worried about using a magnetic wallet and it coming off, then this is a really solid option. Okay, let's talk charging now. And again, I have a few options here for you depending on your situation. Now, I actually spent a few £100s of my own money recently buying and testing a bunch of different charging products. Now this is the portable battery charger to take with you. I've taken it on so many flights, I throw it in my bag all the time, and it's just so good because it has 2 USB-C cables already attached. There is one retractable here which also has a magnet to snap down the charging end to the charger, and also one short one here that's made out of this really flat braided cable. It feels really solid, and you can kind of make a loop which makes it into a bit of like a grab handle, and, easy if you're dashing out and need to pick it up or just trying to fish it out of your bag. Now there is also a third USB-C port which you'll need to bring your own cable for, and a USB-A. Now all 3 USB-C ports can supply 100 watts, although not at the same time because it's limited to 165 watts overall. There's also a display on the front which shows you charging information as well as battery health. It is 25,000 milliamp hours, so it's safe to take on flights, and can charge a Pro or a Pro Max around about 5 times over. And since the fastest way to charge a phone is via wired, I always just pick this over one of the chargers that snap on the back of the phone. And Anchor makes a much smaller and portable charger if you did want something to carry around in your pockets. So I will leave links below for those as well. Now Anchor are like the OG when it comes to charging. They've been around for so long, a really long time, and they've just got such a good reputation for making really great, really safe, really reliable charging products. Now second, the Anchor wall charger. Now this one is 140 watts. It has 4 ports, with 3 of them being USB-C and 1 USB-A, and a screen again to show you what it's actually doing, which is actually really useful to know if the device you're plugging into is actually charging and at what speed it's charging at. Sometimes
That's
you
pretty
might
cool.
have a really fast charger, but the cable you're using doesn't actually support those fast speeds, so you'll be able to use this and see that with this charger. Now I'm going to touch on charging cables in a little, just so you don't get bored of me talking about charging too much. So next up, let's talk about audio now. Now I'm going to give you both Apple and non-Apple options. Now if you do want to stick with Apple, then you can't really go wrong with any of them really, from the newest AirPods Pros, the regular AirPods with noise cancellation, or of course the AirPods Max are a bit expensive, but they're all fantastic. Now those AirPods Max are surprisingly a little behind the other options, mainly because they still have the old generation because there is no conversational awareness, no adaptive noise cancellation, no computational, no features like you get with the Pros, but you do lossless audio via USB-C, 20 hours on a single charge, and overall they're just a much more practical and immersive experience, especially when you're watching movies with spatial audio. Now on the other side, the AirPod Pros have many other features such as being able to nod or shake to take calls, adaptive noise cancellation, conversational awareness that automatically changes the transparency, and of course just being much more compact to carry around. Now my only additional comments for the AirPods Pro is that if you are having problems with them actually staying in your ears, then it is well worth switching the ear tips over from silicone ear tips to memory foam ear tips, which are much better. They actually expand to fill your ears and therefore much less likely to fall out. And this year, the latest AirPod Pro 3s come with a foam layer, which should mean they stay in your ears better without buying separate dedicated foam ear tips. Although I'll still link to those down below just in case you still are having issues. Now my personal go-tos are usually the Powerbeat Pro 2s because these don't fall out of my ears, especially when I'm exercising, mainly because these obviously stay in, or I guess on your ears, much more reliably than other in-ear buds. But outside of the official Apple options, I would say the Sony XM6 headphones are the very best of the best that you can buy. They sound incredible. They're quite a fair bit cheaper too than the AirPods Max. The noise cancellation is the best of all the headphones.
I am finished cooking. I have to leave you all down there because charging. So I'm just watching a tech video. The reason why I like watching tech videos is so that it gives me awareness of like, oh, that's an interesting product. I can potentially use that, or I'm aware of it now. So when the time is aligned, I can get it.
My first watch recommendation is, again, going to be fairly obvious here. If you want to stick in the Apple ecosystem, it's obviously going to be the Apple Watch. And although there are three options here, I think which one is a pretty straightforward.
For me, the Apple Watch isn't really a big upgrade because I don't really use half the features. That's the thing, like I can get away with basically just the watch and the walking feature. That's it. It's cool to have the other features like the sleeping function and all that, but this watch can kind of do that too. So I don't really use any of those other features.
50% of the price. Apple Watches are one of the world's most popular smartwatches. Is actually one sticking point for many people who try and switch to an Android phone, and it comes with all of the Apple ecosystem features, the health and fitness integration where you can challenge and compete with your friends, the walkie-talkie feature where you can just tap and talk to your wife or friend just to quickly communicate something, the seamless integration.
I didn't know about that. They had a walkie-talkie feature.
Even when you leave your phone behind, and then you've got everything else from sound tracking, music streaming, if you are really into your fitness and you don't necessarily want a smartwatch with all the kind of smart computer features, definitely check out the range of fitness watches from Garmin. Honestly, all of them are pretty great. Now I've been wearing Garmin and the Phoenix 8 now for I think over a year.
Garmin?
And as far as fitness watches, they are one of the best in my opinion. Battery life lasts for a good couple of weeks, so when I go travel I just charge it up before I go and I don't have to worry about it. Although that has got me into trouble with the wife because then I don't pack my Apple Watch charger. Now they are limited in terms of their smart features. They don't have built-in LTE unless you go for their latest range of phone devices, which are twice the price of an Apple Watch Ultra.
Ooh.
But their
In
fitness
here is
features
warm.
are second to none. And
In here is
one that
warm.
keeps them as one of the most popular options for those who are really into their health and fitness. But again, if you don't like wearing a full-on watch, but you want something that can still help you track your fitness goals, then check out a Whoop 5 or Whoop MG. Now I've been wearing a Whoop for the last 2-3 years or so overall. You can wear it on the wrist like a watch, but I do actually wear it on my bicep as it is much more accurate up here because it's closer to your eyes.
All right.
And Whoop has a number of unique features which are becoming more and more useful over time. Now firstly, it tracks all of the usual metrics that you'd expect, your sleep, your heart rate, body temperature, and it's again one of the more accurate fitness trackers out there. You can also track exercises from runs to strength training to even doing things like taking a cold plunge or a sauna session. And using the daily journal feature is most fascinating feature. So by answering a few yes or no questions each day, Whoop actually builds out this huge wealth of knowledge specifically about you and about how certain activities.
Today, we're raising the bar once again with an all-new iPhone lineup that's unlike anything we've ever created.
And now you want to kick yourself out with some of the best accessories. Now we're actually going to be giving away some of these accessories, so be sure to subscribe to the channel down below and stick around until the end to find out how. Starting off with the first thing that most people go for with any phone, and that's the case. Now this one arrived in the mail yesterday. It is not all of them are available yet, but the first that I've been able to buy myself are from Belkin with their Ultra Charge, which I have, and the Ultra Charge Pro, which is released later this month, which I've already pre-ordered. Now both of these are 3-in-1 chargers, so they can charge your phone, your watch, and AirPods all at once. Right now I have the Ultra Charge living on my desk until the Pro model arrives. But this one folds away nicely to pack with you when you travel. It's made out of very quality materials and will finally mean that I don't upset my wife when we travel because now I always have an Apple Watch charger with me. Now the second option is the Ultra Charge Pro, which is a very similar but just not as portable design. It doesn't fold away, but it is a much more solid and sturdier desktop design. And so when it arrives, this one is going to then stay on my desk for charging once I'm sat at my desk, and then the other one is going to fold away, go into my bag when I'm travelling. Now similar to before with the Pro model, you can charge 3 devices, but this one has like an extra trick up its sleeve, which is a cooling fan to actively keep your phone cool whilst it's charging with those faster speeds, which will inherently warm the phone up. Now these are definitely premium options, both of them are, but like I said, this is why we have plenty of options and choice. Now for the car, I'm actually waiting for ESR to release their latest Qi2 wireless car charger, which is where you definitely want their cooling technology, which they call Cryo Boost. Now this is especially useful in the hot summer days when you're driving long distances.
Finally, someone's
the
doing.
sun's on your phone and you're topping up the phone with its now Qi2 charging speeds. So I have been using the 15-watt previous version for the past year, and it's been rock solid. It's been by far my favourite car charger with a very strong magnet. Not once have I had an issue with the phone slipping off or overheating or just anything like that. And it clips onto your air vents with a design that doesn't damage anything, and comes with the actual charger to plug into your car. One area you might not think of when thinking about phone upgrades is something that helps you get the best performance from them when you're at home. Now I'm slowly upgrading my home internet and my home Wi-Fi, and I noticed a massive difference in performance when I upgraded my home Wi-Fi into one of these Ubiquiti Pro XG access points. Now I've been using their products now for over a decade now, back when I used to run my own IT business.
Ubiquiti? Yeah.
Pro XG can be connected at up to 10 gig Ethernet, and it supports up to 5.8 gigabits per second if
Ubiquiti.
and
Yep.
if it doesn't,
I remember that
I
brand.
recommend going down this route to eventually spend more money later on, the whole like buy cheap, buy twice thing. And like I'm doing now, whenever I can, I'm just upgrading pieces of my network as I go. So now, when I do a speed test from my phone, I can actually get the full bandwidth that my internet connection has available to me, when before I was just really struggling with slow speeds and poor connection. So you all know how fond I am of anything with magnets, and so you'd think that magnets on charging cables would be a bit of a stupid idea. But you'd be wrong. On my recent trip to Berlin, I packed these magnetic charging cables, which are very well built. They support fast charging and data transfer. Plus, when you're done with them, they magnetically stick to themselves, so it's easy to pull them back up again, even multiple cables at once, without them then unraveling in your bag and just becoming a horrible mess. Now, they do cost a little bit more than your standard USB-C cables, yes, of course, but at
Of
least
course.
you know you're getting one that's quality and will last a while, rather than what I did previously, just grab a bunch of cables from a messy drawer and just hope it'll be enough. Speaking of which, if we are talking about premium charging cables, let's talk about premium charging cables. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
the Future by AOHI. Now they come in a beautiful presentation box and with a storage pouch, and they are a really flexible set of cables that can be used from anything from a whopping 240 watts of wire charging, and even for data transfer for up to 40 gigabits per second or 8K video. And using a combination
That's crazy.
of cables, you can go with 10 centimeters, 90 centimeters, 1.8 meters, or 2.6 meters if you join them all together. Plus, they're yellow, so they are really, really easy to pick out in a drawer full of, random black cables without having to hunt for them every time. And another item that is definitely not a must-have for your iPhone specifically, but I'm going to throw it in here as this is basically become part of my everyday carry right now. Now it's a water bottle from a company
Lark.
called Lark, and I've used their water bottle
Yep.
since June 2022, so over 3 years now. Now this is their latest PureViz 2. This model holds up to 1,000 milliliters, and it is a phone accessory because it actually tracks how much water you drink each day by connecting to your phone. So if you are on the whole, health,
It basically
want to be sure you're getting
uses UV to purge the water.
a great option. It has a top carrying handle. It also has a button on the top which, if you push, purifies the water. So if you are filling up for maybe a public water point and you're not quite sure how good the water quality is there, it will then help you purify that water. And it also does that every 2 hours automatically just to keep it that way. And then also there's a filter on the bottom of the straw that removes even more potential contaminants like chlorine and heavy metals. So if you want to win a MagPack Elite case for your iPhone, be sure to subscribe to the Experiments in Progress newsletter. A link will be down below.
Nice. Okay. Not bad. Cleaned up outside. Got my stuff. I'm gonna turn this thing off now. Oh yeah, there is definitely a massive heat deficit between up here and now my room. 11:11. Get some water. All right, got me another bottle of water, which is good. We're gonna be doing our play out shortly. So I'm gonna leave the water bottle here because I'm gonna come back and throw it outside. Keep the door closed so that the air doesn't leave. Whew. There's like 2 new heaters in the house. There's this tiny little one, and then there's a big one. I think my brother them took the big one downstairs. But I'm training my body as well to kind of be part of the cold. Because when the body is cold, it helps to get me rolling. Helps me to get rolling. have to get one more bottle of water. Oops. That's not what we're supposed to do. It's okay. We'll start our play out probably like 12:31. I might eat again before we start rolling, because today's the upper body day, which adds extra things to do. All right. You heard me right. I just crushed another set of water, which is good. I don't know why this water bottle's here, but it's just been there for the last couple days. Nobody's drank it. Heading outside for a moment. You know, going out periodically throughout the day really does make a difference. Definitely does. Today is warm. You can hear stuff melting. Today and tomorrow, the great melt begins. The great melt begins. The great melt begins. I'll take it. Good, yourself?
Good.
And enjoy your day. Some mail came, so it's like, how you doing, pal? I'm doing great. You? Great. Enjoy your day. You too. Not bad. Not bad. So I go outside, empty recycling to get mail. 117, look at that. Keep seeing that number. They still have mail coming here? Damn, like what the hell? What is this? Is this Homes? Man, these people haven't lived there in 20 years. What the hell? It's crazy. We're heading back outside one more time. There's a couple things that we don't care about. This Tina Klein person keeps sending mail. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Mena. Mr. and Mrs. Mena were the previous owners of this house, if I remember correctly. And they haven't been here in 20 years. This house, oh, fuck. this couple hasn't lived here in 20 years, since 2005. In the beginning, their stuff was still getting sent here. Absolutely random. Let's take my thing and dust it out. Oh. Nice. Nice. Very good. Have to get my placebo vitamins. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Nice. Well, I'm proud of myself that I already drank some water, even if it's chillier. Ooh, we don't want to do that. That would have been disastrous. That would have been absolutely disastrous. Well, let's go. Nice. All right, cool. So now that I got that taken care of, this taken care of. I have to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna quickly go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Moving around, lots of moving around. Nice. Yes, this is where this comes into play. So I'm just gonna fold this up. You have it, use it. If you have it, use it. If you don't have it, put that there. My cape. And now, ooh, pretty good. Pretty good. Wow. Sure. Another Eden, the cat beyond time and space. I'm not gonna get trapped up in another mobile game because, you know, mobile games are ridiculous. Can I actually split screen this thing? going to take too much time. We're going to listen to an audiobook.
Deep down, do you believe that it is noble to be poor? Or perhaps that God loves the humble more than the wealthy? This is the poverty virus, a lie that has infected humanity for centuries, passed down through generations like a hereditary disease of the mind. But Wallace D. Wattles, with the precision of a surgeon and the courage of a prophet, cut this lie out at its root. He declared, without hesitation or apology, that poverty is not a virtue, it is a mental disease. And he revealed something even more radical, that you possess a specific divine right that does not just allow you to be rich, but actually requires it. This is not permission. This is obligation. This is not luxury. This is law. The pain you carry is subtle, but it is devastating. It is the nagging guilt that sabotages your success at the very moment of breakthrough. It is the voice that whispers, "Who am I to have so much?" when the opportunity finally arrives. It is the invisible hand that pulls you back into mediocrity just as you reach for greatness. You have been taught to distrust your own desires, to apologize for your ambitions, to feel shame for wanting more. This guilt operates like a virus in your consciousness, replicating itself in every decision you make, every opportunity you decline, every dream you abandon before it even takes shape. We have been conditioned to believe that we need to be lucky or chosen to be rich, as if wealth were some arbitrary gift bestowed by capricious gods upon the fortunate few. But Wattles taught something entirely different. That wealth is the natural result of fulfilling your primary function as a human being. To be poor is not to be virtuous. It is to be incomplete. It is to be a seed that refuses to sprout, a bird that refuses to fly, a river that refuses to flow. Poverty is the denial of your own nature, the rejection of your own purpose, the betrayal of your own potential. The promise I offer you today is not merely financial, it is existential. I will expose the right to be rich as a fundamental law of existence, as undeniable as gravity and as essential as breath. I will free you from the guilt that has chained you to limitation, and in doing so, I will open the floodgates of abundance that have always been waiting for you. This is not about greed. This is about growth. This is not about taking. This is about becoming. This is not about having more. This is about being more. What I am about to share with you is the philosophical foundation without which no technique, no method, no strategy will ever work. You can learn 1,000 tactics for making money, but if you carry the poverty virus in your consciousness, you will sabotage every single one of them. The foundation must be laid first, and that foundation is your acceptance of a truth so radical that it will shake the very pillars of your belief system. You have a divine right to be rich, and the universe needs you to claim it. Here is the pact I make with you today. In this video, you will learn the 3 reasons why the universe needs you to be rich. You will discover how to align your desire for money with the divine will itself, so that every dollar you earn becomes an act of spiritual obedience rather than moral transgression. You will understand why poverty is not a test of your character, but a failure of your understanding. And you will walk away from this teaching transformed, no longer apologizing for your existence, no longer shrinking from your potential, no longer carrying the burden of false humility. But there is something else, something darker that I must reveal to you later in this journey. There is a specific type of sacrifice that people make, thinking they are being good spiritual people, thinking they are serving God and humanity, which Wattles identified as a sin against life itself. This is the sacrifice trap, and it has destroyed more potential, wasted more talent, and created more suffering than any other spiritual error in human history. I will reveal this trap in part 4, and when I do, you will understand why your martyrdom serves no one, not God, not humanity, and certainly not yourself. Right now, I ask you to take the first step in breaking the vow of poverty that you never consciously made but have been living under your entire life. Comment below, "I accept my right," and feel the shift that occurs in your consciousness as you type those words. Subscribe to this channel, because what we are building here is not just a collection of videos, it is a sanctuary for those who refuse to live small lives. This is the Master's legacy, and you have just stepped through the portal. Let us begin with the foundation that Wallace D. Wattles laid with surgical precision in the opening pages of his immortal work. He wrote, "Whatever may be said in praise of poverty, the fact remains that it is not possible to live a really complete or successful life unless one is rich." Read that again slowly, and let it penetrate the layers of conditioning that have armored your mind against this truth. This is not opinion, this is observation. This is not philosophy, this is fact. And the reason is so simple, so obvious, that it has been hiding in plain sight your entire life. To develop your soul, you need things. To expand your mind, you need things. To care for your body, you need things. You need books that open new worlds of thought. You need travel that exposes you to different cultures and perspectives. You need art that elevates your consciousness and reminds you of beauty. You need music that stirs your emotions and connects you to the universal rhythm. You need good food that nourishes your body and gives you the energy to pursue your purpose. You need a comfortable home where you can rest, reflect, and create. You need time, that most precious of all resources, which can only be purchased by having enough money that you are not enslaved to survive.
Hey, sister.
In a modern society,
I think
all of
that's
these
you.
things require money. This is not
No,
a
it's you.
judgment.
What's up, bro? We're listening to an audiobook. I thought it was someone else. What's up, bro? Just listening to an audiobook
Directly for the things you need. We live in a
before I
modern
do my
world
exercises.
where money is the medium of exchange.
I trust you're doing good.
The universal translator that converts your value into the resources necessary for your growth. Money is not evil. Money is neutral. It is simply the tool that allows you to access the materials required for your development as a human being. Therefore, the right to life that is enshrined in the founding documents of enlightened societies is synonymous with the right to be rich. If you have a right to life, you have a right to the things that make life worth living. If you have a right to pursue happiness, you have a right to the resources that enable that pursuit. If you have a right to develop your potential, you have a right to the wealth that funds that development. These are not separate rights, they are the same right expressed in different forms. Wattles understood that poverty is not a spiritual condition. It is a material condition that prevents spiritual growth. How can you meditate when you are worried about rent? How can you study philosophy when you are exhausted from working 3 jobs? How can you create art when you have no time, no space, no materials? How can you love generously when you have nothing to give? The glorification of poverty is one of the cruelest lies ever told, because it convinces people that their suffering is somehow noble, that their limitation is somehow virtuous, that their incompleteness is somehow holy. But Wattles saw through this lie with perfect clarity. He recognized that the desire for wealth is not separate from the desire for life. It is the same desire. When you want more money, what you really want is a fuller life, a richer experience, a deeper expression of your potential. You want to read more, learn more, see more, do more, give more, be more. This is not greed. This is growth. This is not materialism. This is the natural expansion of consciousness, seeking the tools it needs to evolve. Consider the person who says, "I don't need much to be happy. I'm content with very little." On the surface, this sounds spiritual, even enlightened. But look deeper. What are they really saying? They are saying, "I have learned to suppress my desires, to shrink my dreams, to lower my expectations, to accept limitation as my lot." They have not transcended desire. They have merely learned to live with chronic disappointment. They have not found contentment. They have found resignation, and resignation is not peace. It is the death of the soul in slow motion. Wattles would say to such a person, "You are lying to yourself, and worse, you are betraying your own nature. Because if you are a normal human being with a functioning nervous system and a healthy psychology, you cannot help but desire more. This desire is not a flaw in your character. It is a feature of your design. You are built to grow, to expand, to evolve, to become more than you currently are. This is the fundamental impulse of life itself, and money is simply the resource that enables this impulse to express itself in a modern context. The person who claims to be content with poverty is like a tree that claims to be content with shallow soil. The tree may survive, but it will never reach its full height. It will never spread its branches wide. It will never produce abundant fruit. It will exist, but it will not thrive. And in not thriving, it fails to fulfill its purpose. The forest is diminished by its smallness. The ecosystem is impoverished by its weakness. The world is deprived of the shade it could have offered, the oxygen it could have produced, the beauty it could have contributed. This is why Wattles insisted that the right to be rich is not optional. It is essential. You do not have the right to remain small when you were designed to grow. You do not have the right to stay poor when the universe has provided abundance. You do not have the right to live an incomplete life when completeness is your birthright. To refuse wealth is to refuse life itself. To reject money is to reject the very tools you need to become who you were meant to be. And this rejection is not humility. It is the ultimate arrogance because it says to the universe, I know better than you. I will not use the resources you have provided. I will not fulfill the potential you have planted within me. Understand this. Your desire for wealth is not in conflict with your spiritual nature. It is the expression of your spiritual nature. Your soul wants to expand, and expansion requires resources. Your mind wants to learn, and learning requires tools. Your body wants to thrive, and thriving requires nourishment. All of these require money in the world we inhabit. Therefore, to desire money is to desire life. To pursue wealth is to pursue wholeness. To claim your right to be rich is to claim your right to exist as a complete human being. Wattles demolished the false dichotomy between spirituality and wealth with a single devastating insight. In a society where everything of value is exchanged through money, to be without money is to be without access to the very things that enable spiritual growth. The monk in the monastery may claim to have transcended material needs, but even he depends on the donations of wealthy patrons to maintain his monastery, to print his books, to fund his retreats. Even the most ascetic spiritual path requires material support. The difference is that the monk receives this support from others, while Wattles teaches you to generate it yourself, to be self-sufficient, self-reliant, and therefore truly free. This is the central concept that must become the bedrock of your consciousness. You have a right to be rich because you have a right to live fully, to develop completely, to express your potential maximally. This right is not granted by society, by government, by your family, or by your circumstances. This right is inherent in your nature as a human being. It is written into the code of your DNA, woven into the fabric of your soul, embedded in the structure of reality itself. And to deny this right is to commit a crime against your own existence. When you truly grasp this, when it moves from your intellect to your gut, from your understanding to your identity, everything changes. You stop apologizing for wanting more. You stop feeling guilty for pursuing wealth. You stop shrinking from opportunities because you fear being seen as greedy. You recognize that your ambition is not ego, it is evolution. Your desire is not sin, it is signal. Your hunger for more is not pathology. It is prophecy, the universe whispering through your nervous system. You were made for more than this. Claim it. Now let me give you an analogy that will make this truth undeniable. So clear that you will never again be able to hide behind false humility or spiritual bypassing. Consider a seed, any seed, an acorn, a kernel of corn, a tiny apple seed. This seed contains within it the blueprint for something magnificent, a towering oak, a field of golden grain, an orchard of fruit-bearing trees. But the seed cannot become what it is meant to become without resources. It must draw nutrients from the soil. It must absorb water from the rain. It must capture light from the sun. Without these resources, the seed remains a seed, potential unrealized, promise unfulfilled, purpose betrayed. Now imagine that the seed develops a consciousness, a voice, a moral faculty. And imagine that this seed, influenced by the teachings of poverty consciousness, begins to feel guilty about its needs. It thinks, who am I to take nutrients from the soil? There are other seeds here. If I take too much, won't I be depriving them? Isn't it selfish of me to want to grow so large? Shouldn't I be content to remain small, humble, unobtrusive? So the seed restricts its root system. It refuses to drink deeply from the rain. It turns away from the sun. And what happens? The seed dies, Or worse, it becomes a stunted, malformed version of what it could have been, a mockery of its potential. This is precisely what you do when you deny yourself wealth. You are that seed, and money is simply the nutrient you need to unfold your full potential. The soil does not judge the seed for drawing nutrients. The soil exists to provide those nutrients. The rain does not condemn the seed for drinking. The rain exists to be drunk. The sun does not punish the seed for capturing its light. The sun exists to give that light. In the same way, the universe does not judge you for desiring wealth. The universe has created wealth so that you can grow into the magnificent being you were designed to become. But here is where the analogy becomes even more powerful. When the seed refuses to grow, it does not just harm itself, it harms the entire ecosystem. The forest needs that tree. The birds need its branches for nesting. The squirrels need its acorns for food. The soil needs its roots to prevent erosion. The atmosphere needs its leaves to produce oxygen. The landscape needs its presence for beauty. When the seed refuses to become a tree, it is not being humble. It is being selfish. It is depriving the world of the contribution it was meant to make. You are no different. When you refuse to claim your right to wealth, when you remain small and limited and poor, you are not serving the world. You are depriving it. The world needs what you could create if you had the resources. The world needs the art you could produce, the businesses you could build, the innovations you could develop, the jobs you could provide, the charity you could fund, the inspiration you could offer. Every person who has ever made a significant contribution to humanity has had to first solve the money problem. They had to become wealthy enough to have the time, the energy, the resources, and the freedom to do their great work. Think of the inventors who needed funding for their laboratories. Think of the artists who needed patrons to support their craft. Think of the philanthropists who needed fortunes to build hospitals, libraries, and schools. Think of the spiritual teachers who needed resources to travel, to publish, to reach the masses with their message. None of these contributions could have been made by people trapped in poverty, struggling to survive, consumed by the daily battle for basic necessities. Wealth was not the enemy of their purpose, it was the enabler of their purpose. This is why Wattles insisted that denying yourself wealth is denying the universe the tree you were meant to become. You are not here to remain a seed. You are here to grow, to expand, to reach toward the sky, to spread your branches, to produce fruit, to offer shade, to contribute to the ecosystem of human civilization. And you cannot do any of this without resources. You cannot do any of this without money. The guilt you feel about wanting wealth is not coming from your higher self. It is coming from the poverty virus, the programming that has been installed in your consciousness to keep you small, to keep you manageable, to keep you from claiming your power. Let me make this even more explicit. A seed has a divine right to become a tree. This is not arrogance. This is alignment with natural law. The seed is not better than other seeds when it grows into a tree. It is simply fulfilling its function, expressing its nature, completing its purpose. In the same way, you have a divine right to become wealthy. This is not arrogance. This is alignment with the law of your own being. You are not better than others when you become rich. You are simply fulfilling your function, expressing your nature, completing your purpose. And just as the seed that refuses to grow fails its purpose and harms the ecosystem, you fail your purpose and harm humanity when you refuse to claim your wealth. Every dollar you do not earn is a dollar that cannot be invested in your growth. Every resource you do not acquire is a resource that cannot be used for creation. Every opportunity you decline out of guilt is an opportunity for contribution that dies unrealized. You are not being virtuous when you stay poor. You are being negligent. You are not being spiritual when you refuse wealth. You are being irresponsible. The universe has provided abundance. This is a fact. Look at nature. It is profligate, excessive, overflowing with life. A single apple tree produces hundreds of apples, each containing dozens of seeds, each seed capable of producing another tree. This is not scarcity. This is abundance beyond measure. The universe operates on the principle of overflow, of excess, of more than enough. And you are part of this universe. You are not separate from it. You are not an exception to its laws. You are an expression of its abundance, and when you refuse to claim your share, you are contradicting the very nature of reality itself. Wattles saw this with perfect clarity. He understood that poverty is not a natural state. It is an unnatural state created by ignorance, by false beliefs, by the poverty virus that has infected human consciousness. The natural state is abundance. The natural impulse is growth. The natural trajectory is expansion. When you align with this natural law, when you accept your divine right to be rich, you are not doing something extraordinary. You are simply returning to your original design, your intended function, your true nature. So I ask you, are you a seed or a tree? Are you hiding in the soil, afraid to break through into the light? Are you restricting your roots, guilty about taking what you need? Are you refusing to grow because you have been taught that smallness is virtue? Or are you ready to accept the truth that Wattles revealed, that you have a divine right to draw from the infinite resources of the universe, to grow as tall as your potential allows, to become the magnificent being you were designed to be? If the seed felt guilty and refused the resources it needed, it would die and fail its purpose. You are that seed. Money is the nutrient. The universe is the soil, the rain, and the sun, waiting patiently for you to drink deeply, to grow boldly, to reach confidently toward your full expression. The world is waiting for the tree you will become. Do not deprive it any longer. Claim your divine right, accept your inheritance, and grow. Before we can move into the practical architecture of claiming your divine right to wealth, we must first establish the correct mental state. This is not optional. It is foundational. You can learn every technique, every strategy, every method for making money. But if your consciousness is not properly prepared, you will sabotage yourself at every turn. The required state is what I call divine entitlement, and I use this term very carefully because the word entitlement has been poisoned in our culture, associated with arrogance, selfishness, and unearned privilege. But that is not what I mean here. Divine entitlement is not arrogance. Arrogance is the belief that you are superior to others, that the rules do not apply to you, that you deserve special treatment because of who you are. Divine entitlement is something entirely different. It is the calm assurance that you are a child of the universe, claiming your inheritance. It is not about being better than anyone else. It is about recognizing that you are part of the same abundant system that produces stars, galaxies, forests, and oceans. You are not asking for something that is not yours. You are claiming something that has always belonged to you. Think of a prince who has been raised in poverty, unaware of his royal lineage. One day he discovers the truth. He is the heir to a vast kingdom. Everything changes in that moment. He does not become arrogant. He becomes aligned with his true identity. He does not demand special treatment. He simply steps into his rightful place. He does not apologize for his inheritance. He accepts it with gratitude and responsibility. This is divine entitlement. This is the state you must cultivate. You are not a beggar asking for scraps. You are an heir claiming your kingdom. The opposite of divine entitlement is what I call poverty consciousness, the deeply ingrained belief that you are separate from abundance, that you must earn your right to exist, that you are fundamentally unworthy of wealth. Poverty consciousness is not about how much money you have in your bank account. It is about how you relate to money in your mind. A person can have millions of dollars and still operate from poverty consciousness, always afraid of losing it, always feeling like an imposter, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. And a person can have very little and operate from divine entitlement, knowing with absolute certainty that abundance is their birthright, and that it is only a matter of time before their external reality catches up with their internal knowing. The shift from poverty consciousness to divine entitlement is not a small adjustment. It is a complete revolution of your identity. It requires you to examine every belief you have ever held about money, about worthiness, about your place in the universe. It requires you to confront the voices that have told you to be small, to not want too much, to be grateful for what you have, even when what you have is not enough. It requires you to challenge the programming that has been installed in you by well-meaning parents, teachers, religious leaders, and society at large, all of whom were themselves infected with the poverty virus. This mental preparation is not passive, it is active. It is not something that happens to you, it is something you do. Every day you must practice thinking from the place of divine entitlement. When you see something expensive that you want, instead of immediately thinking, I can't afford that, or that's not for people like me, you must train yourself to think, that is part of my inheritance. I am in the process of claiming it. When you encounter wealthy people, instead of feeling envy or resentment, you must train yourself to think, they are showing me what is possible. They are proof that the universe provides. When you face a financial challenge, instead of panicking or despairing, you must train yourself to think, this is temporary. I am connected to infinite supply. This is not positive thinking in the shallow sense. This is not pretending that problems do not exist, or that you can just wish money into existence. This is something much deeper. This is aligning your consciousness with the fundamental nature of reality, which is abundance. This is recognizing that scarcity is an illusion created by limited perception, and that when you expand your perception, you see that there is more than enough for everyone. This is understanding that the universe is not a zero-sum game where your gain is someone else's loss, but an infinite game where everyone can win because there is no limit to what can be created. Divine entitlement also requires you to release the need for external validation. You do not need permission from anyone to be wealthy. You do not need to prove that you deserve it. You do not need to wait until you are good enough, or ready enough, or worthy enough. You are already worthy by virtue of your existence. You are already deserving because you are alive. You are already entitled because you are part of the universe, and the universe is abundant. The moment you stop seeking validation from others and start validating yourself, you step into your power. But here is the crucial distinction. Divine entitlement is not passive waiting. It is not sitting on your couch and expecting money to fall from the sky. It is the mental state that precedes and enables right action. When you operate from divine entitlement, you move through the world differently. You speak differently, you negotiate differently. You take opportunities that you would have declined out of fear. You ask for what you want instead of hoping someone will offer it. You invest in yourself without guilt. You spend money on your growth without apology. You show up as someone who expects abundance because you know it is your birthright. This is the mental preparation that must be in place before you can effectively apply the 3 pillars of the right to be rich that I am about to share with you. Without this foundation, those pillars will crumble. You will learn the techniques, but you will not apply them. You will understand the logic, but you will not embody it. You will intellectually agree with Wattles, but you will emotionally resist his teaching. The poverty virus will reassert itself, and you will return to your old patterns of limitation and lack. So before we move forward, I ask you to take a moment right now and feel into your relationship with money. Do you feel like a beggar or an heir? Do you approach wealth with apology or with assurance? Do you believe that you must fight for every dollar, or do you know that you are connected to infinite supply? Be honest with yourself. There is no judgment here, only awareness. And awareness is the first step toward transformation. Once you see the poverty consciousness operating in you, you can begin to dismantle it and replace it with divine entitlement. This is the mental preparation. This is the soil in which the seeds of wealth will grow. Prepare it well. Now we arrive at the architecture itself, the 3 pillars upon which your divine right to be rich is built. These are not abstract philosophical concepts. They are concrete, undeniable realities that govern your existence as a human being. Wattles identified them with perfect precision, and once you understand them, you will never again be able to justify poverty as a virtue. These 3 pillars are the demands of your body, your mind, and your soul, and each one requires wealth for its fulfillment. The first pillar, the demand for body. You have a body, and this body has needs that are not optional. You need food to fuel your cells. You need water to hydrate your tissues. You need shelter to protect you from the elements. You need clothing to keep you warm. You need rest to restore your energy. These are not luxuries. These are necessities. And in a modern society, all of these necessities require money. You cannot eat without money. You cannot live in a home without money. You cannot clothe yourself without money. To deny yourself the money needed to meet these basic needs is to deny the body itself. And to deny the body is to deny the temple of the spirit. But Wattles went further. He said that it is not enough to merely survive. You must thrive. It is not enough to eat. You must eat well, consuming food that nourishes you, that gives you energy, that supports your health. It is not enough to have shelter. You must have a home that is comfortable, that is beautiful, that is a sanctuary where you can rest and recharge. It is not enough to have clothing. You must dress in a way that makes you feel confident, that expresses your personality, that commands respect. The body is not something to be merely tolerated or minimally maintained. It is something to be honored, celebrated, and optimized. Why? Because the body is the vehicle through which you experience life. If your body is weak, malnourished, exhausted, or uncomfortable, your entire experience of existence is diminished. You cannot think clearly when you are hungry. You cannot create when you are exhausted. You cannot love when you are in pain. The state of your body directly affects the state of your mind and soul. Therefore, to invest in your body, to feed it well, to house it comfortably, to dress it beautifully, is not vanity. It is wisdom. It is the recognition that you cannot fulfill your higher purpose if your foundation is crumbling. And this requires money. There is no way around this fact. You cannot eat organic food without money. You cannot live in a safe neighborhood without money. You cannot afford healthcare without money. You cannot take time off to rest without money. The person who claims that they do not need much to be happy is often the person whose body is slowly deteriorating from neglect, whose health is failing from poor nutrition, whose energy is depleted from overwork. They have convinced themselves that suffering is noble, but suffering is not noble. It is simply suffering, and the universe does not reward suffering. The universe rewards alignment with natural law, and the natural law says that the body must be cared for. The second pillar, the demand for mind. You have a mind, and this mind is hungry, not for food, but for knowledge, for beauty, for stimulation, for growth. The mind needs books to expand its understanding. It needs education to develop its capacities. It needs travel to broaden its perspective. It needs art to awaken its aesthetic sense. It needs music to touch its emotional depths. It needs conversation with intelligent people to sharpen its thinking. It needs challenges to strengthen its problem-solving abilities. Without these things, the mind atrophies. It becomes dull, narrow, rigid, and small. And here again, in a modern society, all of these things require money. Books cost money, education costs money, travel costs money, art costs money, concerts cost money, access to intelligent communities costs money. The person who is trapped in poverty does not have access to these resources. They cannot afford to buy books, so they remain ignorant. They cannot afford to travel, so they remain provincial. They cannot afford education, so they remain limited. They cannot afford cultural experiences, so they remain unsophisticated. Their mind, which is capable of infinite expansion, is instead confined to the narrow boundaries of their economic circumstances. Wattles understood that the development of the mind is not a luxury. It is a necessity for a complete life. A person with an undeveloped mind is not fully human. They are living below their potential, operating at a fraction of their capacity, experiencing only a small slice of what life has to offer. And this is not their fault. It is the fault of the poverty virus that has convinced them that intellectual growth is only for the elite, that education is only for the privileged, that culture is only for the wealthy. But this is a lie. The mind belongs to everyone, and everyone has the right to develop it fully. But to do so requires resources, and resources require money. Consider the person who works long hours at a low-paying job just to survive. When do they have time to read? When do they have energy to study? When do they have money to take a class, to attend a lecture, to visit a museum? They do not. Their mind is starved, not because they lack intelligence or curiosity, but because they lack the economic freedom to feed it. And this is a tragedy not just for them, but for all of humanity, because we are all deprived of the contributions their developed mind could have made. How many potential geniuses have been lost to poverty? How many brilliant ideas have died unborn because the person who conceived them could not afford the education to develop them? How many innovations, inventions, and insights have been buried in the graveyard of economic limitation? This is why your right to be rich is not just about you, it is about the world. When you develop your mind, when you expand your knowledge, when you cultivate your intellect, you become a more valuable member of society. You have more to offer. You can solve more problems. You can create more value. You can inspire more people. But you cannot do any of this if your mind is trapped in the prison of poverty, starved of the resources it needs to grow. Therefore, to claim your right to wealth is to claim your right to mental development. And to claim your right to mental development is to claim your right to become the fullest version of yourself. The third pillar, the demand for soul. You have a soul, and this soul has a need that is even more fundamental than the needs of body and mind. The soul needs to love, and love finds its most natural and spontaneous expression in giving. This is not abstract philosophy. This is observable reality. When you love someone, you want to give to them. You want to make their life better. You want to provide for them, to protect them, to enrich them. You want to see them happy, healthy, thriving, and the ability to do this, the ability to give generously, to provide abundantly, to enrich lavishly, requires wealth. Wattles wrote, "The man who has nothing to give cannot fill his place as a husband, father, or citizen." Read that again and let it sink in. If you have nothing to give, you cannot be a good partner. You cannot be a good parent. You cannot be a good member of your community. Why? Because love is not just a feeling, it is an action. Love is expressed through giving, and giving requires resources. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot provide for your family if you are struggling to survive yourself. You cannot support your community if you are drowning in your own lack. You cannot be generous if you are trapped in scarcity. This is perhaps the most devastating consequence of poverty. It cripples your ability to love. It forces you to be selfish, not because you are a selfish person, but because you have nothing to spare. Every dollar you earn must go to your own survival, leaving nothing for others. You want to help, but you cannot. You want to give, but you have nothing to give. You want to support causes you believe in, but you are barely supporting yourself. And this creates a deep sense of frustration, guilt, and inadequacy. You feel like you are failing the people you love. You feel like you are not living up to your values. You feel like you are less than you should be. But this is not a character flaw. This is an economic reality. You cannot give from an empty cup. You cannot pour from a dry well. You cannot light others' candles if your own flame is extinguished. Therefore, the first act of love is to fill your own cup, to replenish your own well, to kindle your own flame. And this requires wealth. When you are wealthy, you can give without depleting yourself. You can provide without sacrificing. You can enrich others without impoverishing yourself. Your love can flow freely because it is backed by resources. Think of the wealthy philanthropist who builds hospitals, funds scholarships, supports artists, and feeds the hungry. Are they able to do this because they are morally superior to poor people? No. They are able to do this because they have resources. Their love for humanity is no greater than the love of a poor person who wishes they could help, but cannot. The difference is not in the heart, it is in the bank account. And this is why Wattles insisted that you can serve God and humanity in no more effective way than by getting rich. Not because money is the highest good, but because money is the tool that enables you to express the highest good, which is love. The soul's demand for love is not satisfied by sentiment alone. It is satisfied by action, by contribution, by making a tangible difference in the lives of others. And this requires wealth. When you have wealth, you can send your children to good schools. You can care for your aging parents. You can support your friends in times of need. You can donate to causes that matter to you. You can create jobs for others. You can invest in projects that make the world better. You can be a force for good in the world, not just in theory, but in practice. And this is what the soul truly wants, not just to feel love, but to express love in ways that matter. So here are the three pillars: body, mind, and soul. Each one has legitimate needs. Each one requires resources. Each one demands wealth for its fulfillment. To deny yourself wealth is to deny all three. It is to live in a body that is undernourished, a mind that is underdeveloped, and a soul that is unfulfilled. It is to exist rather than to live, to survive rather than to thrive, to endure rather than to flourish. And this is not what you were made for. You were made for abundance, you were made for growth, you were made for love, and all of these require wealth. This is not greed, this is the architecture of a complete human life. Accept it, embrace it, and build your life upon these three unshakable pillars. Now we must address the fatal mistakes, the ways in which people sabotage their divine right to wealth even after they understand it intellectually. These mistakes are insidious because they masquerade as virtue. They present themselves as spiritual maturity, as selflessness, as higher consciousness. But they are none of these things. They are traps, carefully designed by the poverty virus to keep you locked in limitation, even as you reach for liberation. The first of these traps is the one I promised to reveal earlier, and it is the most dangerous of all, the martyrdom complex. The martyrdom complex is the belief that sacrificing your own growth for others is noble, that staying poor somehow helps the poor, that your suffering serves a higher purpose. This belief is so deeply embedded in religious and cultural conditioning that most people never question it. They have been taught that selflessness means self-denial, that service means self-sacrifice, that love means putting everyone else's needs before your own, until there is nothing left of you. And so they do exactly that. They work jobs they hate to support others. They give away resources they need for their own development. They suppress their own dreams to fulfill others' expectations. And they call this virtue. But Wattles saw through this lie with laser precision. He wrote, "You can serve God and man in no more effective way than by getting rich." This is not a suggestion. This is a declaration. This is not opinion. This is law. And it completely inverts the martyrdom narrative. According to Wattles, the most effective way to serve is not to sacrifice yourself, but to develop yourself. The most powerful way to help others is not to stay poor with them, but to become rich and lift them up. The highest form of love is not to diminish yourself, but to expand yourself so that you have more to give. Think about this logically. If you sacrifice your own growth to help others, what are you really giving them? You are giving them the fruits of your limitation. You are giving them the scraps from your table of lack. You are giving them what little you have, which is not much. But if you invest in your own growth first, if you develop yourself fully, if you become wealthy and powerful and capable, then what you can give is exponentially greater. You can give from overflow instead of depletion. You can give from abundance instead of scarcity. You can give in ways that actually transform lives instead of just temporarily alleviating symptoms. Consider the parent who works 3 jobs to put their child through college, sacrificing their own health, their own happiness, their own development in the process. Society calls this noble. But what is the child learning? They are learning that love means suffering. They are learning that success requires sacrifice. They are learning that you must destroy yourself to help others. And they will carry this programming into their own lives, perpetuating the cycle of martyrdom. Now consider the parent who invests in their own growth first, who builds wealth, who creates freedom, and then provides for their child from a place of abundance and joy. What is this child learning? They are learning that love means thriving. They are learning that success is natural. They are learning that you can help others while also helping yourself. Which lesson serves the world better? The martyrdom complex is not spiritual. It is a waste of potential. It is not selfless. It is self-destructive. It is not service. It is sabotage. When you sacrifice your own growth, you are not helping anyone. You are depriving the world of the contribution you could have made if you had developed yourself fully. You are robbing humanity of the gifts you were meant to bring. You are betraying your own purpose under the guise of serving others. And this is not virtue. This is violence against your own soul. Wattles understood that the rising tide lifts all boats. When you become rich, you do not take from others. You add to the total wealth available. You create jobs. You stimulate the economy. You inspire others with what is possible. You demonstrate that the universe is abundant, not scarce. You prove that anyone can rise if they align with the right principles. By becoming wealthy, you lift the whole plane of humanity up, You show others the way. You become a beacon of possibility instead of a monument to limitation. This is true service. This is real love. This is how you actually help the poor, not by joining them in their poverty, but by showing them the path out of it. But the martyrdom complex is seductive because it provides a sense of moral superiority. The martyr gets to feel like they are better than those who pursue wealth. They get to look down on the ambitious and call them greedy. They get to judge the successful and call them selfish. They get to wear their poverty like a badge of honor, proof of their spiritual purity. But this is just ego in disguise. It is not humility, it is pride. It is not love, it is judgment. It is not service, it is a way of avoiding the hard work of actually developing yourself and making a real contribution to the world. The second fatal mistake is using the right for wrong ends, seeking wealth for pure sensual gratification or dominance over others. This is the opposite error, but it is equally destructive. The person who pursues wealth solely to indulge their appetites, to accumulate possessions they do not need, to dominate and control others, to prove their superiority, this person has missed the entire point. They have claimed the right to be rich, but they have perverted its purpose. They have taken a divine principle and twisted it into something ugly. Wattles was clear. The right to be rich is for life, not for lust. It is for growth, not for greed. It is for contribution, not for consumption. When you pursue wealth for the wrong reasons, the universe does not support you in the same way. You may acquire money, but you will not find fulfillment. You may accumulate possessions, but you will not experience satisfaction. You may dominate others, but you will not know peace. Because you are out of alignment with the purpose of wealth, which is to enable the full expression of life in all its dimensions, body, mind, and soul. The person who uses wealth for pure sensual gratification is like someone who takes a powerful tool and uses it to destroy rather than create. They have the tool, but they are misusing it. They are wealthy, but they are not fulfilled. They are rich, but they are not complete. And often they become cautionary tales, examples of how money without purpose leads to emptiness, addiction, and despair. This is not because money is evil, but because they have divorced money from meaning. They have pursued wealth as an end in itself, rather than as a means to a larger life. The right use of wealth is to expand life, your own life, and the lives of others. It is to develop your body, mind, and soul to their fullest potential. It is to create beauty, to solve problems, to serve humanity, to express love. When wealth is used for these purposes, it becomes sacred. It becomes a force for good. It becomes aligned with the divine will. But when wealth is used merely for self-indulgence, for ego gratification, for the accumulation of status symbols, it becomes profane. It becomes a source of suffering. It becomes misaligned with your true nature. This is why intention matters. This is why you must constantly examine your relationship with money and ask yourself, why do I want wealth? What will I do with it? How will it serve my growth and the growth of others? If your answers are shallow, if you want wealth just to impress people, just to feel superior, just to indulge every passing desire, then you are setting yourself up for disappointment. But if your answers are deep, if you want wealth to develop yourself, to serve others, to create value, to express your highest potential, then you are aligning with the divine purpose of wealth, and the universe will support you. These are the two fatal mistakes: the martyrdom complex, which keeps you poor in the name of virtue, and the pursuit of wealth for wrong ends, which makes you rich but empty. Both are deviations from the path that Wattles illuminated. The correct path is to claim your right to wealth for the purpose of expanding life, your life and all life. This is the balance. This is the wisdom. This is the way that serves both you and the world. Avoid these mistakes, and you will find that wealth flows to you naturally, effortlessly, joyfully, because you are in alignment with its true purpose. Now let me share with you one of Wattles' most bold and liberating statements, a piece of master wisdom that will free you from the last vestiges of guilt if you truly receive it. He wrote, "It is perfectly right that you should desire to be rich. If you are a normal man or woman, you cannot help doing so." Read that again. Let it wash over you. Let it penetrate the armor of conditioning that has made you feel ashamed of your desires. Wattles is not just saying it is acceptable to want wealth, he is saying it is normal. He is saying it is natural. He is saying that if you do not desire to be rich, something is wrong with you. This is revolutionary. This turns the entire moral framework of poverty consciousness on its head. For centuries, we have been taught that the desire for wealth is a sign of spiritual immaturity, that truly enlightened people transcend such base concerns, that the highest souls are indifferent to material circumstances. But Wattles says the opposite. The desire for wealth is a sign of health. It is a sign of vitality. It is a sign that your life force is strong, that your instinct for growth is intact, that you have not been beaten down by the world into resigned acceptance of limitation. If you are a normal human being, if your nervous system is functioning, if your psychology is healthy, if your spirit is alive, you will desire more. You will want a better life. You will want nicer things. You will want greater experiences. You will want to develop your capacities. You will want to express your potential. This is not pathology. This is normalcy. The person who claims to have no desire for wealth is either lying to themselves, or they have been so damaged by life that their natural instinct for growth has been suppressed. And this is not something to celebrate. This is something to heal. Wattles gives you permission to want. He gives you permission to desire. He gives you permission to pursue wealth without apology, without guilt, without shame. He says that your desire for money is not separate from your desire for life. It is the same desire. And this desire is not something to be transcended or overcome. It is something to be embraced and fulfilled. The universe put this desire in you for a reason. It is the engine of your evolution. It is the fuel of your growth. It is the signal that you are meant for more than you currently have. But here is the key. Wattles is not advocating for mindless greed or insatiable craving. He is not saying that you should become obsessed with money to the exclusion of all else. He is saying that the desire for wealth is natural when it is connected to the desire for a fuller life. When you want money so that you can read more books, that is natural. When you want money so that you can travel and expand your perspective, that is natural. When you want money so that you can provide for your family and give generously to others, that is natural. This is the healthy expression of the wealth instinct. The unhealthy expression is when the desire for wealth becomes disconnected from the desire for life, when money becomes an end in itself, a number in a bank account that you accumulate for its own sake, a score that proves your worth. This is not what Wattles is endorsing. This is the perversion of the natural instinct. This is when the desire for wealth has been twisted by ego, by fear, by the need to prove something. And this perversion is actually caused by poverty consciousness, not by the acceptance of the right to be rich. When you do not believe you deserve wealth, when you feel guilty about wanting it, when you are constantly afraid of losing it, then you develop an unhealthy relationship with money. But when you accept your divine right to be rich, when you understand that wealth is natural and normal, then your relationship with money becomes healthy, balanced, and life-affirming. Wattles also understood that you cannot suppress desire. You can only redirect it. The person who tries to kill their desire for wealth does not become free. They become repressed. The desire does not go away. It goes underground. It becomes a shadow that haunts them, expressing itself in indirect ways: envy of others, resentment toward the wealthy, self-sabotage whenever they get close to success. The healthy approach is not to suppress the desire, but to embrace it, to understand it, to direct it toward its proper end, which is the expansion of life. So here is the master's tip. Stop apologizing for wanting wealth. Stop feeling guilty about your ambitions. Stop pretending that you are above such concerns. You are not above them, you are in them, and that is exactly where you should be. You are a human being living in a material world, and you need material resources to live fully. This is not a moral failing. This is not a spiritual deficiency. This is reality. And the sooner you accept this reality, the sooner you can stop wasting energy on guilt and start directing that energy toward actually creating the wealth you desire. Another master's tip: use your desire for wealth as a diagnostic tool. If you notice that your desire has become obsessive, anxious, or disconnected from joy, then you know you have slipped into the unhealthy expression. You have allowed fear or ego to hijack the natural instinct. When this happens, pause and reconnect with the why. Why do you want wealth? What will it enable you to do? How will it expand your life? When you reconnect with the deeper purpose, the desire becomes healthy again. It becomes a clean, clear impulse toward growth rather than a neurotic craving for validation. And finally, understand that your desire for wealth is not just about you. It is also about what you will create with that wealth. Every person who has ever made a significant contribution to humanity started with the desire to have the resources to make that contribution. They wanted wealth not for its own sake, but for what it would enable them to build, to create, to give. Your desire for wealth is the universe's way of saying, I have something important for you to do, and you will need resources to do it. Listen to that voice, honor that desire, and pursue wealth with the understanding that you are not just enriching yourself, you are preparing yourself to enrich the world. Now let us validate this teaching by connecting it to one of the most influential frameworks in modern psychology, Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you are familiar with Maslow's work, you know that he proposed a pyramid of human needs, starting with basic physiological needs at the bottom and ascending to self-actualization at the top. What is remarkable is that Maslow, working decades after Wattles and from a completely different discipline, arrived at essentially the same conclusion. You cannot reach the highest levels of human development if the lower levels are not satisfied. You cannot self-actualize if you are worried about food and shelter. At the base of Maslow's pyramid are physiological needs: food, water, warmth, rest. These are survival needs. If these are not met, nothing else matters. You cannot think about philosophy when you are starving. You cannot create art when you are freezing. You cannot pursue your purpose when you are exhausted. The body's needs must be met first. And as we have already established, in a modern society, meeting these needs requires money. Therefore, the foundation of Maslow's pyramid is economic. Without wealth, you are trapped at the base, forever struggling to survive, never able to ascend. The second level is safety needs: security, stability, freedom from fear. Again, these require money. You need a safe home. You need financial stability. You need insurance against catastrophe. You need the peace of mind that comes from knowing you can handle emergencies. Without wealth, you live in constant anxiety. You are always one crisis away from disaster. You cannot feel safe, and without safety, you cannot move up the pyramid. You remain stuck in survival mode, your nervous system perpetually activated, your energy consumed by fear. The third level is love and belonging, relationships, community, connection. Here too, wealth plays a role, though less obviously. When you are trapped in poverty, when you are working multiple jobs just to survive, when do you have time for relationships? When do you have energy for community? When do you have resources to contribute? Poverty isolates you. It forces you to be self-focused because you have no choice. But when you have wealth, you have time, you have energy. You have resources to invest in relationships, to build community, to create belonging. You can be present for the people you love. You can show up fully, you can give generously. The fourth level is esteem needs: respect, recognition, achievement, confidence. This is where you begin to express your unique talents and make your mark on the world. But again, how can you achieve anything significant if you are trapped in survival mode? How can you develop mastery if you cannot afford training? How can you build confidence if every financial setback destroys you? Wealth provides the foundation for achievement. It gives you the resources to develop your skills, the stability to take risks, the freedom to pursue excellence. Without it, your esteem needs remain unmet, and you are left feeling inadequate, unsuccessful, unfulfilled. And finally, at the top of the pyramid is self-actualization, becoming the fullest version of yourself, expressing your unique potential, fulfilling your life's purpose. This is the highest human need, the ultimate goal of existence. But Maslow was clear. You cannot reach this level if the lower levels are not satisfied. You cannot self-actualize
Good book.
if you are worried about money. You cannot become your highest self if you are trapped in poverty. Self-actualization requires freedom. freedom
I'm
from
gonna go grab my
survival
food and
concerns,
make another
freedom
cup.
from
I'll be
financial
back.
anxiety, freedom from the constant grind of making ends meet, and freedom requires wealth. This is exactly what Wattles was teaching. He said that you cannot live a complete or successful life unless you are rich. Maslow said that you cannot self-actualize unless your basic needs are met. These are the same truth expressed in different languages. Wattles was speaking the language of spiritual philosophy. Maslow was speaking the language of humanistic psychology, but both were pointing to the same reality. Wealth is the foundation of human development. It is not the goal. It is the platform. It is not the destination. It is the vehicle. It is not the purpose. It is the enabler of purpose. What makes this validation so powerful is that Maslow was not a spiritual teacher. He was a scientist. He was observing human behavior and identifying patterns. He was not advocating for wealth. He was simply reporting what he saw. People who have their basic needs met are able to pursue higher goals. People who do not have their basic needs met are trapped in survival. This is not philosophy. This is psychology. This is not belief. This is observation. And it confirms everything Wattles taught about the right to be rich. Consider the implications. If self-actualization is the highest human need, and if self-actualization requires that lower needs be satisfied, and if satisfying lower needs requires money, then the pursuit of wealth is not optional. It is essential for human development. You are not being greedy when you pursue wealth. You are being responsible. You are not being materialistic. You are being realistic. You are not betraying your spiritual nature. You are honoring it by creating the conditions in which it can fully express itself. Maslow also identified certain characteristics of self-actualized people. They are creative, spontaneous, authentic, accepting of themselves and others, focused on problems outside themselves rather than self-focused, appreciative of life, capable of deep relationships, and resistant to enculturation. They think for themselves. Now ask yourself, can you develop these qualities if you are trapped in poverty? Can you be creative when you are exhausted? Can you be spontaneous when you are anxious? Can you focus on problems outside yourself when you are consumed by your own survival? Can you appreciate life when you are constantly struggling? Can you form deep relationships when you have no time or energy? Can you think for yourself when you are too tired to think at all? The answer is no, or at least, it is much, much harder. Poverty is a constraint on human development. It is a ceiling on your potential. It is a prison that keeps you from becoming who you were meant to be. And this is why Wattles insisted that you have a right to be rich, because you have a right to develop fully, to express completely, to actualize your potential maximally. To deny yourself wealth is to deny yourself the very conditions necessary for self-actualization. It is to choose limitation over expansion, confinement over freedom, survival over thriving. Maslow's hierarchy validates Wattles' teaching in another way as well. It shows that the desire for wealth is not separate from the desire for self-actualization. It is part of the same trajectory. When you want money, what you really want is to move up the pyramid. You want to satisfy your basic needs so you can pursue higher needs. You want security so you can take creative risks. You want stability so you can explore your potential. You want freedom so you can express your authentic self. The desire for wealth is the desire for self-actualization, expressing itself at the economic level. This is why guilt about wanting money is so destructive. It is guilt about wanting to grow. It is guilt about wanting to develop. It is guilt about wanting to become your fullest self. And this guilt keeps you trapped at the lower levels of the pyramid, forever struggling with survival, never ascending to the heights you were designed to reach. When you release the guilt, when you accept your right to be rich, you give yourself permission to climb. You give yourself permission to grow. You give yourself permission to actualize. And this is not selfishness. This is self-love. This is not greed. This is growth. This is not materialism. This is the natural unfolding of human potential. Now let me give you a concrete illustration that will make this truth visceral and undeniable. Imagine a talented artist, a painter with genuine gift, someone who sees the world in colors and forms that others cannot perceive, someone whose work has the potential to move people, to inspire them, to awaken something in their souls. This artist is born into poverty. They grow up in a neighborhood where survival is the only goal. They have talent, but they have no resources to develop it. They cannot afford art supplies. They cannot afford classes. They cannot afford to visit museums or study the masters. They certainly cannot afford the luxury of time to practice their craft. So what happens? This artist gets a job, a minimum wage job at a fast food restaurant or a retail store or a warehouse. They work 8, 10, 12 hours a day. They come home exhausted. They have no energy to paint. They have no money for supplies. They have no time for growth. On their rare days off, they are too depleted to create. The bills pile up. The stress accumulates. The dream of being an artist fades into the background, becoming a wistful fantasy, a someday that never comes, and eventually, the artist stops being an artist altogether. They become just another person trapped in survival, their gift buried, their potential unrealized, their purpose unfulfilled. Now, consider the world's perspective. The world has been deprived of this artist's work. Museums will never display their paintings. Art lovers will never be moved by their vision. Future artists will never be inspired by their example. The conversations that their art could have sparked will never happen. The beauty they could have created will never exist. The joy they could have brought to others will never be experienced. This is not just a personal tragedy, it is a collective loss. Humanity is poorer because this artist remained poor. Now imagine a different scenario. Imagine this same artist discovers Wattle's teaching. They understand their divine right to be rich. They apply the science of getting rich. They develop the mental state of divine entitlement. They align their consciousness with abundance, and they begin to create wealth. Not overnight, but progressively, systematically, inevitably. They get a better job. They start a side business. They invest wisely. They build financial freedom. And as their wealth grows, something else grows, their capacity to be an artist. Now they can afford art supplies, not cheap supplies, but professional-grade materials that allow them to express their vision fully. Now they can afford classes with master teachers who help them refine their technique. Now they can afford to visit museums, to study the great works, to immerse themselves in the world of art. Now they can afford time, the most precious resource of all. They can reduce their work hours. They can dedicate mornings to painting. They can take sabbaticals to focus entirely on their craft. They can travel to places that inspire them. They can experiment, fail, learn, and grow without the pressure of survival crushing their creativity. And what happens? The art emerges. The paintings are created. The exhibitions are held. The work is seen, appreciated, bought, displayed. People are moved. Lives are changed. Other artists are inspired. The culture is enriched. And this artist, who was once trapped in poverty, is now fulfilling their purpose. They are expressing their gift. They are contributing to humanity. They are living a complete life. They are self-actualized. And all of this became possible because they claimed their right to be rich. Now I ask you, which version of this artist's life served God better? The poor version, trapped in survival, gift buried, potential wasted, or the wealthy version, free to create, gift expressed, potential realized? The answer is obvious. The wealthy version served God, served humanity, and served themselves infinitely better. The poor version was a tragedy. The wealthy version was a triumph. And the difference between the two was not talent, it was wealth. It was the acceptance of the right to be rich. It was the understanding that poverty is not virtue, and wealth is not sin. This is not a hypothetical story. This is the story of countless artists, writers, musicians, inventors, entrepreneurs, and visionaries throughout history. The ones who made contributions that we remember, the ones whose work changed the world, the ones who fulfilled their potential, they all had to solve the money problem first. They had to create the economic foundation that gave them the freedom to do their great work. Some inherited wealth, some married into it, some created it themselves, but all of them had it, because without it, the work could not be done. And this is true not just for artists, but for everyone. You have a gift, you have a purpose, you have something unique to contribute to the world, but you cannot contribute it if you are trapped in poverty. You cannot express your gift if you are exhausted from survival. You cannot fulfill your purpose if you have no resources to support it. You must get rich first, not as the end goal, but as the foundation. Not as the purpose, but as the platform. Not as the destination, but as the vehicle that carries you to your destination. This is why your pursuit of wealth is not selfish, it is necessary. This is why your desire for money is not greedy, it is wise. This is why your claim to the right to be rich is not arrogant. It is humble recognition of what is required for you to serve the world at your highest level. The world needs your gift, but your gift needs resources to emerge, and resources require wealth. Therefore, by getting rich, you are not betraying the world. You are preparing to serve it. You are not abandoning your purpose. You are creating the conditions in which your purpose can be fulfilled. You are not choosing money over meaning. You are recognizing that money is the means to meaning. We have journeyed through the foundation, the architecture, the refinement, and the validation of Wallace D. Wattles's radical teaching on the right to be rich. Now we arrive at the synthesis, the point where all of these threads weave together into a single, undeniable truth that will transform how you see yourself, your desires, and your place in the universe. Here is the synthesis. Your desire for money is actually the desire for a larger, fuller, more abundant life. It is the voice of the divine urging you to grow. It is life itself, seeking to express more of itself through you. This is not a metaphor. This is the literal truth. When you feel the pull toward wealth, when you want more, when you hunger for a better life, you are not experiencing a base impulse or a character flaw. You are experiencing the fundamental drive of the universe, which is expansion. Everything in nature seeks to grow. Seeds become trees, streams become rivers, stars are born from clouds of gas and dust. The entire cosmos is in a state of perpetual becoming, always moving from less to more, from simple to complex, from potential to actual. And you are part of this cosmos. You are not separate from it. You are an expression of it. Therefore, when you desire wealth, you are aligned with the deepest principle of existence. You are in harmony with the way reality operates. You are flowing with the current rather than against it. This is why Wattles insisted that it is perfectly natural for you to want to be rich, because the desire to grow, to expand, to become more is built into the fabric of your being. It is not something you can suppress without doing violence to your own nature. It is not something you should suppress, because it is the engine of your evolution. But here is what makes this synthesis so powerful. When you understand that your desire for money is really the desire for life, you stop chasing money for its own sake. You stop making it an idol. You stop measuring your worth by your net worth. Instead, you see money for what it truly is, a tool for expansion. It is the resource that enables you to read more, learn more, experience more, create more, give more, be more. Money becomes sacred not because it is valuable in itself, but because it is the means through which life expands through you. This shift in understanding changes everything. It removes the guilt because you are no longer pursuing something selfish. You are pursuing growth, which is the will of the universe. It removes the anxiety because you are no longer afraid of losing something external. You are confident in your connection to infinite supply. It removes the obsession because you are no longer chasing a number. You are expressing a principle. Money becomes a byproduct of your alignment with life rather than the object of your striving. And paradoxically, when you stop making money the goal and start making growth the goal, money flows to you more easily than ever before. Now I want to speak directly to you, to your heart, to the part of you that has been carrying the heavy baggage of guilt for far too long. It is time to drop it. It does not serve you, and it does not serve the world. You have been taught that wanting wealth is greedy, that pursuing money is selfish, that claiming your right to abundance is arrogant. But these teachings are lies, lies that have kept you small, kept you limited, kept you from becoming the person you were designed to be. And I am here to tell you, you are allowed to want more. You are allowed to pursue wealth. You are allowed to claim your divine right to be rich. You are here to grow, and you cannot grow without roots. In the natural world, a tree needs roots to draw nutrients from the soil. In the modern world, you need money to draw resources from the economy. Money is the root system of a contemporary life. It is what anchors you, nourishes you, and enables you to reach toward the sky. Without it, you remain small, stunted, unable to fulfill your potential. With it, you can grow so tall that your branches offer shade and fruit to everyone around you. This is not selfishness. This is how you serve. This is not greed. This is how you give. This is not materialism. This is how you manifest your spiritual purpose in material form. Drop the guilt about wanting a beautiful home. That home is not just a status symbol. It is a sanctuary where you can rest, create, and recharge. It is a space that supports your highest work. Drop the guilt about wanting financial freedom. That freedom is not just about luxury. It is about having the time and energy to pursue your purpose without the constant pressure of survival. Drop the guilt about wanting nice things. Those things are not just possessions. They are tools that enhance your experience of life, that bring you joy, that allow you to express your aesthetic sense and appreciate beauty. Drop the guilt about wanting to provide abundantly for your family. That provision is not spoiling them. It is giving them the foundation they need to pursue their own growth. Drop the guilt about wanting to give generously to causes you believe in. That generosity is not buying approval. It is expressing love in tangible form. Drop the guilt about wanting to be wealthy. That wealth is not proof of your moral inferiority. It is proof of your alignment with the principles of abundance that govern the universe. You are not here to apologize for your existence. You are not here to shrink so that others feel comfortable. You are not here to play small so that you do not threaten the status quo. You are here to grow, to expand, to become the fullest expression of your potential. And this requires resources. This requires wealth. This requires you to claim your divine right to be rich without apology, without guilt, without shame. Accept it, embrace it, and use it to grow so tall that your branches offer shade and fruit to everyone around you. When you accept your right to wealth, you do not just change your own life, you change the lives of everyone you touch. You become a better partner because you are not stressed about money. You become a better parent because you can provide without resentment. You become a better friend because you can give without depletion. You become a better citizen because you can contribute without sacrifice. You become a better human because you are operating from overflow rather than lack. This is the message of empowerment. Your wealth serves the world. Your abundance lifts others. Your prosperity creates possibilities for everyone around you. Now I issue you a challenge that will test whether you have truly absorbed this teaching or whether you are still operating under the old programming. I call this the Divine Audacity Challenge. For 1 week, just 7 days, I want you to change the way you speak to yourself about money. Whenever you desire something expensive that would help you grow, a book, a course, a tool, a service, an experience, do not say, "I can't afford it." That phrase is the language of poverty consciousness. That phrase reinforces the belief that you are separate from abundance. That phrase keeps you trapped in limitation. Instead, I want you to say this: "It is my Father's pleasure to give me the kingdom. I claim this for my growth." Feel the shift that occurs when you say these words. Feel how different it is to speak from divine entitlement rather than from lack. Feel how the energy changes, how the possibility opens, how the universe responds differently when you claim your inheritance rather than begging for scraps. This is not positive thinking. This is alignment with truth. This is not affirmation. This is declaration. This is not pretending. This is recognizing what has always been real. For 7 days, practice this. Every time you want something, claim it with audacity, not with arrogance, but with the calm assurance of an heir who knows that the kingdom belongs to them. Notice what happens. Notice how opportunities begin to appear. Notice how solutions present themselves. Notice how the money starts to flow in unexpected ways. Notice how your relationship with wealth begins to transform. This is not magic. This is the natural result of aligning your consciousness with the principle of abundance that governs reality. But here is the deeper purpose of this challenge. It is not really about getting things. It is about breaking the pattern of apology that has governed your life. It is about training yourself to speak from power rather than from powerlessness. It is about reconditioning your nervous system to expect abundance rather than to brace for scarcity. It is about becoming the person who naturally attracts wealth because they believe it is their right. And when you become that person, wealth is inevitable. Not because you are manipulating the universe, but because you are finally in harmony with it. If you are ready to stop apologizing for your existence, if you are ready to claim the resources you need to truly live, if you are ready to accept your divine right to wealth without guilt or shame, then I invite you to take action right now. Subscribe to the Master's Legacy. This channel is not just a collection of videos, it is a school for those who refuse to live small lives. It is a sanctuary for those who have heard the call to grow and are willing to do what it takes to answer that call. It is a community of people who understand that wealth is not the enemy of spirituality, but the foundation of it. Comment below, "I claim my divine right," and feel the shift that occurs as you type those words. Feel the old programming cracking. Feel the new identity emerging. Feel the universe responding to your declaration. This is not just a comment. This is a commitment. This is you drawing a line in the sand and saying, "I will no longer live in poverty consciousness. I will no longer apologize for wanting more. I will no longer shrink from my potential. I claim my divine right to be rich, and I will use that wealth to become the person I was designed to be and to serve the world at my highest level." Wallace D. Wattles gave you the key. He revealed the truth that poverty is not virtue, and wealth is not sin. He showed you that you have a divine right to be rich, not as a privilege, but as a requirement for a complete life. He demolished the lies that have kept humanity trapped in limitation for centuries. And now the question is, will you use this key? Will you accept this truth? Will you claim this right? The choice is yours. But know this, the universe is waiting for you to grow. The world needs what you will become when you are free from the prison of poverty. And your soul will never rest until you fulfill the potential that has been planted within you. The time is now. The right is yours. Claim it. You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge. Straight out of Compton, crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube from the gang called Niggas with Attitudes. When I'm called off, I got a sawed off, squeeze the trigger and bodies are hauled off. Two boy, if you mess with me, the police are gonna have to come and get me. Straight out of Compton. Straight out of Compton. Yeah, tell them where you're from. I'm a hip-hop gangster from the streets of Compton. Ren is the criminal, the maniac with a gangster mentality. It's major. The verse is when I bust a nut and say peace to the women and men. Listen to this. You gotta hear this. We express ourselves with this here expression, and it's fresh, yo, straight out of the lesson. Straight out of Compton. Straight out of Compton. Yeah, we are the ones you talk about. Straight out of Compton. Yeah, we are the ones you talk about. Here's a definition of a smooth criminal. Is that a VCE from the CPT? I got a 6'4" and a low rider. This is an autobiography of the E. And if you ever mess with me, you get taken. You are now leaving the boundaries of Compton.
It's the motherfucking D-O-double-G. You know I'm mobbing with the D-R-E. What? So, smoke weed every day. Top dog, smoke weed every day. Bottoms up, smoke weed every day. I burn it up, smoke weed every day. Blaze it up, smoke weed every day. DPGC, turn that shit up now. CPT, LBC, yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang this in the club, baby, you gotta get up. Thug drug feelings, we be giving it up. Low life, your life, boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party, for sure. Bitches looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Stepped up in this place just to swing in my head. Swing in my head now. Out of town. Put it down for the father of rap. Come back, get back, that's the part of success. If you believe in the heat, you'll be relieved of your stress. Smoke weed every day. Top dog. Weed every day. Bottoms up. I burn it up, blaze it up, smoke weed every day. Smoke weed, smoke weed every day. It's the motherfucking D.R.E. You know I'm mobbing with the D.O.G. Straight off the streets of CPT, king of the beats. You ride to them in your fleet. Cool, D-Ville, rolling on dubs, how you feel? Sipping on gin and juice, laid back, Long Beach, Inglewood, South Central, out through the west side, it's California love. Get my drink on and my smoke on, then go home with something to poke on, cause it's on for the 200 coming real. So now smoke weed every day. For my brothers who be thinking we soft, we don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hey! Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Weed every day. Weed every day. Every day, weed every day, weed every day, weed every day, smoke 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 weed every day. It's the motherfucking D-O-double-G. You know I'm mobbing with the D.R.E. What? So smoke weed every day. Top dog. Smoke weed every day. Bottoms up. Smoke weed every day. I burn it up. Smoke weed every day. Blaze it up. Smoke weed every day. DPGC. Turn that shit out. CPT. LBC. Yeah, we hooking back up. And when they bang us in the club, baby, you gotta get up. Thug, drug feelings. We be giving it up. Low life, yo life. Boy, we living it up. Taking chances while we dancing in the party, for sure. Bitches looking at me strange, but you know I don't care. Stepped up in this place just to swing in my hair. Out of town, put it down for the father of rap. Come back, get back. That's the part of success. If you believe in the E, you'll be relieved of your stress.
Now I have to turn this light off. Okay, Google, turn off light. Nope, that's not gonna turn off now. Okay. So I have to deal with a very high intense situation upstairs with mom on the phone getting frustrated, getting dad frustrated, yelling at the poor person on the phone, "Where's the parts?" The parts are supposed to come in today. Oh, the fuck? Okay, Google, turn off light. There we go. The house is at 13 degrees now. If everybody understood how reality actually works, it starts from within, and if everybody relaxed, everything will be fine. That's how it works. And shit is going to happen. And when shit happens, you just have to relax. Excuse me. It's 1 p.m. We're going to start our play out at 1:30. 1:32. I'm going to stand up and generate some heat. This is a lesson that was for me specifically to just see how I was going to handle it. I should have talked to that person. Would have avoided a whole bunch of situation, but didn't expect my dad to start swearing and cussing. Poor person on the phone. I did my best to, nobody deserves to be yelled at and screamed at. Like, it's ridiculous. The parts will arrive today. I know it will. Once the parts arrive, we have to call somebody and see if they can come in. Otherwise, we have another night of being cold, freezing. But for me, I'm not going to complain. kind of wish everybody just kind of knew how this worked. Everybody was aware, but they're not. The senses are making people go crazy. They're 5 senses. The 5 senses are screwing with everyone. Because, you know, it's cold. The 5 senses are quite something. There's a lesson that has to be had here. I'm not even bothered, to be quite honest. I told my dad off too as well. I'm like, don't ever tell me that I don't know how to speak to people. Just because I know that this is an illusion, that doesn't give anyone the right to disrespect me. Nobody disrespects me, but I'm not even upset. I'm chill. I'm just reminding that this is still a great day. You know why? Because that audiobook was pretty badass. Whoever was listening to it with me. The reason why we're meant to have wealth is so we can help ourselves to grow and expand. It's important, it's imperative that you have wealth to grow and expand. It's important that, that you have your wealth and your riches so that you can help people, so they can grow and expand. And this is what comes back to what I was saying earlier. If you don't go out in the world and do what you came here to do, then there's other people who are waiting for you. That's basically part of my core message. There are people waiting for you right now. You might be doing what you're doing, and that's awesome. Whoever's doing what they're doing, keep doing it. But for those who are not, if you're not doing what you came here to do, and you keep pushing it back with fear that you don't have enough of this, right? Because what it said in the audiobook was, well, if your nervous system is fucked and you're not safe and you're constantly in fight or flight, then how can you pursue your goals and dreams, right? Always constantly worrying. But when I don't know why my phone's on an angle. It's like on an angle for the last couple days. It's fine, whatever. Nah, good enough. But if you don't fulfill what you came here to fulfill, you or me, we're being a disservice. We are being a disservice to humanity. We're being a disservice to ourselves. We're being a disservice to the whole. We're being a disservice in general. Because the longer you take to fulfill your purpose, the longer you take to fulfill your purpose is the longer you're going to make somebody else wait for theirs. That's a real bar. Because maybe they're waiting for you. Now, of course, you're not their savior. You're not their answer. But you were supposed to help them. And they were waiting for you all along. But they don't get the help. And guess what else happens? Now, of course, they may get the answer somewhere else. But maybe, just maybe, this is how reality works. Maybe, just maybe, they get the answer somewhere else, but they don't get it the way they were supposed to get it. And your way of explaining something or helping them was the more aligned way. So they go down maybe 10 years with that other person's version of your thing that you were supposed to share. And it doesn't feel fully in alignment. Like, it's kind of similar to yours, but it's not. But something's off. Excuse me. Get my train of thought for a moment. Got it. So they go down 10 years, even though it's an illusion, 10 years. And then, for whatever reason, you're finally doing your thing. And now, 10 years later, they meet up with you. And now you're saying what you're supposed to say. And they could have had this information 10 years ago. Now, here's the thing. There's a paradox, of course. Things happen exactly the way they're supposed to. It always has and always will. That person was supposed to go down 10 years doing whatever they're supposed to do. So then you're probably wondering, well, then technically I'm right on time then, right? Well, yes and no. Yes, reality is going to be the way it is. Whatever you decide, that's what you're going to get. So like, if I decide to never help anybody again, guess what? The universe is going to just send me nothing. No more insights, because I completely shut it off. No more, I don't want to expand anymore. Okay. Because I get to choose. Remember, if you look at that map that I drew with the circles and the lines, there are infinite circles with infinite lines. They're all interconnected. They're all intertwined. Everything is intertwined. And because everything's intertwined, whatever you choose, that's what's going to happen. So some will say, well, isn't reality free will or destiny? And it's both. There's a destined path for you. Some will say, but that's not how reality works. The contradiction. Yeah, I've mentioned it many, many times. Reality is a big ass contradiction. But there is a reality where you were supposed to have done this thing 10 years ago, but you didn't do it 10 years ago, but it's okay. You got to it now, and it was supposed to happen that way, because that's one of your realities. And now you're helping the person who was supposed to get help 10 years ago now. It's to use that energy to fuel you, to know, like, you don't know when your time is up. Remember, you think you have 10 years? You don't even know if you have the next moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I could die on the live stream at any time if I didn't tell you that. I'm not obviously asking for that. But in any present moment, you can go kaput. in every present moment, in every present moment, time is ticking. You want to be on your deathbed worrying about something that you didn't do? This is the fuel. It's conviction. Death is a very powerful conviction energy. Well, it depends on the person. Because somebody will be like, well, I don't really care about life. I didn't want to be here anyways. Life sucks. There's that energy. And then there's, oh my God, the mortality of your time left. Well, it can either fuel you or be like, fuck it. I don't care. Kind of unfortunately complained to my mom that my dad was speaking shit about me. And she was at work and I didn't want to put that stress on her. So that was my bad. But it's the past now. Gotta move forward. The character. When the character has to deal with other characters, who don't know how to handle themselves, that's a problem. That's why it's imperative that I'm in San Diego so I can help the people and I can help them from remote. Because it's not in my highest alignment to be here any longer. My highest alignment is to me going out in the world, serving, expanding myself, and this kind of goes hand in hand with everything I'm saying. To be where I'm supposed to be right here, right now. But to be in San Diego, helping and serving and expanding and growing and stretching and evolving and transcending, even though I've already transcended, so I can help everyone remotely here. But anyways, here we are. 10 years. I could have taken 10 years to get this level of confidence. So I'd be 50. Even though age is but a number, it's an illusion. It's not real. Right? Oh, yeah. All right. Look at that. 117. Not surprised. Not surprised that I see that number. All right. So if I had taken 10 years to serve, right? Then you all would be taking 10 years to hear what I have to say. But guess what? I don't know if I have 10 more years. We don't know when our time is up. Time is ticking. We don't know when time will be up. And I have to make that abundantly clear. Though it's an illusion, time's ticking. And for those of you who came here, you came here for a greater purpose. I'm not saying that your purpose is better than others, but you came here for a purpose that's a little bit more out there. Let's just say that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have found me, and you wouldn't have keep coming back. Even for the young ones, Crazy Cat and Jaunty, like you didn't come here for low-level shit. You might have to go through that low-level stuff, build your character up, because that's ultimately what we're doing. We're playing a video game in real life. You're building your character. You're expanding your character by the things that you're doing or not doing. So you're building your character up. Sometimes it's necessary that you don't get the answer right away. In fact, I have to remind those who I'm helping that even though the answer is you and it will forever be you, I also have to remind that though I've given you the answer, you have to go through your journey to figure it out if it really is you. You'll have to go through and check. You'll have to read books, podcasts, like read books, listen to podcasts, excuse me. You'll have to like tackle all kinds of things. You might stumble upon someone else that says that the answer is you. You might start running into a theme where the answer has been you, but it hasn't quite clicked yet. But you know, the answer really does start and end with you. So what does that mean? The answer starts with you. Let me break it down simply. I'll explain it very, very simply. So every single human who has been put onto this planet, no matter what language they speak, no matter whatever circumstances they set themselves up for, because they set up their own game. We set up our own games. We created the people in our lives. We chose the family we're supposed to be with so that we can get the lessons we're supposed to get, so that we can evolve our character. This is literally the greatest video game you'll ever play. But within each person, we are all connected to what is called the divine, the source. And you have certain strengths. I'm not going to say weaknesses. You have certain strengths that you're here to use because you chose it. But here's the thing. There is something called the library of all that is. And it is nested within each and every single one of us. You have all the answers inside of you, quite literally. Every single person has all the answers inside of them. And by inside, I mean within their soul. It's not inside your vessel, because your soul is actually not inside of your body's inside of your soul. Let that one land for a moment. And because you have all the answers nested within your soul, your mind that you were given or that you gave to yourself to use as a tool so that you can navigate this third dimensional realm with your body, your 5 senses, your soul, aka also part of your intuition, or your intuition is part of it, will attempt to help you and help the mind to understand. But most people have shut off their intuition because they've gone logical because of school, and it's not their fault. Until you start to become more present and start to pay attention to things like your words, like how you feel. Like yesterday, the example of like, just imagine like feeling what your hands feel like. Who does that? Who's got time to do that, right? In today's day and age, you're constantly bombarded with information after information after information. So who has time to be present, right? Because the world has been programmed. It's an illusion, again, but it was designed. We were once upon a time not fast-paced. But here's the thing. Many people, even though we weren't fast-paced back then, most people's consciousness weren't up there, so the masses weren't ready. But the masses are is aware now. Well, majority. Well, not majority. 5% of the planet is aware of what has to be done. But they themselves are also creating the paradox. I know, because I'm part of that. I'm part of that sort of issue. This is called distraction. What we're all supposed to be doing right now, want to hear? Is getting off our phones, our tablets, and just sitting and being. Doing more of that. Sitting and being. You can call it meditation, you can give whatever word you call it. It doesn't really matter the word. You sit and you be. But the world is designed to distract you so that you are not aware, so that you can continue to not be present, so that you can give away your power and get it siphoned. Siphon your energy. Look, I'm not saying to never be on your phones. I'm not saying to never use your tablet or never consume content. I'm not saying that. Everything has balance. Because you can't just be all the time. You have to also do. Be, do, have. 3 paradigms. Everything's always a third. That's why this is a trilistic world. Not just a dualistic world, but a trilistic world. There's always a third to everything. I'm going on a tangent, but this is a perfect tangent. So, things are going to continuously be, it's only going to get more chaotic as time goes on, because it's designed to keep you from not going inwards. Like, for example, the media is going to block you from going within, because they're going to continue to use fear-mongering. So how do I know that the answer is us? How do I know that? How did I come to this realization? I'll tell you right now. When I was in San Diego and the universe dropped me that, I was just sitting, I just came from Solana Beach and nothing, I was just sitting. I was sitting in the rental car, I was about to go take a drive. I was taking a chill because I walked like 20,000 steps. I was like, okay, this was a good day. I'm just gonna chill and probably go grab something to eat now. I'm gonna go relax and get something to eat. And all of a sudden, my son, the answer to life is through sound and vibration. Now, of course, back then, in order for me to hear God, it had to use coded words, like my son. A code word to know that it was him or it. The answer to life is through sound and vibration. Okay, all right. That doesn't sound like the answer is us yet, so I'll get there. So I'm like, okay, the answer to life is through sound and vibration. Sound and vibration are the foundational building blocks to reality. Everything's in constant motion, okay? All right, so if everything's in constant motion, and everything's based on a vibration. And I remember Angel telling me that rule number one, your vibration matters. I'm like, okay, so if everything's in constant motion, then we're a vibration. So if we're a vibration, and studying atoms and molecules and protons, neutrons, electrons, and all that stuff, right? I was like, okay, all right. So everything in our known reality is made of comprised of atoms and molecules, which are comprised of protons, neutrons, electrons, which then are comprised of waveforms and particles. Okay. It still doesn't look like the answer is you yet, though, but I'll get there. I'll show you. So I'm like, okay. So I went down this route of interconnectedness, seeing what is actually connected to what. Numbers and colors and sound and geometric shapes and nature and the water and the stars and the other planets, the universe. Fractals, that's a good one, fractals. And okay, so fractals of God. I've heard that. We're a fractal of God. And if we're a fractal of God, that means we have everything. Because why would God discard itself and have nothing? We have everything. What God does is for us to descend so that we can expand. It's not missing anything. It already has all experiences, but it still desires to have the experience anyways. I wasn't into paradoxes back then, but I'm basically getting to the answer, why the answer is you. And then I was like, okay, that's 2023. So the interconnectedness, And of course, 2022 was to figure out the spiritual and energy stuff. 2021 was to come to the realization, like, I just want to be a better human. 2020 still the same thing, better human. 2019, better human. So in the beginning, it was all about me. Okay, all right. 2024 hit, and you are the creator. That implies that you're God. Not God complex, but God consciousness, oneness. Knowing that you and everyone are one and the same. Okay. So where is the click of the answer is you? Where did that come from? Because at the beginning of this year, I wasn't really saying that the answer was you. When I came to the realization of that was after reading all these books. What is the purpose of reading these books? Isn't it to acquire information and then apply it? And if we're applying the information, then it's us taking the action. It's not the book, because knowledge, and I've said this countless of times, knowledge isn't power. Knowledge is only power if you use and apply it. Otherwise, it's useless facts. Well, it's not really useless, but it's just sitting there. It's laying dormant. So then, what else? What else? The answer started to get clearer. I read books. I listened to podcasts. And every time someone is sharing something, aren't they just attempting to help us to just know a little bit more about ourselves? To learn more about ourselves? Like, personal development is about yourself, spirituality is about yourself, esoteric is about yourself. Well, esoteric is about knowing about other things, but What is the reason for it? I'm like, And then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Because when I was in San Diego for Christmas last year, and I got my name on December 28th, which is almost a year ago now, I hadn't fully taken on Orion yet, but Orion is the name. This is who you are. Who you are. Orion. Interesting. And then, of course, I started the live stream, and what was I sharing everybody? You are the creator. You, Y-O-U, which is from your first person perspective, M-E, me, memory and experiences. But the click happened during the summer when I was like, okay, the now. The only thing that matters is right here, right now. 5 minutes ago doesn't even matter. 10 minutes ago doesn't matter. An hour ago doesn't matter. That incident just, well, it wasn't an incident, but that experience just now doesn't really matter. It happened, but it's an illusion now. You can continue to keep feeding it, but it's an illusion. It's done. Everything's by each moment in the now. But who gets into the now? Us. Each one of us. And of course, I looked at the words now, the word God, and a lot of the things that I was looking at the time was talking about joy. Joy is one of those things that you can't explain, but be joyful like a child. Joy basically encompasses happiness and love and excitement and bliss and harmony. Joy. Simple word, J-O-Y, joy. And that word is actually, well, I don't know if it's there right now, but when I was home, across my building, there's a little statue that says joy. 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 Every word that I just said has 3 letters. The world's trilistic. Every word also has the letter O in the middle. And the letter O is oneness. Even the word one is 3 letters, but one doesn't have an O in the middle. It has a O in the beginning. Origin as well. Oneness, origin, Orion. O. And then that's when it clicked. That, oh, it really does start with me. Huh. So all the suffering that I chose, that starts with me. Every video that I'm listening to kept talking about, that, you can change your mind, like what Nero was saying about it, your frequency first, your frequency. It's so subtle how we can kind of miss these things, but everybody is basically just saying, without saying, that the answer is you. Every book, depending on the book, of course, because, personal development books, the fictional books don't really, they're more telling a story of like a hero or a heroine or whatever is going on in the book. But I'm talking about specifically personal development, spiritual books, like self-help books. Self-help. What does self mean? You. So every book you're reading, I trust that the author is aiming to help you and they're not just sharing their story. But of course, that's why they publish their books, to help someone else. because they found the answer. The answer is you. Huh. Every book, like all these books, you. Every podcast you will ever listen to, you. Every video you consume, depending on what you consume, of course, if it's under that terminology, self-help, personal development, spirituality, is you. The answer is you. Wild. There's a crow. So to get back to what I was saying about the library of all that is, because it's nested within everybody's soul, within everybody's soul, not without, within everybody's soul. All answers reside within you. You are the answer. So every time you read a book, it's you who has written that book. Because you are a fractal of God, and that means God wrote that book, which means that you wrote that book because you're part of God. And that other version of you has descended into a different body, but it's still you. 8 billion different consciousness on this planet. Let me rephrase that. It's one consciousness in 8 billion different bodies, or with 8 billion different bodies, to be more specific. One consciousness, 8 billion different versions of that consciousness. I'm one version, whoever's listening, you're one version, whoever else around you is their own version. And the answer is you. How can it not? After presenting the facts. Pretty wild, huh? Pretty wild finding that out. So I went through 54,000 hours, 6 years, to come to that solution so that I could help and expand others to know. Now, again, telling somebody the answer is fine and dandy, but they won't really appreciate the answer until they go through their journey. If I had been told the answer, like the answer is you, do you think I'd be like, come on, really? The answer's not me. Like I have to go through all this stuff. Like, you know, like there's no way it can be me. I wouldn't have greater appreciation for it. I'd just be like discarding it. And I'm aware, because reality is a paradox. I can tell you the answer and you have the answer now, but you still have to go through your journey to really figure out that the answer is truly you. It's a feeling. It's a feeling that cannot be described with words, but the closest word is absolute knowingness. True knowingness that the answer is you. But you're going to have to go through that journey and see it for yourself. 143? Sure. 143. I'll get rolling with my exercise shortly. I'm going to have to generate my own heat. Good challenge, by the way, keeping the body keeping it going. It's fascinating that this had to occur when it was the coldest temperatures. Now, right now, it's a little bit warmer, but it's windy right now. So, but it's fascinating that this event had to occur right now. It didn't occur during the summer. It didn't occur when it was just like a little bit cooler, like when the heat was, sorry, it had to occur when it was actually minus 20 degrees. Brilliant. Brilliant. Maybe I set up this entire game. Maybe I desired that thing to break so that I could handle myself. It's fun. It's funny. It's a weird game I would be playing though, because like I would prefer it to be warm inside, but you know, here we are. Brilliant game. Brilliant to know that the answer is you. So you see, when I'm speaking on stages with thousands of people, I'll do a quick little TED Talk. Why not? So whoever's here, you can entertain my TED Talk for a moment. Welcome y'all to this TED Talk. I'm just going to get straight to the point. No fluff. Y'all came here looking for something, seeking an answer. What if I told you that the answer is closer than you think? Would you believe me? Or would you know in me? And I know that doesn't sound phonetically correct, but would you believe me or would you know in me? Would you know? Some of you would probably be like, I don't believe you. Well, that's fair. That depends on where you are in your journey. Some of you don't even know who the fuck I am, and that's okay. I am an anomaly. My name is Orion Phoenix Stellar, and I've traversed over 54,000 hours of personal development content. But really, truly speaking, we've been starting since the moment we were born. So I've been on the planet for about 1.28 billion seconds and counting. The number's closer to like 1.3 now, 1.3 billion seconds. Up until this moment, about 1.3 billion seconds. Now, as a baby, are you working on yourself? Well, no, but theoretically, yes, you are. You're preparing yourself because you think that you're just a child and you know nothing. Your soul has all the answers. But you're going through this journey. You're thinking that reality is real. And to some degree, it is. It is real, but it's also an illusion. It's both. It just is. Now, your third dimensional thinking mind, and yes, I just called all your minds third dimensional because that's what it is. We all have a third dimensional thinking mind that can only see in 3D. Forwards and backwards, past and future. It can't comprehend, unless you've gone deep within yourself, to understand that everything is simultaneously happening at the same time. And time is an illusion. But I'm getting a little bit off tangent, but this was meant to be said. The answer that you're all looking for, this magical answer to life. What if I told you that the answer is you? Would you believe me? What if I told you that you don't ever have to read another book seeking answers? You'll read a book if you choose to because you enjoy reading, but you're not reading because you have to read. Or watch another podcast, listen to another podcast because you have to. You're listening to it because you choose to. What if I told you that? That's a different shift in perspective, just so you know. Choosing to and have to are two different perspectives. Choosing to means you choose to use your time to listen to something to help you to remember what you already have within your soul. Have to implies that you're lacking something, that you think you have to do this thing that because you're missing something. I can break it down to the T that the answer is you. Give me a couple minutes and I'll explain. We're all fractals of the Creator. Now, some of you will have your own beliefs, and your beliefs are your boundaries, and your perception cannot go beyond your beliefs. So whatever your beliefs are, it's perfectly normal. Honor your beliefs, because you have been able to use your beliefs to navigate thus far. But you are a fractal of the Creator. And God is not some dude. God is an energy. It's an energy. And the word God is limited, because the moment you define God is that you confine God, and God cannot be defined and cannot be defined. It's the word that we can only give is infinite. And even that word is very limited, because to really conceptualize what it is, our mind can't comprehend it. It simply can't. And since God, or the infinite, it has all things. Some of you might believe otherwise, but from what I know, definitively what I know, and I can say that with absolute confidence, I know, with what I know, God has everything, and you're a fractal of God. And when you get sent down, by down, we're using this thing called descension. You're actually just, all that is within you. But to make it simplified for the third dimensional thinking mind, you descended from so-called heaven, and you came down into a body. Your soul was nested into a physical form, and then you, in the first 9 months before you even come out, you're still having your memories of, and with your other people who you're supposed to connect with, and you're still having a la time. But after that, the programming begins. Unless you have very, very conscious parents, or you chose very conscious parents. But if you did choose conscious parents, that means you're going to have an easier life. Potentially. Not necessarily. You may be one of those weird ones who may not fit in anywhere, though. But you understood how reality works. Some have to go through a process of forgetting everything, the veil. Getting very logical. Anyways. And because you're a teardrop of God, in that teardrop, it contains the entirety of what God is, the infinite. There's this idea that you are both the teardrop and the ocean in the same breath. You're the drop of the ocean's in that drop, and the drop is in the ocean. Paradox. Scooping up some water from the ocean, you do have the ocean in the bottle, but it's not the entirety of the ocean. You just have a portion of the ocean. And that portion of the ocean contains the elements that the ocean has, the salt and all the minerals or whatever. So yes, you do have the ocean in your hands if you scoop it in a bottle. That's what you are. You are basically like a bottle, a container that has all of the essence of God within you or within this vessel. Now, I'm not going to go and say that your body's inside of you because that'll throw all of you off. Let that one land. But you have everything within inside of you. But it doesn't feel like that because you've been conditioned and programmed and domesticated to believe that you don't have everything inside of you, that you're lacking something. Because you see someone who has something physical, because you have the misaligned definition of what having is, you can only have what you already have, inwards, outwards, as within, as without. Reality will never prove to you anything that's not already within you. Let me kind of run that one back. Reality will not show you anything different than what's currently within you right now. Sure, there might be anomalies to bring into your awareness, but that means there's something that your intuition's attempting to get you to pay attention to. Now, if you choose to pay attention and being in the now, different story, but it all starts from within. When I changed my entire life inwards, my entire outward life has shifted. Everything has shifted. My relationships shifted, my confidence shifted, my opportunity shifted, everything shifted. Everything got shifted. But the answer is you. But now that I've told you that the answer is you, that's not going to be enough. And I can prove it. It won't be enough for some of you. You're going to have to go through your mystical journey, the hero's journey, or the heroine's journey. If you don't like heroes and heroines, that's fine. You insert whatever you like. You're going to go through a journey. And you're going to read books and listen to podcasts and do all kinds of techniques and all kinds of stuff, only to realize that the answer will come back down to you. Astrology, numerology, crystals, tarot, oracle readings, moon rituals, ayahuasca, cacao ceremonies, all these external things to tell you that the answer is you. You're going to probably do some of these things to only come back that the answer is you. Because you're doing it. Only to find out more of who you are. You. God. Hello, gods. I honor thy sovereignty, each one of you. $1:57. I have 3 minutes. Yeah, but each one of you is God. And the answer is you. Go read books. I encourage it. Listen to podcasts. I encourage it. But know this. Every time you read a book, specifically in personal development and spirituality, self-help books, self means you. Self-help. Self-help. You help. You help yourself. Podcasts, depending on the podcast, of course. But we're sticking strictly to personal development, self-help stuff. You will come to the realization, maybe a year from now, 10 years from now, maybe 50 years from now, that each one of you is the answer. You have everything within you right now. You have everything within you right now, quite literally. It doesn't seem like that, but you're going to have to go on your journey to get to that realization, to realize. and remember and rediscover and realign. Thank you. That was the TED Talk. I have to use the bathroom quickly. So whoever's there, you can chill out. If not, I'm going to do my play out. So I know people disappear when I start doing my exercise, which is fine. I'll eventually stop doing my playouts on the live stream. I just do them because, you know, I like doing them. So I'll put on some music.
Sipping on gin and juice, laid back, Long Beach, Inglewood, South Central, out through the west side. It's California love. Get my drink on and my smoke on, then go home with something to poke on. 'Cause it's all for the 2 come and real. So now, smoke weed every day. All that hey, for my brothers who be thinking we soft, we don't play. We gon' rock it till the wheels fall off. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Smooth saxophone. Next stop, Chicago. It's such a long train ride. It's such a lonely ride back home. Now I know only I can stop the rain. Now I know only I can stop the rain. It's not that we gotta do what we do, it's what we know. So to me it ain't nothing but being true. But now I know only I can stop the rain. It doesn't have to be the way it is. You say it is. Just because for the past 20 years, every day it is. Well, now I know only I can stop the rain. I want to be able to walk out my front door without worrying about coming to conflict with the law, 'cause now I know only I can stop the rain. If I follow him, they'll follow me. And I'll speak life into the words that you can see, 'cause now I know, come on, only I can stop the rain. We get away with it everyday stuff, but everyday stuff catches up with you. And when it does, you can't say a thing. Now I know only I can stop the rain. If I don't, you will. What I won't, you still. What makes us feel like we got to kill when now I know only I can stop the rain. How many more lives must we lose? How many more times must we choose to trust these fools? Now I know only I can stop the rain. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I gave it to you straight, don't mix it, twist it. What? Up for some slick stuff. Now I know only I can stop the rain. I don't have to talk to it anymore. I don't have to walk to it anymore. I'm out the door. What? Now I know only I can stop the rain. I want to find peace with the Lord. I don't want to find a beast with the sword I can't afford to. Now I know only I can stop the rain. When every day of my life is just a constant fight between wrong and right. Now I know only I can stop the rain. I thank you, Lord, for my life. I thank you, Lord, for keeping it loose when things got tight. Now I know only I can stop the rain. Only I can stop the rain. Only I can stop the pain. Now I know only I can stop the rain.
It's cold, but I'm gonna generate some heat. So this is gonna be upper body today. And if you don't have dumbbells, you're gonna be doing push-ups. Lots of push-ups. I mean, this is a good test for the body, but you know, I'm like, okay, I think I've had enough of the tests. But yeah, our senses makes this very, very interesting. Like the house is now gone down even lower. It's at like it's at like 12 degrees now. It's gone down 2 degrees. 2 degrees makes a huge difference in the house. Okay. Oh man. Like even the coals, even the clothing feel very cold to put on. Leave that there. Yeah, the shoes are cold. Everything's cold. I have nobody on my own. You know, the me would have cracked by now, but I'm not cracking at all. It's an illusion.
Really wanna make things right, 'cause with you in my life, girl. I'm so lonely, so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely, so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody for my own, baby. Been all about the world, ain't never met a girl that could take the things that you've been through. Never thought the day would come where you would get up and run and I would be out chasing you. Cause ain't nowhere in the globe I'd rather be, ain't no one in the globe I'd rather see than the girl of my dreams that made me be so happy. But now I'm so lonely, so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody on my own. Oh, I'm so lonely, so lonely, Mr. Lonely. I have nobody on my own. Never thought I'd be alone. I didn't think you'd gone this long. I just want you to call my phone. So stop playing, girl, and come on home. Baby girl, I didn't mean to shout. I want me and you to work it out. Never wish that I would ever hurt my
Okay.
baby. And it's driving me crazy. Cause I'm so lonely. So lonely, Mr. Lonely.
I have nobody for my own. I'm so lonely. I'm so lonely. I have nobody. I have nobody for my own. All right. We're going to be doing the 25-minute one, the staple one. It's going to be 5 exercises, 5 body parts. And we'll be starting with like shoulders. And I have to use the bathroom one more time. I have to go eat. Number 1. I'll be right back.
So lonely, Mr. Lonely. Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good too. But you can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Regulators. Mount up. It was a clear black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets, trying to consume some skirts for the eve, so I can get some phones. Rolling in my ride, yeah, chilling all alone. Just hit the east side of the LBC, on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G. Seen a car full of girls, ain't no need to tweak. All your skirts know what's up with 213. So I hooks a left on 21 and Lewis. Some brothers shooting dice, so I said, let's do this. I jumped out the ride and said, what's up? Some brothers pulled some gas, so I said, I'm stuck.
Okay. Time to get rolling. So, this is the workout portion now, the play out portion. So, whoever's here, thank you for being here. If you decide to stay, that is, because if you don't, no big deal. But I'm gonna get rolling. For those of you who are going to be here, even if there's really nobody here, I still explain because I get to practice my fitness instructor journey. Because like, may as well. This is all practice for me, anyways. Because I know what's about to happen, right? I know how to help people in all aspects, mentally, physically, spiritually. Oh. Come on. Come on. So for chest, outer chest, you're going to be doing wide push-ups. Notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. Then you have your standard push-ups, which targets your shoulder blades and your mid back. Then you have narrow push-ups, biceps and triceps, and then you have diamond push-ups that targets your inner chest. And then you have pike push-ups, which I will demonstrate. Pike push-ups target your shoulders specifically. And if you bring your hands closer, it also gets challenging because it also targets your hamstrings. So this one's really good for basically upper and lower body. So that's what you'll be doing if you don't have dumbbells. I'll be using 35s. I'm gonna be eventually upping my dumbbells to 40. It was 2 days ago on Monday that I jumped into using 40s, like after the play out, to see if I can handle them. Like, I think I can handle 40s. So at the beginning of the year, I will be going up by 5. So it's gonna be fun. Because I want to normalize 40s. I want to normalize, like, no matter what I'm doing, 40s base, and not go any lower than 40s ever. So with that being said, y'all, it's time to get the show on the road. All right, I'm gonna change the music though. Tablet is at 28%. There's wife. Her hair is herring. She's funny. All right, let's get rolling. Let's see what this one sounds like. Ooh. Ooh. How long is this? 3 minutes and 29 seconds. I like it. Okay.
How the world kept demanding more, but now the patience is shattered.
Oops. I don't know if that's going to loop the video or loop the playlist. All right, let's get rolling. We're starting with shoulders.
The storm remains. Now the beast has awakened. All the silence is shaken.
Oops.
Not a hero they wanted, but the legend they needed. Now the rage is
Let's go. So we're doing lateral raises. Let's do it. Jaren's theme. All right. So there's 5 exercises per body part. So we have 4 more exercises to do on shoulders. So you're doing pike push-ups right now. All right. Upright rows are next. Awesome. So we're doing Arnold press. So your palms are facing you. And then when you bring it up, your palms are facing away from you. I was about to say your palms are sweaty, knees are heavy. Eminem's track. Awesome. "45-degree shoulder press." So you're gonna hold out the dumbbell like this and bring it up like this. So you're gonna be doing 45-degree chest press, where you're gonna hold the dumbbell slightly different by the handles itself. And your back is gonna kind of arch like this a little. shoulder shrugs. Actually, that was Ultra Instinct just now. This is Jaren's. So you're just doing shoulder shrugs, and now with shoulder shrugs, make sure you realize that these, even though it may look simple, this one's actually the one that you can underestimate. All right, we're moving on to back. So you're gonna do narrow or standard push-ups. So wide, standard, narrow, standard. We're doing bent over rows. So bent over rows, you're gonna bend your back like this. You can either have it arching or like this, but you're pulling the dumbbells up. We're doing good morning. So when I go to do this with those 40-pound dumbbells, it's gonna be interesting. Because right now I can balance it on my neck, no problem. But when I come to do the other one, the plates are too thick for me to put it on my shoulders. By the way, I'm coming down lower than normal. This is for my own flexibility purposes. For the rest of you, you would be coming about here. Now, if you want to challenge yourself, you can go ahead and do as far as you can. Wide push-ups, or wide rows. So instead of like this, you're gonna hold it like this. And you're gonna bring it up towards your shoulder joint. Remember to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. I'm gonna move my slippers away from there. Feels like I'm cutting off the screen for some reason. I know it's not, but it's giving the perception like the screen's being cut off. There. Dumbbell swings, y'all. This one's good for basically your entire lower body. Even though we're doing upper body, this is really good for your lower body as well. So this targets your spine, your hips, your glutes, your calves, your thighs, your knees, your ankles, your lower back. Not to mention your arms, because you're swinging the dumbbells with your arms. You're not really supposed to bring it up that close, but yeah. Okay, supinated rows. Your forearms are going to be pointed outwards. You're going to be bringing the dumbbells like this. There's going to be one called drag curls. You're going to be staying upright with it. This one you're going to come down. And you're alternating with these. This kind of targets your bicep as well. Very good. We're doing chest now, so wide and diamonds. I would alternate between the two. We're doing 45-degree chest press. Chest press are next. Ooh, cells track. So standard chest press. Very good. Dumbbell flies are next. Doing great, y'all. I'm watching my third dimensional thinking mind like have a pretend, like having a random argument with my dad right now for no reason. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop that. That's what the mind does. It likes to create unnecessary problems. It loves problems, if you didn't know that. It doesn't like being at peace, because when it's peace, it means it's bored. And boredom, right? Like when there's nothing happening, a lot of people are afraid of that because the silence scares people. Silence doesn't scare me. I've experienced extreme silence many, many times. But I'm just watching my mind, or watching the mind argue. I'm like, what you doing? So I'm interrupting it right now by speaking about it. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Wide push-ups. All right, we're gonna be doing it on the dumbbells. No, I don't mean, you know what. For those minds that are dirty, or honest minds is the only dirty-minded thought I had when I said that. We're doing it on the dumbbells. That's funny. Excuse me. So we're doing biceps next. Feeling it, y'all. Whew. All right, so we're doing drag curls. So similar to supinated rows, but instead of you bending your back, you're staying upright and pulling. So you're doing narrow push-ups now. For those without dumbbells. When we move to triceps, you can do all the push-up variants. Most of them target your triceps anyways. Chest, or diamond, wide, standard, and narrow. Even pike if you like. Then you have a push-up finisher. Perfect. Now shake it out. So we're doing twist curls. So your dumbbells and your palms are facing neutral like this, and then you're bringing it up so your palms should be facing you coming up, and then back to your side like that. Hence the word twist. Doing great, y'all. I'm generating some heat in the room with my body heat. Wow. One dumbbell curl. You can grab one dumbbell, hold it like this, and curl. There's a couple of leaves that came back outside, so I'm gonna go pick those up afterwards, get some fresh air. One more. There. Oh, for the first exercise for triceps, we're gonna be doing dips. So you don't have the dip bar, mine's is over there. You can use your sofa, a coffee table, a bed, the stairs, your fist, by balling your fist up, your dumbbells. Give yourself give yourself some extra leverage. So that's gonna be the first exercise in triceps coming up shortly. We're doing crossbody curls, so you bring the dumbbell towards your opposite chest muscle. All right. We're doing hammer curls. So you're bringing the dumbbell vertically upwards. Triceps, so you can do all the variants of push-ups for this. So you can switch between them all, or just do narrow, whatever you choose. But you already just did 5 narrows, so change them up. Diamond, standard, narrow, wide, and pikes. So we're doing dips, we're using the chair. Use what you got around the house, or the apartment, or your space, wherever you are. It's literally not making any excuses. No excuses. Skull crushers are next. So with these, oh, you already know what I'm about to say. Make sure you don't drop the dumbbell. Ah, shoot. I put the dumbbell right in front of me. I can't see when he's gonna finish. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's not do that. Actually, I have to use this one. Tape press. So tape press is like doing a chest press, but you're curving the dumbbell inwards like this. That targets your triceps. Oh, we're going back. Okay, so we're playing back the playlist. So we're gonna get some Power Ranger stuff. Narrow push-ups, y'all. So for those of you, narrow push-ups. We're doing it on the dumbbell though. We're almost done, y'all. Well, almost done the upper body play out, the main quest. I get to listen to Super Saiyan 3 without it being the official Super Saiyan 3. Feeling it, y'all. Feeling it, feeling it, feeling it. One more exercise and then we have our push-up finisher. It'll be 40 seconds, 4 different push-up types for 10 seconds each. Wide, standard, narrow, diamond. After this exercise, of course, overhead extension. Oh my God. Feeling it in my tricep. Put away the dumbbells. Okay, we have a push-up finisher now. Get these out of the way. So wide, standard, narrow, diamond. Let's go. Switch. 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 Congratulations, y'all. We did the thing. There's no cool down with him on this video. Back in the day when he used to do these, he didn't do any cool down or any warm-ups. So it's just get straight to it. So that's why, like, when I first was with, well, Caroline, she would always do stretches at the end. But like, I didn't know the importance really back then of why it was important to, you know, stretch your body at the end. Now I know why. Flexibility, joint recovery. It's not stiff, it's loose, it's lubricated. We'll get abs done, and then we have our fun times to do, our 55s and our optional training and our mobility training. So I'm gonna just kind of take it easy. I'm not gonna like rush. Just gonna kind of go at my own pace, my own leisure. My new protein powder should be coming in. Fresh batch. It's gonna be good. Oh man. Now, do I have to do all that stuff that I do, the mobility training and the 55s? No, I don't have to do them, but I choose to because I enjoy challenging myself every day. If you didn't know, the exercise is just as much as I love talking. If you didn't know that. I love sharing the wisdom that we all possess within, bringing to the awareness. I love bringing awareness to things, and I love moving my body. I choose those two things over playing a video game, even over reading my books. And I love reading books, and I love playing video games. But I choose my talking and my serving, my servitude, and my fitness over both of those. We still have to do the stretch again, so just kind of whew. Oh, we're supposed to face this way. Okay, let me go use the bathroom quickly and come right back. Well, the parts came in, as I said it would. I told you. The guy came, and he's like, man, we've been so busy. I'm like, yeah, I know how it works. I was just talking to my dad, telling him, like, you know, stuff, but one sec, y'all. I gotta listen just in case I have to help him with something. Whew. Well, gives us a moment to pause. The parts finally came in. About time. Whatever is in this box. Whatever is in this box, I guess the motor or whatever it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's coming from Kitchener. You know, it's funny, they still spelt the last name wrong. It's Summer. You know, if I had that last name, Summer, Andre Summers, or Andre Summer, that wouldn't be too bad, but, you know. This is not my protein shake, just so you know. This is for the heater, whatever is in this box. So, I'm gonna put this down. They're on hold, you know, when you're like waiting for someone to speak to. I couldn't wait up there. Okay, I guess I'll do some mobility training in the meantime. I'll do some mobility training, get some of that stuff out of the way. I'll do abs in a moment. Ooh. Let's grab our resistant band. You know what's fascinating, y'all? How many resistant bands have broken on the stream? We had, let's see, the 50-pound kind of snapping. We had the other one snap. We had the 40-pound snap. And guess what's happening? This one's ripping as well. Aren't resistant bands supposed to last? It just means I'm just too damn strong. Oh my God. That's the joke. You get like like one of those like 250-pound like muscle man, like those six foot tall men, and they're like struggling with like heavy resistant band and they can't snap it. And look at me, this short little 5'7", 8 person who is snapping resistant bands like it's for breakfast. Oh my God, that's crazy. All right, so we're doing shoulders. I'll put on music in a moment, but for now I'll just leave it off because hold on. Did they say you're on hold for half an hour? What did you say just now?
No, just half an hour. So relax. Open it and see if it's for that. Just get a knife and cut it and see. I'll hold. Don't worry. Got it there. Press one and wait for the next one, and then call you back. Then I'm calling you back anyways.
I should remove my resistant band from my hand. Let's move the packing slip out of here. Let's get that out of the way. Yep, it's the motor. Yeah, it's the motor. It's the motor.
Probably not. I mean, is everything in the box?
Okay. So that's the motor in the, I had to just double check, but that is definitely a motor or whatever that's supposed to really be for the heater. So Dad's on hold probably for like 30 minutes. Yeah. So I got wrist, shoulders, hips, and spine to do. And I'll do some of my 55s while I'm at it. It's important to get your joints going. I think I explained this before, but if you want energy to flow through your body properly, get your joints to move properly and you'll feel a lot better. When you feel better, you do better. When you do better, everything just, it runs like butter. You fire on all cylinders. But whenever there's like a kink in your body, right? Sometimes my neck, right? I have to remind myself to keep doing my neck every so often. The neck is one of the most neglected places, and that's where a lot of the problems stem. Neck, shoulders, hips, and knees, and ankles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You take care of 1, 2, well, 3, 4, and 5, you will live a wonderful life, I promise you, health-wise. Don't take care of those joints. You're asking for it. Yeah, but I'm young. I'm young. I'm young. I know. Age is an illusion, though. I'm more flexible than I am now than I was in my 20s. And I thought in my 20s I was strong. I'm much stronger than I am now in my 40s. I can eat my 20-year-old for breakfast. If me and my 20-year-old were to go at it, like lifting weights and running and endurance and stuff, I'd beat him. I'd beat him 100%. He wouldn't be able to keep up with me. in my 20s, I wasn't overweight. I was very slim. I wasn't muscular per se, but I was strong, but I wasn't like super strong. And I didn't have the endurance. Oh shit, this is definitely ripping even more. Oh my god, it's gonna rip. You know what's gonna happen. It's gonna get ripped. Well, I have more of these downstairs. This is the medium one. I'll do a couple more. All right. Okay, shoulders are kind of done. I say kind of done because you know what I first do in the morning, y'all? As soon as I get up now, I do this. I literally, there's no nothing. As soon as I get out of bed, I'm doing this and then I'm hanging right away. So you can imagine just waking up and doing this right away, it forces your body to like, oh shit, he's forcing us to do this thing again. Yep. You have to comply, body, and you have to comply, mind. This is a massive win first thing in the morning. Just hanging. Since I don't have a bar, this is my bar. This kind of simulates similar things to being outside hanging on those bars when we're not able to. It's fascinating. Whew. All right. So what did we do for, oh, right. Wrist, we're going to be balancing. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Back. Oh shit, I dropped there for a moment. Oh, I can't forget your wrists as well. 6. Dad speaking to someone on the phone. You all have no idea how incredibly painful this can be when I first started this. Whew. Bending your wrists back like this. Look at this thing. Whew. Okay, shoulders and wrists are done. Spine. So I've been adding a couple more things to my routine. So I've been doing this. These are crabs. These ones fix your posture and your spine and your hips and your ankles and your shoulders. And yes, you see this move, y'all? This is a sexual move. For my guys out there, this will give you that thrust. Oh my God. That's too funny. I know whoever's there, you're probably laughing your ass off. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So that's not actually my spine movement. My spine movement is actually this one. So this is what I'll do for spine today. Wait a minute. I've done this one on Monday. No. This is what I'll do for spine. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Sometimes I can get my elbow down. 17, 18, 19, 20. I have to do the other side. Damn. Oh, son of a... Okay. Yes, that fan sounds like something's like something fell in it. I trust everything. Well, I already know everything's working out the way it's supposed to. I'm much warmer now. Yeah. Mom just arrived home. I can hear the car. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. Yeah. Spine is done. We'll be back.
This game
Yeah, it just came. What's this?
was my friend gave me a gift. Okay, so
Dad's calling him. He's speaking to them right now.
now we're gonna do he shall talk.
Audrey,
Yeah?
oh, gosh.
Mom.
Hold on for a second. See better than me. Audrey, come back.
Oh, okay. Here. What is that? If I have a direct number. I do have a direct number. One day I call it up. So can I call it up for you to hear what it is? It's 1-855-625-4090.
Whew. Okay, so our spine is done, shoulders are done, wrists are done, hips are next. We got hips to do. All right, so what did I do yesterday for hips? What the hell did I do for hips yesterday? They're fighting again. All right. We're going to do 90-90 transitions. Oh. We're doing 90-90 transitions. It takes a moment for me to come on. Come on. There we go. Damn it all. The ankles. kind of tweaked my ankle a little bit. But it's good that I tweaked it. You know why? Because it's strengthening up my ankles. It's strengthening my ankles right now. Okay. Hips are done. Okay. I got kicks to do. I got my 55s to do. Got my abs to do. But we're getting it done. All right, let's do the HIIs. I'll put back on music in a moment. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Okay. All right, left side. Twelve. 13. Okay. Mobility training complete. Now my 55s and my abs. Okay. We're gonna do it in somewhat backwards order. I'm gonna put back on music. I'll have ultimate abs open. Katie was live. Interesting. She answered questions live. Shifting the matrix energy. We're going to be doing ultimate abs in a moment. What the hell is this?
Attention to detail in RS18. First up, when pressing any of the physical side buttons, there's a new animation that makes it look like you're pushing the bezel into the screen. And I have to say, this clever animation is pretty satisfying to watch. Is this a preview of the solid state buttons in a future iPhone? Next, the flashlight gets an update as well. We know that you can...
That's old. I don't know why I even clicked that. Brace, core, and abs. What are we doing on this one? Fun times. Might do Caroline's abs today. This sounds like fun. This looks like fun. Oh, yep. Okay. All right, I'm gonna do abs right now. So, this one's called 10 minutes braced core and ab play out. And I haven't done this since 4 years ago with her. That's wild, 4 years ago? That's when she changed her layout too and everything. Wow. And she started wearing like, her clothing started matching her timers and her timers started matching her clothing. I was like, wow, she's going beyond right now. Crazy. That's why she has so many like connections and she's just awesome. All right, back to music. Let's restart this track. All right, y'all. We have some hollow holds to do too. And we've been practicing hollow holds for the last 3 days now. So this shall be good. Remember, ab exercises don't give you abs. You're gonna breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. Keep your lower back flat. So we're doing crunch with hip lift. So we're actually lifting our hips here. So each exercise is 40 seconds in play. 10 seconds of rest. This one's really gonna be challenging on the core. Oh, nope, there's no rest. 20-second holds. Yep, there's no rest. So crunch with toe taps. And then guess what we're doing? Hollow holds. Yeah, this one's rough. Oh my God. Well, Ryan, what are you doing? Oh, oh my God. Hold on. We're doing dead bug. Holy shit, yo. Oh my God. This is crazy. Oh my God. This is the music that's being played for this abs. Oh my God. Double dead bug. This is double dead bug or a live bug. Well, there's a reason why we've been practicing hollow holds. This one popped up. My intuition was like, do it. Then you get to see how strong your core really is. Fuck. There's no rest in between. Oh my God. Oh my God. Feeling it. It's good. It's good, by the way. Oh my God. All right, let's go. So we're doing this kind of reverse crunch. Yeah, this is probably the hardest one I've done in a while. But challenging. Even she's struggling right now. Green Ranger, go. It should be saying gold, go Orion Ranger, go. Hip lift. So remember how I said that I was building heat? Well, guess what? I'm sweating buckets right now. Y'all, my abs are on fire right now. It's good. Holy shit. I'm gonna download this video. Yeah. What the hell are we doing here? Oh my god. Ah. Shit. Oh. Oh my god. Ah. Fuck. That means I should do this one more often. I should do this one more often. She's taking breaks too. She's like done like dinner as well. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shit. Oh my god. Thank you, sister. Why do you think she was my first fitness trainer? Don't underestimate her. I've done her playouts that challenged me more than like even Tiff and Dan stuff. We'll do our actual stretches. I'm just following what she's doing. She always does this, and then she does this. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna download it quickly. That's crazy. Where's my tab? There it is. The beautiful thing is I can download YouTube videos off of YouTube on my tablet. So I can have it for offline viewing. These come in handy because like when I don't have internet access, I have content. Ho ho hey ho ho hey ho ho hey hey ho ho hey ho. There's one video I want to download as well. In the universe. Now in his hand. The end of guilt. I'm gonna download this. This was a really good audiobook earlier.
White light cuts through the storm.
A legend transformed.
From shadows I rise again. The fight begins where it all began. Once I was lost in the dark, haunted by the ghost in my heart. Broken chains
And I can also download audio from YouTube. So awesome. Father, I am made. Let's edit this quickly. The light remain. I love it.
Echoes of the battles past, memories that'll always last. The morphine power in my veins, born again through loss and pain. Voices whisper he's the one, chosen child of the rising sun. No retreat, I face the night. Every shadow fears my light. Every wound will always mend. From black to white, I've crossed the line. Now the power is truly
Ooh.
no control, no disguise.
Let's remove wallets from the front.
Truth behind my eyes. White lightning, thunder and steel. The power is real.
All right, let's move this to my holder. Oops. Play out videos, abs. Cool. Awesome. Through every storm, through endless fight, I'll be the spark in the endless night. White light, Cool. All right. Abs are pretty much done. We have our 55s to do. A couple stretches I still have to do. There's gonna be a Power Ranger song that's gonna be like 43 minutes. It's just a compilation of all the songs they made. You know what's funny? A year ago, I couldn't even do this. I struggled. I can actually stay in this position for a while now. In fact, I can stay here for a while now. So what I do, I sometimes bring my lower back down, see if I can touch it, which pulls on like my thighs. All right, 55s are left. Got a fair bit to do with this. It's gonna start to get dark too. I'm gonna see if I can get it done before it gets dark. All right. Oh. Whoever's there, you're probably like, what is he doing? I'm staring into your soul. Your soul is mine. All right, I'm gonna grab a snack. Before I do that, let me do my ab things. That way my abs are done. I don't have to worry about anything in my stomach. Okay. I'm gonna do my ab stuff first. Oh yeah, that's gonna break soon. Yeah, that one's gonna break. This was on the precipice of breaking. Damn. Got my dips to do. Got my push-ups. Got my squats to do. All right, cool. Let's go. Super Saiyan 3 with lyrics. Nice. I feel the fire burning in my soul. Whew. Even further beyond. Actually, I'll put this behind me. Let's go. I'm gonna play this one again. I'll let it play again. I like it. Very good. What's up with my headband? There we go. Very good. Shit. Shit. Whew. It's starting to get dark. I'm outside right now just grabbing some fresh air. Amazing. Awesome. That was good. Get some fresh air outside. It's not cold outside actually. It's pretty warm. In comparison to what we've experienced, yeah. All right, the Ultimate Power Ranger compilation's coming up. So all these songs that are playing, or all the Power Ranger songs are gonna be in that one track. This one just started. Nice. Lightspeed Rescue. Go! All right. I have Lightspeed Rescue. Power Ranger Lightspeed Rescue. Power Ranger Lightspeed Rescue. Power Ranger Lightspeed Rescue. Light speed. Go! $21. Power Rangers Lightspeed. Power Rangers. I should make a Power Rangers playlist. Whew, excuse me. To save the day. This actually was one of my favorite Power Ranger series, Lightspeed Rescue. The suits weren't the greatest, like they weren't the coolest looking design Power Ranger suits, but it was one of my favorite stories. Plus there was two hotties in that one. Dana and Miss Fairweather. Yeah, Dana. Zeo was good. The Gold Ranger. The old Ranger. Down tomorrow. Ooh. Oh boy. Let's go. I'm at 33. CO2. CO4. Oh my God. Whew. So what I might do is hold off on this until my protein shake, my protein powder comes in. And then I'll do that and then I'll drink my protein shake. So after I finish this, I'm gonna take a small little pause. I have a couple stretches to do. And I'll do those stretches before I go grab something to eat, and then I'll leave this for last. So when I come back from showering and all that, protein shake should be, or the protein powder should be here by 6:46, 6:45. I'll have to turn on the light shortly. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The Tyrannosaurus Rex song that we were outside for, playing again. 44. Whew. When I get the new iPhone, I'm gonna just put on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Messenger, and WhatsApp, and the banking apps. Cosmic Orange. OC, or CO. Orange Cosmic. The OC. Orange Cosmic. Or Orion Cosmic. Or Cosmic Orion. Because orange is starts with O. Cosmic Orion. Cosmic Orion. I like the ring of that. We have 11 more to do. Forevermore. Now my stretches. And I'll do that after. I'll grab a snack. How many steps did I do today so far? Oops. What the hell? Weird. Huh. 13,550 or 527 steps. Not that I really have to show anymore, but 13,527 steps. That's the most I've had in a little bit of time. Not bad. It's good. Still hitting the 10K every day. Haven't missed a 10K day yet. Despite the cold, still doing it. It's good. April 18th. Wait, no. April 8th will equal 1 year of 10K straight. Whatever that amount is. 10,000 times 365 on average. Let's see. Oh shit. Tablet has to charge. I just saw the battery. Yeah, we got it at 1%. That's crazy. Gold Fury. The reason why I like the Gold Ranger because he's associated to Egypt and like the powers of the pyramid. Go, go, go. All right, so 365. That's it? Well, yeah, it makes sense. 3.65 million steps for a whole year. That's a lot of steps. Doesn't seem like a lot though. I was thinking it was gonna be a little bit more than that. But that makes sense because we already hit 2 million. On January 8th, we'll hit 3 million. Because October 28th, we hit we hit 2 million. July 18th, we hit 1 million. So from January 8th to April 18th, that's where 4 million will be hit. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be 400 days. Wait, is that 400 days? No. I think April 28th will be 400 days. It's either April 8th or April 28th or May 8th. It'll hit 400 days. That'll be 4 million steps. Man, it's crazy. All right, 11 more. Awesome. Cool. That does quite the trick on my back. Son of a mother, yo. Yeah. Ugh. I'll turn on the light in a moment. I gotta remember this energy that I was in today, the ripple energy, and the universe wants you to be wealthy because it's for your expansion. The universe wants me to be wealthy. It's not against me. It wants me to be wealthy so that I can help people. I want to help people with the wealth that I have so I can make a difference in people's lives. The more I can expand, the more I can help. The more I have, the more I can help. It's my birthright to have. All right. Okay, snack time. Turbo overdrive. It's 4:32. Perfect time. Yes, do you see what I'm doing? Turbo overdrive. Okay. I'm gonna go grab some of this turbo overdrive. You're coming upstairs with me in terms of the microphone. Yep. Don't worry, I'll move the microphone from my mouth. That way you all are not hearing the crunch crunch. I should eat a clementine or two, because I haven't had clementine in a hot minute. Look at us eating all this fruit right now. All right, so basically I'm 99.9% done my fitness today. So that's good. I'm waiting for my protein powder to come in so I can have it. I'll do my 55 bicep curls. And then drink that whenever it comes in. I don't really like drinking protein shakes late at night. Like I used to do two a day at one point. I didn't see any benefit of doing that. Technically speaking, protein powder is an illusion as well. Like one of the brothers who's from one of the other countries, the more, natural countries where fruit and stuff is more natural, he's more ripped. He doesn't have protein powder, or he doesn't take protein powder. He eats a lot of, gets amino acids from his fruits and stuff. So if I was living on that side of the world, it'd be different, but a lot of the fruits I'm not accustomed to yet. But it goes to show you the difference between someone who lives in like North America or the Western countries versus the Eastern countries. The East has got it right. The West, well, the West focuses on processed things. This is like a whole course meal I'm about to eat here. Getting banana, yogurt, apple, peanut butter slices, plural, 2. Pretty dope. Peanut butter slices with almonds, walnuts, and honey. Came up with this concoction during the summer. I was like, still want to find a way to just eat. I know some of those, you eat nuts? That's what she said. Nope, I don't even think anybody even says that anymore. I think we moved past that now. I think. I don't know. I'd have to go into a school and see what kids are saying. I'd be like, yo, kid. What is this slang? Yesterday, Jonty was sharing some slang with me. Like, why? Oh, shit. That's what I was supposed to do. Like, Jonty gave me a joke. He's like, why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. That's awesome. Okay, Google, turn on light. You should still be able to hear me. Rise of the Green Ranger. The cooling fan acts as a tray now. I came up with this one. I'm gonna squat because it's been a while. your food digests faster as well when you sit in a squat.
Bow before the Emperor, the true ruler of the dark. Let the universe tremble at the name. Lord Zed. Crowned in burning metal, forged in shadow's flame, a ruler born of chaos. The galaxy knows my name. My power shakes the
Lord Zed.
heavens. Thunder cracks the sky. Every ranger fears the day I rise and they all die. Serpent staff ignites with a pulse of molten light. I command the darkest armies marching deep into the night. Planets fall like ashes when I claim what's mine. I am the Emperor eternal. Evil may divide. No hero stands immortal. No legend left to save. Their colors fade to nothing as they kneel before my grave. I am the king of pain, master of the fire. The greatest villain ever crowned the universe's dark sire. My tyranny is endless. My wrath will never tire. Bow before the Emperor, Lord Zed, the great destroyer. Lord Zed, the great destroyer. Lord Zed, the great destroyer. Lord Zed.
Just checking Facebook right now.
I've shattered mighty armies with a gesture of my hand. Crushed every hopeful warrior, daring to make a stand. My monsters roam like titans, with lightning in their veins. Their screams become my symphony, a chorus forged in pain. I watch the worlds I conquer, burning crimson light. A throne of broken heroes stands before my might. Their hope becomes my trophy, their fear my sacred crown. I rise above their ruins as the rangers tumble down. Let them gather courage, let them try to fight. For every strike they offer, I return with endless night. I am the king of pain, breaker of the stars. My empire's been through galaxies with iron-blooded scars. Their destinies collapse beneath my ever-burning fire. Kneel before the Emperor, Lord Zed, the one true fire.
The one true fire.
Hear the whispers of the void, they chant my sacred name. I stand beyond the mortal realm, a god without a chain. Let the rangers tremble, let their legacy decay. For every light they cling to, I will tear it all away. Fall to darkness, bend to power. My own stand becomes my hour. Crimson lightning, feel it strike. Zed the Emperor, ruler of king of pain, eternal and supreme. A nightmare crowned in power, born from every shattered dream. The greatest villain history will ever dare admire. Bow down before the Emperor, the Lord of Fire.
The Lord of Fire.
Terror, my reign will never cease. Through chaos, fear, and fury, I devour every piece. I rise above the cosmos as its true unholy sire. For I am Emperor of all evil, King of
Nice. Almost done eating. In space. Oh shit, I should go shower after this. I really should go shower after this. Because like the guy might come. I gotta hurry up. Okay, that just hit my... That just came... Alright. I just realized I don't know when the guy's coming. Alright, I'll be back, y'all. I don't want to be caught where the guy's here and like I'm showering. So, just hang out here for a bit.
Power
The music ended. What's up, dude? Just went to shower. Just came back. I'm gonna go comb my hair and whatnot. Just listening to Power Ranger music. We're waiting for the heat to still. Like, the guy is supposed to come today. The part finally came in. So, we're just waiting for all that to be sorted out. I'll read what you shared when I get right back. I'm going to feel so good on Sunday when I get my hair cut and my beard done. It's going to be peak.
Shadows grow, but even the night fears what they know. United hearts, their spirits pure. In every fight, they're bonded. Power unleashed. Evil's deceased. Never retreat. Still power can't be
All right, let's see what you said. What we got? My heat wasn't working until a couple weeks ago. Wow, that sucks. Damn. Yeah, so I know your pain, bro. I know what you were feeling. Thankfully, we haven't gone that cold, but it's 13 degrees Celsius in the house, so they haven't the motor thing came today. But we have to wait for the guy to come now to install it. So that's where we are right now. The heat's been broken since Friday. Friday evening, I heard like some rumbling sound. What the hell is that rumbling sound? And then Saturday it wasn't working. Yesterday or the day before, it was kind of working, but then it stopped working. Very, very random. Yeah. Today's been an eventful day. I want to share something with you regarding the word guilt. So, you know, this morning I was listening to an audiobook. Well, I listened to it on the stream, but I was also listening to it on the stream. And, you know, we're all supposed to be wealthy because the universe wants you to expand and grow and have what you're supposed to have so that you can help the people you're supposed to help, which kind of goes hand in hand with what I'm about to say. SPD. All right, I'm gonna pause the music. It's good, but I've got to pause the music. So there's a couple things. I'm gonna just push in the door so I can keep the heat in the room. The heat that I generated from my body heat earlier with my play out. I have one more thing to do. I'm waiting for my protein powder to come in so I can finish up, but yeah, it's all good. So let me read what you said and then I'll continue. Yeah, that's good. The thing is, you know, the funny thing about that is because you're vibrating at a higher level. So like some days, like I don't really feel tired. Sleep is an illusion to some degree. Like do we really require sleep? Not really, but it's good for the human requires the sleep. We, like the awareness doesn't require the sleep. We have infinite energy. But the vessel, unfortunately, we have to adhere to the vessel, right? The vessel that we chose. So regarding this word guilt that I was getting to, I'll use me for example. You know, if I didn't start live streaming a year ago, I wouldn't have ran into you. You would have never met me. You may have met me maybe 5-10 years down the road if I had finally taken action. And I know some of the things I've said has shifted in your life. I know some of the things I've shared has helped you in your life in some shape or form. And vice versa. But you see, when we feel like we're not good enough and we feel guilty about doing things or we're not meant to do it, here's the thing, we're being a disservice. We're being a disservice when we feel guilty. We're being a disservice to ourselves and to others, because had I not started a year ago, well, let me just be real. Whatever YouTube Shorts started, whenever TikTok started, I could have started going live all the way back then, but I didn't because I was too afraid to speak my truth because I was not sure what the hell to say to people. I was attempting to be a YouTuber and I made videos, of course, and I knew what I knew, but like I wasn't quite aware as to where I am right now. So there's the paradox to this. There's two ways that this is going to go. Because I've taken longer than I was supposed to, theoretically, you all had to wait several years to get some of your answers. Even though, you know, you could have gotten the answers from someone else. So the longer someone takes to fulfill their role or to get onto their purpose, that means the people that they're supposed to serve is going to have to wait until they are ready, or they get it from someone else that may or may not be in alignment. So there's that. There's one route. The second route is everything is supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen. So like I was supposed to start live streaming last year, not a moment sooner. And you all were supposed to meet me not a moment sooner. You weren't supposed to meet me 5 years ago. You weren't supposed to meet me 10 years in the future. You're supposed to meet me right here, right now. So in that aspect, you know, you are where you're supposed to be in every present moment. Feeling guilty about, man, I should have been further along and I I should be here because society puts this thing like, you know, you're a certain age and you should have certain things and this is how it should be done and da 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 and blah 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 blah. Because, you know, people say like this is how it works over here. Like Dad and I had a little bit of an argument earlier because he was getting frustrated with the person on the phone, and I told him, Dad, if you keep swearing at that person, do you think they want to help you? I was supposed to handle the call, but the thing is I had stuff to do, but you know, I dealt with it and we got into it. But then, you know, I told him like, Dad, you don't really know how reality works. This is how it actually works. It starts with you. So for example, if you're getting pissed off at someone, do you think they want to help you? Imagine it was me on the other end of the line. You think I want to help you? I just hang up the damn phone. I'm like, I'm not going to take this shit. Hang up on your ass. Right? But I get the frustration. And sometimes we feel bad for the things that we do. Now, we can't go back. All we can do is move forward in the here and the now. So what can you do? You can shift. So feeling guilty is one of those corrosive frequencies. It's glue that will bind you stuck. I don't care if it's entities or whatever, but they will leech on that energy. Your third dimensional thinking mind, it wants to keep you safe. The entities, the egregores, they want to keep adhering to this thing because you've created them. But we're not meant to feel guilty for anything. Now, if you're purposely going to go and take a knife and like stab somebody, well, you know, there's a little bit of common sense that has to be had here. But my point, what I'm getting at is that there's two things. One, you know, the longer you take to go and help the person you're supposed to help or do the thing you're supposed to do, that you came here to do, the longer you're actually making someone else wait for you. I was given that lesson very clear back in 2021 from my business mirror, Angel. She's like, Andre, you know, you're afraid. I was like, you are telling me that I'm afraid? How dare you? This was the third dimensional thinking mind. How dare you tell me that I'm afraid, Angel? I'm not afraid of anything. I could go ahead and do it. And I like to prove people wrong. That was my kind of energy. But she's like, you know, you're afraid because, you know, you think you're not ready. And here's the thing. You'll never feel ready. Ready is not a feeling, it's a decision. But the longer you take, well, my name's Orion now. The longer you take, Orion, well, she was really talking to Andre, because Orion is just like, pfft, the longer you take, the longer you make someone suffer. And that hit me like a ton of brick. Pfft. And then, of course, that makes you feel guilty. Because, like, shit. Like, I can't feel guilty. Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. Your package has arrived.
My protein shake has arrived. I'm going to go grab that quickly. I'll continue talking. You can still hear me. Let me just pull it from the door. Oh, they put it in a bag. Interesting. Well, this is weird. I've never ever had Amazon deliver it in a like a big ass paper bag before. Psst. I ran out of my protein powder, so I had to get that. So I'll open that in a moment. Yeah. So we're not meant to feel guilty for the things that we didn't do sooner. Because the more we linger with those feelings, man, I should have told that girl that I liked her sooner. Man, I should have taken that opportunity to speak on that stage sooner. Man, I should have been able to like do this thing sooner. The universe wants you to never feel guilty. It's a trap. It's a trap by the third dimensional thinking mind, by the egregores that we created to keep you playing small, playing stuck, staying stuck. You're supposed to never feel guilty about anything. Of course, do your best not to do things against others and hurt them. Like, you're not intentionally hurting anybody, right? But, because like this morning I was thinking about it, I'm like, you know, this is a frequency that the universe wants me to expand. It wants to give me the millions and the billions, because the more I have, the more I can expand, and the more I can expand, the more I can serve. I can have more to serve, because you're meant to have the resources. There's a great audiobook. It's about an hour and 30 minutes long. I'm going to put it in the chat. I don't know if you'll be able to click the link, but I think you'd like it. It's one of those AI ones, but I think you'd enjoy what it's saying, because I find that it's pretty powerful stuff. So let me just find it first of all. I have to go to my history for a sec. Uno momento. It's called The End of Guilt. Wallace Wattles, or Waddles. Is it Waddles? Wallace Waddles? Yeah, Wallace Waddles, the one divine right that commands infinite wealth, the end of guilt. Share, copy. Now I can go to my live stream. I don't know if it's going to work. It might work. You can check it out. I left it there. As for this thing, damn, this is one big ass, like, I've never seen an, like, envelope this size. Well, at least they're eliminating boxes. Yeah, we got it. Our protein powder. Which means I'm gonna do my 55 resistant band curls right now. I was supposed to open it that side. Oh well. At least it's easy to put away. That's good. All right. This thing. Okay, so I can throw away this one. Well, another 4 months with this one. That's good. You're not supposed to ever feel guilty about anything, because the guilt energy is going to make you feel like you did something wrong. That feeling wrong thing will, over time, will feel like, you know, you can't be forgiven. And then it becomes a trap that you get stuck in. Don't get stuck in it. But yeah, the longer you take to go and fulfill something, don't feel guilty, of course. But the longer you take to go and fulfill your whatever it is that you want to fulfill, the longer you potentially are making somebody wait for you to get the answers that you're supposed to give them. I was supposed to give you all the answers. Well, I'm not giving you all answers. I was supposed to mirror back awareness for you to be aware sooner rather than later, but everything had to happen exactly the way it was supposed to. Nothing happens by accident, right? Case in point, a great example, you told me about your heat, right? It's no accident why you know what it feels like to not have heat in your house. And you live in Canada, and it's not cold, it's not warm where you're living. Now, of course, your cold is different from the cold that's in Toronto. It's much colder. And because you're not near a lake, right? It's a little bit warmer where you're at. Even though the temperatures could be much like deeper in like the minus, it's that minus temperature is usually probably warmer than our minus temperatures. So if we had the same minus 20, your minus 20 is probably warmer than our minus 20. All right, let's get this rolling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is my last thing that I have to do. 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. Wow, 40. Ooh, yeah, my arms, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 50. 5 more. 1, 2, 3. There we go. That's all I had to do. Now I'm done. Now I can have my protein shake. But before I go and partake in my protein shake, I'm gonna go outside and deal with that. That way, share anything though. I'll be right back. But essentially, yeah, the longer you take, the longer you're making somebody wait. The longer you take, the longer you're making somebody wait. Taking to making. The longer you're taking, the longer you're making somebody wait. That's a real bar. That's really my message. And of course, don't feel guilty. Because that guilt is going to eat away at all the progress. But you know what the funny thing is? I want to share a paradox with you right now. Paul on the TV, interesting. Outside. It also comes to your perception of guilt. Because the thing about guilt is that your frequency wants you to feel guilty and wants you to feel negative about being guilty. Now here's the other thing. Here's a paradox. You can actually trick your mind to say, even if you feel guilty, to put a positive spin on it. Because your perceptions, right? Your perception will be like skewed. Because like if you're like, oh man, I'm feeling guilty about something, you can actually reframe it to being positive, because anything can be alchemized. So that's a little bit of a hack as well. That the mind, that's a shortcut. You can transmute anything and change anything into anything. You have that power. Whew. All right, I took the garbage to the front. I'm sure I have to take more stuff to the front, but yep, let's see. Good question. Yes. Everything is, there's a paradox to that. So let me get my milk and I'll explain that. But yes, you're right. I have to go back outside and throw this garbage. So I'll answer that when I get back. All right, so I'll go back outside quickly. But to answer your question, yes, they did have to wait a little bit later. You know why? Because they had to go through a journey of having the depth, getting the experience. So for example, the answer is you. So I was explaining this earlier. I did like a mini TED talk earlier today. So the answer is you, right? So I go on stage and I tell everybody, all right, let me get straight to the point. You all think that you're missing something and you're thinking like, you're coming to me thinking that I have all these mythical answers. I do, but I'm gonna tell you right now that you have the answers too. Now you're probably wondering, huh? How? I don't have the answers. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say. It's perfect. All ways are right ways, right? There's no wrong or right, it just is. That's the paradox of reality. So the answer is you, but you're probably wondering, no, it's not. It can't be me. It's too simple. So guess what? You're gonna have to go on a mythical journey. You're gonna have to uncover that the answer is really you. I just gave you the shortcut, but you may not believe it right away. So you're gonna go and read, I don't know how many books, I don't know how many podcasts you're gonna listen to, I don't know how many courses you're gonna take, I don't know how many retreats you're gonna go to, how many things you're gonna undertake or intake, for you to realize that the answer was you all along. So yes, you're gonna have to go through that to build your character and have the depth, have your foundations built. So that way, when you find out that the answer was really you, when I said the answer was you, you'll now understand why. Because if I can just tell you the answer, you won't have the experience as to why it's you, right? Until you go through your own experience and know, oh, it is me. So yes, they will have to have gone through something prior before they can meet me, potentially, right? So there's all kinds of ways. There's like multiple avenues with this. It's not just one way. Like a person can come up to me and they were meant to meet me before they even went on their journey. Then there's a version of someone else who has gone through maybe 5 years of something and they still haven't figured it out, and I'm supposed to help them too. Then there's a version of someone who's been through it 10 years and they haven't figured it out yet. And they've gone through all that stuff. And they have all the experience. They have all the wisdom, but they're still feeling like they're missing something. And then there's a person who is still completely unawakened. And I'm supposed to run into them. And they're pissed off about something, and I give them a perspective, and that starts them on the journey. Reality is quite fascinating in that aspect. So you're right. They were supposed to meet me when they're supposed to meet me, not a moment sooner, not a moment later. Exactly when they're supposed to meet me. So even though I may have taken 5 years longer than I should have, I took 5 years to get, well, it's technically 6 years. I took 6 years more to gain more awareness, even though the awareness was always there in the beginning. But how can I say that now? It's simple, because I have so much confidence in the answer. It is you, because of the experience that I went through and diving into all kinds of things. Because if I did not dive into those things, I can tell you the answer is you, but then I couldn't explain it. Why is it me? Right? I would be sort of, you're not missing anything, just so you know. You're never lacking anything. But the awareness, you would be a little bit unaware of how to explain it. Why is the answer me? Orion, can you tell me why the answer is me? Well, if I didn't go through the 6 years, I'd be like, well, the answer is you just have to do it. But that doesn't work for everybody. Just telling somebody to just do it, they would have done it already, right? And hearing somebody say, you just do it, that doesn't help the situation, because, you know, somebody saying just do it, right? It might come off as condescending a little bit, to some degree. Awesome. I'm glad I'm still coming outside, even though it's a little bit colder. I'm still coming outside. It's good. All right. Let's see if my protein shake is going to be good. So yeah, the answer is you. But if I didn't go through, yep, it looks more like chocolate milk, but cheers, y'all. Not bad. It's a little different. Has a little different taste. It mixes a different, but it's all good. Yeah. But if I did not go through those 6 years, 54,000 hours of doing the deep inner play. So if I had just started coming on and telling you all, yeah, you're the creator. Who are you to tell us that we're the creator? I wouldn't be able to answer some of your questions. I'd kind of be dumbfounded. There are people out there who have the answers, but they don't have the experience with the answers. There's a difference. You can tell the difference when you hear somebody speaking versus somebody just saying. So like they're talking from a book, like for example, they're kind of like, yeah, y'all, the answers are like the 7 hermetic principles and like this and this and this and this and that, but they don't have the experience yet. They haven't embodied what they have, like what they've been through, right? It's not quite there yet. I just want to make sure I bought the right one, because it tastes kind of weird. Yeah, chocolate peanut butter, unless they change the formula or the milk is different. kind of weird, but the answer has been you. But yeah, in order for them to understand something, they may have to go through it so that they can get it clear. So yes, you're spot on. I'm gonna go wash this now. I'm on the move, y'all. I'm on the move. Tidying up, keeping it organized. All right, now let me go wash this out. Cool. I don't know if you're there still, because YouTube shows 2 people, and that's usually my accounts, but yep. Oh. Now I get to sit and relax for a moment before I go eat. It's crazy though. What did our brother right here?
My boss calls me and says,
Close. Random Instagrams are showing up on my stuff. Yep. So yeah, listening to that book. Actually, I want to play a little clip of that book because I think it's pretty damn powerful. And Mark has Brownlee with the Z trifold. Seems like everybody is doing a review on the Z trifold now. I'll watch that later. The Pokemon Company just confirmed the impossible. Don't know what that is, but whatever. Where are you? Where is it? I'm going to play a little clip of that.
Do you believe that it is noble to be poor? Desire for wealth
It should be here.
realized?
It should be around
the
here.
answer is obvious. The wealthy versions served God, served humanity, and served themselves infinitely better. The poor version was a tragedy. The wealthy version was a triumph. And the difference between the two was not talent, it was wealth. It was the acceptance of the right to be rich. It was the understanding that poverty is not virtue, and wealth is not sin.
Oops.
This is not a hypothetical story. This is the story of countless artists, writers, musicians, inventors, entrepreneurs,
Ooh, I have to go back.
throughout history.
I have to go back.
The ones who made contributions that we remember, the ones whose work changed the world, the ones who fulfilled their potential, they all had to solve the money problem first. They had to create the economic foundation that gave them the freedom to do their great work. Some inherited wealth, some married into it, some created it themselves.
All right, let me scroll back.
They have no time for growth, security so you can take creative risks.
There we go.
You want stability so you can explore your potential. You want freedom so you can express your authentic self. The desire for wealth is the desire for self-actualization, expressing itself at the economic level. This is why guilt about wanting money is so destructive. It is guilt about wanting to grow. It is guilt about wanting to develop. It is guilt about wanting to become your fullest self. And this guilt keeps you trapped at the lower levels of the pyramid, forever struggling with survival, never ascending to the heights you were designed to reach.
Exactly.
When you release the guilt, when you accept your right to be rich, you give yourself permission to climb. You give yourself permission to grow. You give yourself permission to actualize. And this is not selfishness. This is self-love. This is not greed. This is growth. This is not materialism. This is the natural unfolding of human potential. Now let me give you a concrete illustration that will make this truth visceral and undeniable. Imagine a talented artist, a painter with genuine gift, someone who sees the world in colors and forms that others cannot perceive, someone whose work has the potential to move people, to inspire them, to awaken something in their souls. This artist is born into poverty. They grow up in a neighborhood where survival is the only goal. They have talent, but they have no resources to develop it. They cannot afford art supplies. They cannot afford classes. They cannot afford to visit museums or study the masters. They certainly cannot afford the luxury of time to practice their craft. So what happens? This artist gets a job, a minimum wage job at a fast food restaurant, or a retail store, or a warehouse. They work 8, 10, 12 hours a day. They come home exhausted. They have no energy to paint. They have no money for supplies. They have no time for growth. On their rare days off, they are too depleted to create. The bills pile up. The stress accumulates. The dream of being an artist fades into the background, becoming a wistful fantasy, a someday that never comes. And eventually, the artist stops being an artist altogether. They become just another person trapped in survival, their gift buried, their potential unrealized, their purpose unfulfilled. Now, consider the world's perspective. The world has been deprived of this artist's work.
This right here.
Museums will never display their paintings. Art lovers will never be moved by their vision. Future artists will never be inspired by their example. The conversations that their art could have sparked will never happen. The beauty they could have created will never exist.
So, if this painter never went about painting because they were worried about money and feeling guilty about having money to never get the resources, they could have potentially prevented a lot of other people from pursuing their goals and dreams and showing people how it's done and showing what is possible and showing that if I did it, you can do it too. But if I never did it, and if you never think about it, then you may never ever get there. This is why it's important to, like, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, just do it or just say it. Because you never know what you may do for someone's life. You may change someone's life. Even me sharing what I'm sharing right now could change someone's life if you allow it to. Yeah. I was just seeing if anyone's there. I know I've said some things on the stream that could really change your life. Like, one of the most impactful things I think I feel like I've shared is that you can recreate yourself anew in every present moment, or you can choose whatever you choose to think or feel or be in every present moment. In every second you can shift because you're recreating yourself anew in every present moment. There's only now, no other way. And that everything starts with you and ends with you. And that you came here with all the answers within inside of you, and you're just remembering what you have forgotten, or remembering what you once knew or was aware of. I feel like these things that I've said have changed quite a few of your lives. However, for some of you, that may not be enough. So, that's a seed that got planted. Someone else might say the right combination of words, or they speak it with a certain frequency, maybe saying the exact thing that I just said with their own frequency, and it lands. Because sometimes you have to hear things multiple times for it to click, for it to land. And sometimes you have to hear it from multiple different sources for it to find, like, oh, right? So, like, when those who were doubting that they're the creator and they're not God who came on the stream, I planted a seed. When that seed is they technically planted their own seed because they were supposed to come there to get the seed. Because their soul knows. But 10 years maybe down the road, when things are different, I always say 10 years because 10 years, a lot can happen in 10 years. A lot of people can change fairly quickly, but 10 years is a nice number, nice figure, because usually a lot of people can change within 10 years. So in 10 years, you are starting to go down personal development or spiritual stuff, and you hear this idea that you're the creator, or you have the answer within inside of you. Now you went through 10 years and now you're ready to hear the answer, because sometimes, like what you said, sometimes you have to wait at a later date to get clearer, to have the depth to handle the answer. Because, like, telling someone the answer, if they don't have the foundations in place yet, which, by the way, that's a paradox. Your foundations are always built from the moment you tap in and realize that. But because of the experience that you are currently at, you're probably feeling like you don't have the foundation. So you're gonna go through your journey and do whatever. Anyways, when they build their foundation, when they realize the foundation was always there from the get-go, they will have gained some experience to be able to handle the answer, that the answer was them. So it's like, great example. Putting somebody in an F1 car and expecting them to know how to drive it. Now they know how to drive a car, but you put them in an F1 car, they're putting in the cockpit. What the fuck do? You have all these buttons. The steering wheel is so different. What do you do? Right? What do you do? And the car doesn't turn like your normal car does. It turns differently. So you'll be like probably freaking the fuck out. Like, how do you drive this car, right? So it's like it's like putting someone into something that they have no idea how to handle. So like telling somebody the answer, but they have no concept of what to do with the answer. Until they finally go through the experience to realize, oh, I know how to drive the car. Or I know how to like do X, Y, Z now. I'm gonna go quickly grab food. But basically, that's really what it is.
I'm gonna have to tell them whatever because it's too long.
Put it back in.
Huh?
Put it back.
Yeah, put it back because the water not dried out under there. Allow me to put it inside the thing. I just put it back inside for now. When you go down there, could you call her Nancy? Then
Yep.
she let you call me.
Yep. Mom said you can come eat. Okay. So, back to what I was saying. So, in order for someone to be able to handle the answers, they have to go through the experience first. I said this earlier on the stream, but I'll say it again. 10 years ago, which is 2015, I was getting married. No, I was getting into a relationship with my ex-wife. Around this time, 10 years ago, I was living in London, Ontario, and I was seeking love outside of me. Because I didn't know. And I was working in the law firm right now. And I was working in Toronto, but I was living in London. So I drive 2 hours. At one point I was driving 2 hours a day. 2 hours one way every day. And then 2 hours back. My car took a well, it's my sister's car now. The first year, the car took a massive beating in terms of mileage. I overdrive it. However, anyways, that's not the point. But if somebody came and told me, you know, Andre, you could be a very positive person. You know, the answers are inside of you, right? Do you think I would listen? Nope. Nope. I was very stubborn. Some can still call me stubborn, but I already know. But yeah, I wouldn't have taken the answer. You think I would have listened? Nope. My current dad, the father that I chose, when I said something to him today, I'm like, look, Dad, when you leave this planet, you will see how this actually works. He's like, well, that's not how it works here. I'm like, I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to tell you. Like, I'm just here to let you know, like. So people right now, based on their frequency, they think reality is what they think it is. Can't fault them. I was there at one point. But they come to the realization when they're supposed to. I couldn't have known what I know right now 10 years ago. Or, let me rephrase that. I couldn't have been aware of what I'm aware of right now 10 years ago. Because I had to go through the experiences. Everything happens exactly as it's supposed to. There are no accidents. Why I am where I currently am right now. Physically. As much as we want to be where we desire to be, we're supposed to be where we're supposed to be in every present moment. I have some dishes to pack when I'm done. But you know, I'm attempting to go back through my memory bank right now. From 2019 to before I realized that the answer was you. How simple it was. How ridiculously simple it was. And I could probably pick out 1 or 2 times that someone said that, you know, the answers are within you. But I didn't hear that. Because your RAS, your reticular activating system, or your reticular awareness system, as I call it now, will filter things out like that. When you're not ready to hear something, it'll simply be invisible. I have a story now to go along with what I just said. As I eat this chicken. Poor Bubba. Eventually I'm gonna stop eating meat. But this is an illusion. Anyways, in 2020, I started watching Friends. I didn't watch Friends back in the 90s. I watched other shows in the 90s like Fresh Prince and Saved by the Bell and whatnot. But I never watched Friends. So I watched Friends in 2020. I watched the entire 10 seasons. I watched it 3 times in 2020. So I watched out the entire show 3 times. There is an episode where Rachel mentions the word manifesting. And Phoebe also mentions something like that of manifesting. But guess what? I didn't hear that word, ever. It was completely invisible. Because at the time, that word didn't exist in my vocabulary. Even though it's within the soul, the mind wasn't aware of that word. So it was like empty space. It's like nothing was said. Because in 2020, I wasn't into manifesting, even though we were always manifesting from the moment we were born, based on our frequency. But I didn't know the word manifesting. Like, I wasn't aware of it. Consciously, I was not aware of the word manifesting. It didn't exist. The word simply didn't exist. Just like the word obfuscate, which, by the way, that word has changed my life, and paradox. Now, of course, I've heard paradox plenty of times, but I didn't understand what a paradox was back in 2020, but we're not talking about that right now. 2021 rolls around. And after my scam, the crypto scam that hit me, you know, that's when my life changed. That's when the real journey began, I should say. The word manifesting came into my reality. I read a book from Gabrielle Bernstein called The Universe Has Your Back. And then I read another book from Gabrielle Bernstein called Super Attractor, which I physically own that book. It's in my closet. And I saw the word manifesting. I had no idea what that word meant. Zero idea. Now, of course, that's the mind. The soul knows the answer, but the mind doesn't. And the soul was just helping the mind to remember what it forgot. So I started seeing that word manifesting everywhere. So now my mind is locked in. I'm like, I see that word now. And like, once you place your awareness on something, you will start to see it. Your mind is going to start to filter out everything else now. It's like when you go and you look for a car, you don't see the car out in the street. But then, now that you're aware, you will start to see it everywhere. For me, the Supra. Just so you know, my favorite car wasn't the Supra for all my life. I prefer boneless chicken wings, but whatever. it'll do. And the Fast and Furious one specifically, I had no idea that was a Supra. I'm gonna be real. When I first watched the movie back in 1999, whenever it came out, I didn't know that was a Supra. I had no idea. I had no concept what a Supra was. I wasn't a car guy. Or let me rephrase that. I was always a car guy, but I just didn't know about that car. I knew about the Viper. I knew about the Acura RSX. I knew about Ferraris and whatnot, but did not know anything about Supras. Now Supras are everywhere. I see them everywhere. I see Supras everywhere. And I see that orange one everywhere. And that's actually my car. People are driving. That's not their car, that's my car. You're driving my car. Anyways, your mind will filter out things and you will never see it. Well, it's not that you'll never see it. When you place your attention on something, you will start to see it. So now, I'm placing my attention on wealth, real wealth. Wealth isn't just limited to money, just so you know. Wealth is your health, your relationships, your business, your connections, your connections with the Creator. How are those? Nice water. That was good. Right? Like how is like how is your wealth? So I'm focused on wealth. So I'm allowing the mind to find everything that it's supposed to find regarding entrepreneurship, wealth, business, success, things like that. Now, of course, it's reminding the subconscious mind and your nervous system to get on board. Now, if I tell myself that the subconscious mind and the nervous system still have to get on board, I'm creating a paradox because it implies that they're not on board with me right now. They can only be on board with you if you decide that they're on board with you. If they're not on board with you, then guess what? You're going to keep obfuscating and pushing shit away that they're not on board with you. That's what a lot of people don't know how to reframe their words. Because they're still adhering to this thing called time, which is an illusion. It doesn't exist. It's a man-made construct. We use it, though, as a form of measurement and calculations on where we're supposed to be or like where we have to go, if there's an appointment, blah, 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 blah. But all other aspects of like where you're supposed to be in terms of like, you know, your age and like what you're supposed to have at a certain age and all that, that's an illusion. And too many people are still adhering to this thing called time. It's a man-made construct, it's an illusion. Anyways. So now that I'm aware of certain things, I'm allowing the mind and the subconscious mind to be in alignment. Not get into alignment, but stay in alignment now. and more is coming, because like on my Instagram, my newer Instagram, which it's peak right now. There's so many brothers and sisters who are basically talking the same way I'm talking. I'm a little bit further along their journey though, based on the level of words that they're using and my experience. Because even though they may have the business and all that, I have the experience that not to say they don't have their experience. They definitely have their experience. I'm not taking anything away from them. But based on my level of awareness and where they are, they're not quite where I am fully yet. That's why I can see everything. There hasn't been a soul who really has transcended beyond me yet. Now, anyways. Who, unless they're showing me how to levitate or shoot a Kamehameha out of my hand like this or turn Super Saiyan, most are not above me. And in my inner world, no one goes beyond me. I am at the top. In my outer world, we're all equal simultaneously. But in my outer world experience, most are not aware of the words that they're saying. And if they are aware of the words they're saying, they're not aware of how paradoxes work. And if they are aware of paradoxes, then they're still adhering to something called time. Layers. Nero is the closest, but even him, he has bars though for days. I like what he says. He gets me to reframe things in a whole other way that I know what I've been saying, but saying it in a different way. Same with Pete. But there's still a lot of souls when I listen to them like yeah, you're there, but you're not aware of the words you're saying. I can feel it. Something's off. Like you're just kind of like throwing words out, but you're not really present with your words that you're saying right now. And I can feel that this is more regurgitated shit. Because a lot of people on social media just regurgitate the same shit over and over, just with a different flavor. Nothing wrong with that. I used to do that. I'm aware of it. I'm bringing this up because my Instagram right now, it's because of where I am, my RAS is filtering out only that stuff. It's only taking that. It's not taking all the cat videos and the dogs, and it's not bringing this and that and all this stuff. This morning on the other YouTube channel, a sister showed up. Never seen her before, but her content was slightly different. Hers was actually talking about taking a winter walk. We're in the winter season now, y'all. Her video showed up, was made like a day ago. And she's like talking about the winter arc. How most people start to slow down in the winter, but now isn't the time to slow down. Now is the time to go out even more. And build your resistance and your tolerance to the cold, because you will be less susceptible to airborne viruses. I don't even adhere to viruses. Like, that's an illusion. But everything's placebo and an illusion for me, unless I say so. But she was talking about the brown fats. Your brown fat cells. These are the fat cells that when you're subjected to cold, it helps you to burn. It's a layer of thermal that keeps you warm within the body, but it also helps you to shed some calories. That's why I do cold showers. Well, I do warm up. I take a minute plunge, 30 seconds to a minute plunge, getting the water to hit my skin with cold. Yeah, I'm still doing that even in the cold temperature that we have. I cannot not stop. I can't stop that. That won't ever stop. But I'm not doing it because of I have to. I'm doing it because I enjoy it, and I enjoy doing hard things because it forces the mind to know if I can do this hard thing, then nothing else is hard. Like this thing is easy. When you do the hard things now, life is easier. You do the easy things now, life will be harder. That's the saying. But that is also a perspective and a paradox. Because everything can be a limiting belief, theoretically. You just have to catch it and see it. And I'm aware when I see it, I'm like, that could be a limiting belief, potentially. Because if you tell yourself something's going to be hard, then guess what? It's going to be hard. Because you make the rules of reality, of your reality, and you're El Supremo, you're El Capitan of your world. And if your world's saying, well, that thing's going to be harder when I'm like 30 years old, then it's going to be harder when you're 30 years old. I'm going to say the just word. It is just that simple. How dare you use that word just, Orion? That sounds very condescending. I love that Kula said this because she brought it to my awareness. Because she was reading it based on text. And she's like, I said, it is really just that simple. But from her perspective, that word just sounded condescending. From my perspective, it sounded exactly how it's supposed to say. It was justified to say, it is really just that simple. But Orion, it isn't simple. Yeah, you know why it's not simple? Because your mind is going to make it not simple. That's how easy it is to realize. But because it's your mind is going to say, no, it's not easy. And you're going to agree with your mind because you and your mind are like intertwined and you're not actually your mind. Your mind is a separate thing and you are your own thing. And you have to see the mind as its own thing. But because you've intertwined with the mind, you're like, yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy. And the reason why you don't want to make it easy, I'll tell you, it's so stupid, but I'm going to point it out. Because your mind loves problems. Deep down inside, you love things to be simplified, but you're afraid to make it simple. There's something inside that's somewhere that you don't want to make it simple because it has to be hard. And the reason why it has to be hard is because society celebrates things that are hard. And if you do something hard, look at the paradox here, you do something hard, then you'll get celebrated. You get validated. You get notarized. You get honorable mentions. Look at that hard thing that person did. They celebrate you. Because of course, this is how intertwined it is. If you say everything's easy, nobody can relate to you. And if nobody can relate to you, then you become unrelatable. And then when you become unrelatable, you're going to feel ostracized, isolated, and outcasted. And that is basically death. That's death to most people. So, your mind is going to make things harder, and you're going to want to make it harder, and you're going to want to overcome things. But Orion, I get to tell a great story that overcome. Why do we think we go to movies? We don't watch movies for someone who makes things easy, right? We love to see someone who has to go through a hurdle. Otherwise, it'd be a boring ass story, right? I'll give the two examples. Would you celebrate the person who spent 60 years to get to $1 million? Like they went 60 years and they finally made $1 million. Or would you celebrate the person who made $1 million in 6 months? I can already tell you the answer. Most of you are going to choose the person who took 60 years. Because like, wow, it took you 60 years? Holy shit. Man, you must have really had to, persevere and struggle and suffer and go through all kinds of journey. And man, congratulations, 60 years, you made it to $1 million. And that's going to be celebrated in our society, because society celebrates things that are hard. But listen carefully. It doesn't have to be hard. You get to make it easy on yourself. You get to make whatever rule you desire to make. Did I have to go through 20 years of hate? No. But I did, so I have a story, because I wanted people to relate to me. Because if I don't feel relatable to everyone, then who's going to listen to me? Because I'm here to speak. And if I say, yeah, y'all, you just have to do it. Yeah, I was able to make, you know, $500 million in like a month. No big deal to me. It was easy. Someone's going to look at me, he's like, look at that pompous like prick saying that he can make $500 million in a month. The fuck is he? I have the live streams to show proof of the struggle, of the journey, of the suffering, of the chaos, of the problems, of the ups and the downs and highs and the lows. So I have a story, but did I have to make it harder on myself? No. But was it necessary? To some degree, yes. Like what Young Goat said, to make things clearer. So I understood, and now I can see what people are doing and how other people are obfuscating, because I'm aware of how I was obfuscating. And obfuscating is making things more complicated than it has to be, because the mind likes to do that. It doesn't like simplicity. But now that I'm aware that like, oh, I made it, I obfuscated my life, now I can see who's doing what in their own life. You're making it harder than it has to be. You're saying that it has to be hard. You're literally saying that it has to be hard. But who said it has to be hard? Society or you? You decided. You get to decide. You have a choice, a decision, and a perspective in every present moment to shift. You get to choose in every present moment what you choose to think, feel, say, and be. But this, the third dimensional thinking mind, is going to stop you 100% of the time if it feels in danger and in threat. But you have to be so masterful to know when that happens, to catch it and know that you're on the precipice of change, because it's getting threatened, because it knows its time is ticking. The egregore that you've created, the thought form of like whatever it is that you're about to pursue something that's outside of your comfort zone. You don't grow in your comfort zone. You grow outside your comfort zone. Your comfort zone is a container. You can't grow. Once you're in your container, that's it. You don't grow. So how do you grow? You go outside of your container and you expand, because now your container gets bigger. Right? You go from a little box to a bigger box. And then you enter that new comfort zone. But then eventually you'll break out of that comfort zone and go to into a new comfort zone. No one's ever grown in their comfort zone. Well, that's not really true. That's also a limiting belief, but everything's a paradox. Because technically speaking, I've grown in my comfort zone. Technically, I've expanded beyond. They're arguing again. Anyways, but to some degree, I'm out of my comfort zone, because like the first time in my reality where I'm at like the illusion of the bank account being at like extreme red, like we're on like lifeline red right now. We're like hanging for dear life kind of red. But I'm still going. I'm still managing to do things. I'm not going to stop. I won't stop. I can't stop, won't stop. I know this is a belief that thinking that something's going to stop me. Nothing wants to stop me. I don't adhere to anything. They want to help me. That's a belief. Boundaries. I'm just hearing them talking about whatever. Let me take a moment. I'm just going to close my eyes for a sec. Yeah. So the third dimensional thinking mind is going to do whatever it can to derail you unless you are safe. So you have to convince your third dimensional thinking mind, whatever it is that you're about to go and pursue, that you're safe. Seen, absolutely fearless everywhere. Remember that acronym, SAFE. Seen as or seen absolutely fearless. What is fearless? Being safe. The absence of fear. Fear is an illusion. Safe. Safe. Your nervous system and your subconscious mind, they go by emotion. And if they don't feel safe, it will derail you no matter what you say you want. Whatever you say, I want to be a trillionaire. Okay. You want to be a trillionaire? Cool. That's your conscious definition. You can have that $1 trillion. But is your subconscious and your nervous system ready? Now here's the thing. There's a paradox again. You've been ready from the moment you were born. But you've created this underlying feeling that you're not ready because the third dimensional thinking mind doesn't feel safe. And because the third dimensional thinking mind is in control of the nervous system, those two are intertwined. The third dimensional thinking mind, you can call it as well as your subconscious mind. So your subconscious mind and your nervous system are interconnected with each other. And if you are afraid of something, you're not going to do it. Why do you think a lot of people just can't go on stage and speak? They feel like death is about to happen. Why do you think people say that public speaking is actually more scarier than death itself? What? Don't you speak? All right, that's right, because you're thinking all these other humans are separate from you, but they're not. They are one with you. But your third dimensional thinking mind is going to do whatever it can to, because it feels threatened. Unless you can convince it otherwise, and you have to go within and play out the scene of whatever it is with pure imagination and put your attention on it. The true AI, attention and imagination. These two things, which most people don't use their imagination anymore because it was beaten out of them. It was literally drop kicked out of them because of society saying, you got to be logical. You got to be logical. How dare you say how dare you not be logical? It's all about logic, logic, logic. Always logic. All these humans keep saying it's about logic. Look at this. I just turned on Instagram. Random channel I've never seen before. If the vision was planted in your heart, the universe has every intention to make it happen for you. I don't make this shit up. This is what's here, just so you know. I just turned on Instagram. The reason you're desiring it is because a higher version of you is guiding you towards it. That's another bar. You wouldn't feel the calling if it wasn't a version of you already living it. That's a parallel reality version of you. Your heart is the compass, but your courage is the key. May your heart be your guiding key. Are you going to walk the path? Question mark. I know you said something there, bro. Well, hello there, wife. I see, wife. wife is so silly sometimes. She's so funny. Anyways, let me see what you said. It's interesting how the universe works. Growing up, I used to hate public speaking, but when I became an adult, that's my biggest compliment. Hey, that's amazing, dude. Hold on, I'm gonna just quickly take this upstairs. That's amazing, dude. Amazing, by the way, just so you know. Public speaking is awesome. Now, I've only done it, well, technically speaking, I've done public speaking a lot. This is a paradox, of course. I'm doing public speaking right now, if you really think about it. Now, of course, I'm in a space, but like theoretically, every time you're live streaming, you're public speaking. So how many times have I spoken now? Over 365 days worth of public speaking. In fact, I started on October 6th last year, so I'm over 400 days of public speaking ability. But am I in front of people speaking? Well, theoretically I am, right? You are a person, you're not a robot, you're not AI. I may not be able to physically see you, but you're there. But of course, I'm also out in the public speaking. They're hearing what I'm saying. I'm in front of people when I'm walking. They're hearing what I'm saying. Some are looking at me like I'm some alien, but I'm basically sharing what I have to share so they can hear what I have to say, so that they know that they can change their life. Because again, imagine I say something, right? And they're like, hey, and they were on the bus heading to work. And it hit them like a thunderbolt. I said something. Now they're contemplating something. A seed has been planted. Every time I go there, I'm planting a seed to help them to realize who they are. But let's say someone's on the train heading to downtown Toronto to work, go to one of their fancy office buildings. But the thing I said earlier may have been like, if you don't fulfill your purpose, your destiny, whatever it is that you feel called to do, you're actually making someone else wait, and you're being a fucking disservice to them, because now they have to wait for your ass to get in gear. Now, of course, they have to go through their journey, but what if they're waiting for you and you've been ready this entire time, but you're too afraid? You're chicken shit. And what you can offer them can then help them to change their life. And then by them changing their life, they can change someone else's life, because it becomes a ripple. Because you don't know the impact that you actually make. I could have probably already impacted 1 million people. With the 300,000 people that I've already impacted, I could have impacted millions of people, in fact, but I would have never known, right? Because, one person could have looked at me like, hey, I heard this guy, his name was Orion. I was randomly on YouTube today, and, he's talking about how, I have a purpose, and if I'm taking long to get to my purpose, then the longer I take to figure it out, nothing wrong with taking long to figure it out, but like, if I'm afraid and I don't go live my purpose, then not only will I die with regret, but then I also potentially might cause some suffering to other people inadvertently, when I could have helped them, knowing that I had the gift to help them and bring them awareness to something. This is a perspective, by the way. And maybe I could have helped change their lives, but you know, because they're changing their own lives. I could have maybe helped them change their own life, and then in the process could have made their life and their family's lives and the people around them even better. Just because I took action on something. But I didn't. And now I must die, and this person had to suffer knowing that I could have helped them. And then when you get to heaven, you will always be forever known as the person who might have been the artist or whatever it was. You won't be known as the artist, you'll be known as the potential artist. I don't think your soul is going to like that. So that's why the soul comes back and redoes it in a different body. Don't die with regret. You have finite time. You don't know when your time's going to be up. It's so intertwined, like everything's intertwined. You don't know when your time is up. In fact, not to say you are going to go kaput, but I don't know when you're going to go kaput. I can go kaput right now. I can go. We don't know. We think we have all this human time left. You, on average, get about 80 summers. 80 springs, 80 falls, and 80 winters. That's it. Take that number into consideration, 80. 80. Some don't get to 80. Some only get to like 50. Some get to go beyond 80. But you only have a finite amount of time. And you only get to be you one time. Like, you get to be you many times during your lifetime, but you only get to be this one body one time. And you get to only be you one time. So you may as well go out with a blaze of glory. Give it all you've got. Give every kilowatt of energy you've got. Say what you desire to do and do it. Call your shot. I think about this a lot. If I were to die right now, did I live my life to the fullest? To some degree, I did. I have no current regrets. Well, I have a couple, but they're not like, oh my God, like they're like life-altering regrets. It's going to Egypt and seeing the pyramids. And kissing my wife, the wife I'm supposed to be kissing and making love to and holding and potentially having a family with. But other than that, I got to serve and help people. I got to speak, I got to share, I got to get more confident, I got to be more of myself. I got to a higher level of awareness. I'm on the upper echelons of human consciousness. I had one hell of a journey. It was great. Some of it sucked. A lot of it sucked, in fact. But that's perspective, because even though it sucked, it actually was meant to happen that way. Right now, because my hands are on the back of my neck, I'm feeling the pulsating on my neck right now. It's fascinating. A lot of us don't take even time to observe our body. I've been very blessed to have a lot of time, a lot of human time to work on myself, play on myself, to master myself. And even if you get caught up in an argument with people, so here's a paradox. Your third dimensional thinking mind is going to say, "Oh shit, I should have never argued with that person. I should never argue with my dad, or should never argue with my mom, or should have never argued with my girlfriend or my boyfriend or that business partner of mine or whatever it was." And now the third dimensional thinking mind is going to do its best to derail you by making you perceive that you're not this spiritual dude or this spiritual chick, that you're lacking now and you're bad and you're going to feel guilty. So guess what? All you got to do is change, shift. If you can give energy to that thing, you can easily change it and transmute it into another thing. It's simply shifting the direction. But it doesn't seem simple because if some has more highly emotional charge energy towards it. Like someone yelling at you versus like someone just speaking nice to you. You're going to want to deal with the person that's yelling at you. But, you know, if you get upset, then it's going to also say, well, I did all this work and I'm getting pissed off. Like, this is bullshit. Like, that means I have more work to do. That's the trap that you are going to get sprung into. Because your perceptions of it being negative is where the trap is, and you have to catch the trap. You're bound to get into arguments with people. You're bound to get frustrated. You're bound to have doubt. It's normal. These things are normal. You do your best not to fight with people, but you know, shit's gonna happen. Does that make you, as soon as you have that experience, does that make you less of a spiritual person or a bad person? No, that's your perceptions. Shift your perception, change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. You shift your perception on the experience, you transmute it. It was just a experience. It's neutral, it's not good nor bad, it just is. When you can get to that level of awareness, whew, the game changes. The game friggin' changes. Right now they're waiting for the guy to come, but I trust he'll be here. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Otherwise we have another night of cold. I can deal with it. I just have to layer up. I'm actually layered up right now. And I just have to go in my bed and cover and just like put my hoodie on my head and sleep like this. I'm fine. This is good training for my body anyways. Our brother in the trail is sleeping out in the cold. He's sleeping in the dark and in the cold. I don't know how he's doing it. He's been there in minus 20 degrees and colder. Like, I don't know how he's fucking doing it. So, how can I complain about the cold when a brother, and he's not the only person. Like, there's a bunch of people around the world who is struggling it, right? Whether it's hot or cold, they're on the streets, right? But your third dimensional thinking mind is going to get caught up with the trap of what's happening to you. You have to remember that there's always something, everything is known in comparison. A great example is like, because today was warmer, it was a warmer cold, right? You know, if we went from 20 degrees Celsius to 1 degree, yeah, I'd be like, oh my God, it's fucking cold. But because we went from minus 20 degrees to plus 3 today, so we went up 23 degrees, this is considered warm because we face the extreme cold. Everything is known in comparison. We don't use comparison for one thing over another. Oh, well, let me rephrase it. We don't use comparison against each other, like comparing our stories. Our journeys are going to all be different, always. I'm going to go upstairs and help pack some dishes. But you use comparison to you go from adhering from one thing to the next. So like if you're freezing, you take that freezing and know that it'll get warm, and that know that things can change. And that things are changing. You get to say, like, I went in minus 20 degrees weather, I was live streaming, my hands were in pain, my toes were in pain. So if I did minus 20 degrees of streaming outside, my phone battery was going down like a rock, and I still was able to stream. I went out for at least 40 minutes of walking. And if I did that, then I can easily do an hour in plus 3 degrees. Right? I'm going to go help Mom, so you'll hear me just packing dishes. But taking some of the things I said. And since the live stream started, I had to restart the live stream because it ended on its own. Yeah. Is something in the oven?
No, I just put it on to get the heat, so I just put in.
Oh.
Because it's very...
I'll give Mom a couple minutes to finish washing whatever she's washing. Already packed a couple things. Yep, the mind is going to do whatever it can to derail you. You're wondering, well, why does the mind do that? Why? Because its primary role is to keep you safe, the vessel. It doesn't give a fuck about your goals and dreams unless your goals and dreams has safety wrapped with it. So if you can remember seeing absolutely fearless everywhere, that acronym, you are fearless. It's an illusion. Nothing can hurt you. I have a story, another one. I have plenty of stories, as you can tell. I went on Facebook dating, not to match with anybody. I don't give a shit about that. What I'm curious, I'm doing an experiment right now. I'm seeing what people are writing on their profiles. There was a girl, she wrote, "Don't ask me to go on a hiking date. If you ask me to go on a hiking date, I will immediately think of that as a threat." What? Her perception, I read it, I'm like, I had to like comment. I had to like give a perspective, because that's what I'm doing. I'm going on a dating site, not to match, but to give people fucking perspective on things, both guys and girls, because I can see both sides. And I said, so you're afraid of someone kidnapping you and doing something in the woods or a hike? I'm not saying to be ignorant, but you're putting fear out. And when you adhere to fear, and I have to emphasize this one, please pay attention to this. I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you are adhering to fear, you will manifest it 100%. If you say that like, yeah, I'm gonna like crash in my car and when I drive in the winter, guess what's gonna happen? If you're gonna keep saying, yeah, I gotta be careful, I might slip on ice, I might slip on ice when I'm walking or I'm driving, I'm gonna slip on black ice or something, guess what's gonna happen? Because you're feeding emotional charge within yourself, and that's creating a frequency, and that frequency is then gonna bring it forth into your physical reality. You have to realize this is how this fucking works. So when she's saying that she is afraid of going on hikes with random people, then I basically wrote a paragraph like, listen carefully. I'm not here to match with you. I'm here to give you a perspective. So pay attention. This is for your benefit. Whether you take it or leave it, I don't really care. But I do know that this is going to help you. If you are going to put fear out on something because you're placing attention on something that you're putting fear on and you're considering it a threat, well, guess what's going to happen? You're going to create that. Most people do not know how this fucking works. And I know because I didn't know how it works, but now that I know how it works, I can tell you how it works. But you're gonna have to figure it out because it's a paradox. It's a massive paradox. And if you don't know what paradox is, I highly recommend you sit your ass down and absorb your beliefs. What you believe in, and believe in the opposite thing and see if you can handle both. For my Christian people, Jesus Christ. All right, the opposite of Christianity is usually Muslim or Hindu, even though there's no opposite, but it's like polarized difference. Do your best to attempt to believe in like Allah and like Brahma and Shakti and Shiva. Do it. See if you can handle both. If you can't, you'll see where you have work to do. Most people can't handle both perspectives because it's either one or the other. It can't be both. It just can't, because it seems like it's a contradiction. And that's the thing. Reality doesn't make sense. It's not supposed to make sense. Your senses aren't real, but they are real at the same time, and that's the contradiction. But the mind, the third dimensional thinking mind, doesn't like that. It doesn't like that it can't be this and this at the same time. It has to be this or this. Why can't it be both? But that's not how reality works, Orion. Oh, really? So you're still adhering to playing this human character that you think you are? You're not only just a human character, you are the creator pretending to be the human. Where do you think the imagination comes from? Where do you think the imagination comes from? From you? Huh. It doesn't come from you. It comes from the higher version of you in the other realm. So when people are like, it's only this or this, well, your beliefs, listen carefully. This is a bar. Please make sure you write this one down. I'm going to steal Nero's thing for a moment. Your beliefs, you can only go Alexa, play notification. Your beliefs.
One new notification from Amazon.
Let's see.
On Thursday, rain is expected near you in West Humber, Clairville, starting around 8 p.m. and continuing intermittently until around 11 p.m. You can expect about 5.4 millimeters.
I don't care. You cannot go beyond your beliefs. Your beliefs are your boundaries. I'm going to go check if there are more dishes. And yes, Mom finished some more. She went downstairs to put the laundry on. You cannot go beyond your beliefs. Wherever your beliefs is, your perception can't go beyond that. And because your perception can't go beyond that, that's where your limitation is going to reside. See, for me, I'm going to tell you right now, I believe in everything, or I know in everything, because I don't say believe, because believe is is a very weak word in my vocabulary, in my bags of words, my book of words. I know in everything. Allah, Buddha, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, Shakti, Shiva, Jehuti, Thoth, Shu, Confucius, Abraham, Muhammad, Yahweh, insert name, Thoth, Hermes, Zeus, Osiris, Nephrodite, or whatever her name is. Every one of them. Why? Because they're all one and the same. They all come from the one source. The all that is, that has no name. Every one of them. And I can sit and see them all and love them all more than even those who are a part of the actual dogma that they're a part of. You know, people who say, I love Jesus. I'm not saying that I love Jesus more, but because I know who he is and what he's about and his story, and most are like bowing down to him like he's some savior. He's not a savior. He came here to mirror back to each of you that you are the answer. But some people have twisted his words. Now, of course, there was Mary Magdala, and Jesus had his own ego apparently. That's a whole other side story that I'm looking through, and that the real Bible is through Mary Magdala's journey. It doesn't really matter at this point. My point that I'm getting at is I can hold all the beliefs and I don't limit myself. Why? Why do that to yourself? Anyway, I'm not getting into a religious thing, but I'm basically showing you, because religion is a very paradoxical thing. Here's a great one. Some of you right now, wherever you are on the planet, it could be daytime or nighttime. Right now it's technically night, but it's also daytime. Huh? How? It's dark outside. And what's your point? It's daytime. Once upon a time, 6 p.m. on a summer day is still bright as fuck. What is it, 6:09? 7:09. 7:09 on a summer day in August, it is bright. It is still daytime. In wintertime, it's dark. Aren't they both true? 7:09. Go look it up. In August, I'm sure you all experienced it. Go look up your 7:09 in August or July, and you're in daytime. I'm talking about a clear sunny day, not rain. I'm talking about clear day. Your summer days in July and August, you're getting sunlight at this time. The sun is not ready to set. The sun is setting at like 9 something. So it's technically daytime. Some will say, but that's the evening, Orion. Sure, whatever, I don't care. But isn't the sun still out? But the sun isn't out now. But the sun is somewhere else on the planet, isn't it not? You go 3 hours back 2 hours back to where Young Goat is. It's probably dark now, but you go to San Diego right now, 7:10, or it's 4:10 in San Diego, the sun is still out. So isn't the planet both day and night at the same time? Oh, but I'm talking about my area. Okay, you're getting too technical. I'm not giving a shit about your little technicalities. I'm talking about the planet is both day and night in the same time. There are people right now waking up in the morning. I'll be right back. Finish the last little bit of the dishes. And it's 7-Eleven. Awesome.
You have it?
Have what?
The garbage.
Just no, I have to put the garbage in. Hold on.
Make some hot chocolate shortly. The third dimensional thinking mind cannot hold two things at once. It's designed like that. So you're wondering, well, Orion, how did you get to this level then? Great question. I broke past the third dimensional thinking mind because the universe desired me to help people to see beyond 3D, to help you to see in the fourth, fifth, and beyond, sixth, seventh, eighth, beyond dimensions. But we can't see past 3D. Sure you can. You just adhere to no time. It's called being in the now. What you tell yourself is what you get. So if you say, man, it's going to be hard to do this, that right there, obfuscation, because you're saying it's hard. Most people are unconscious to the words they are saying. And every time they speak a word, it gets entered into their cells of their DNA, and then it manifests in some shape or form into the physical form, because it's inwards. I am not good enough. Well, reality is going to prove what you say is true. It's not good enough. I chose to now see life as a paradox. So guess what? I got more of the same. I'm seeing life as a paradox. I get to see multiple aspects. It's not just two, it's multiple. There's 3, 4, there's many sides to things. They're all ways. But isn't that hard? No, because I didn't tell myself it's hard. It's super easy. It's just that simple. And no, that's not condescending. That's justified. It is just that simple for me. But, okay, that's fine, Orion. It's simple for you, but it's not simple for me. There you go again. You just obfuscated yourself again. Because you're telling yourself it's not easy. You know why you're not telling yourself it's not easy? Because your mind is controlling you. You don't have control over your mind. That's a bar. Your mind is saying it's not easy, and it wants to look for problems. It does not like simplicity. It hates simplicity. I have to emphasize this. Your mind, your third dimensional thinking mind. I don't care what you call it. I call it 3D mind, third dimensional thinking mind, because it sounds cooler. Your third dimensional thinking mind does not like simplicity. It loves to complicate things. Because if there's no problems in your life, then it feels like you're not doing anything. And if you're not doing anything, listen carefully, that means you're lazy. And you don't want to be perceived as lazy by the people in this world, because you care about what people think potentially. Because someone will say, you're not a hard worker, right? People, and I said this earlier, people love people who do hard work or are struggling and suffering. You don't have to struggle or suffer. That's a choice, not an obligation. You can make things so much easier on yourself by just saying it's easy. But it's not that easy. Okay. When the moment arises for me to build that personal brand fully, my personal brand is me, Orion Stellar, Orion Phoenix Stellar. It's not the superhero of love anymore, because that character is done. The character will always be with me, but it's done. I'm not really known as a superhero of love anymore. I am Orion Phoenix Stellar. That's not a character. That's my identity. That's who I am. When the time aligns, the moment arises, I'm not going to obfuscate this shit. It's going to be straight up, simple. Oh, thank you so much, other me, for helping me remember what I forgot. Okay, I have to remember to build a system and have it automated. Okay, cool. I remember I have to have payroll for these people. Okay, cool. I know it may seem like a lot of things, but okay, I have to see it. Okay, this is how it is. I have to remember to have a business ID. Cool, got it, perfect. I have to remember to have to pay my own taxes. I have to set up things to, you know, bookkeeping or whatever, to remember like this is the amount that I have to pay for taxes and like set aside this amount. Okay, cool. If I say there's too much to remember, there's so much to remember, I create obfuscation and I create frustration in my life, and guess what happens? It becomes hard. I used to do that all the time, y'all. I used to get frustrated with a lot. There are times I get frustrated, but I don't tell myself anything's hard anymore. I remind myself, like, I'm just remembering what I forgot. That perspective has changed my life in ways that well, I can't say you cannot believe, because you can, because you and I are one and the same. So you can believe it, but you have to get to the level I'm at. So when the time arises, you'll understand what I mean by remembering what you have forgotten. Listen to those words carefully. I'm planting a seed right now into each of you. You are remembering what you have forgotten. Or another way of saying that, you simply have forgotten everything and you're in the process of remembering everything. Or another way of saying that, you forgot everything, or you're remembering what you once knew before, and you're simply unaware of it and bringing it back into your awareness. A great example is like, you have a doctor's appointment coming up. I'm using a random third dimensional thing here. You have a doctor's appointment coming up on December 29th at 7 p.m. It's not in your awareness. Like you're productive doing other things. You're probably having your family and you have all kind of other things going on. But then your phone flashes to help you to remember and bring it back into your awareness. Oh yes, that's right. I have an appointment at 7:30 on December 28th, whatever. Thank you. And then it'll remind you again because you set up the reminders. You are simply remembering something that you once were aware of that you're currently unaware of to bring it back into your awareness. You see how simple that is? That is how your mind is designed, to make you feel like it's not that simple, but it is that simple. If I were to write that all in text, like type it out, you all would be like, that's like, oh. So it's better that people hear it phonetically with words and tonality. Because if I had typed that all out to Kula, she's like, well, that sounds condescending, Orion. Well, come and listen to my live stream and you'll see why I said it's really just that simple. I have so much love and patience and care for others because I know the journey. I know it's difficult to sometimes wrap your mind around these concepts. I get it. I was there. But because I was able to now see how the mind works, and because I have my memories to add on to that, to tell you how it actually works, I'm literally giving you a shortcut, but only when the moment is aligned for your soul and your mind, because they have to get into alignment. One is like this and one is like this. This one is attempting to tell this one, hey, get your ass back over here. This is how it works. But your mind is like, no, you heart, soul, intuition, you get your ass over here. This is how it works. This is the finite. This is the infinite. The infinite is attempting to tell the finite how it works. But the finite doesn't want to listen to this. It wants to be its own boss. So it wants to tell the infinite. So the infinite can only go along with the finite until the finite suffers enough, struggles enough, until it finally surrenders. And here is where we get to the word surrender. You know, everybody has their own definitions, and here we go with words. Every word has a definition from everybody else. Let me rephrase that. I didn't say that right. Every word has its own definition from every other person. You have a definition of a word. I have a definition of that word. It might be somewhat overlapping, but it might be different. Then you also have your experience with those words, your memories with those words, your feeling alignment with those words, your word associations that are also associated with that word, right? And I forget the word we were talking about just now, but it's okay because it'll come right back. And you're going to, if someone says a word, I'll use my greatest example until that word comes back. Responsibility. What is your definition of responsibility? And here's the other thing. I forgot to mention that each word also has a context, depending on how you use it, and a nuance when you use it. Responsibility is tied to relationship, to wealth, to family, to friendships, to business, to your career, to your health, to a lot of things. So when you say what's your definition of responsibility, which responsibility are you referring to? That's the first thing you're gonna have to be aware of. When someone asks you, what's your definition of a word? Well, you have to say, well, can you elaborate? Which responsibility are you referring to? Are you referring to the responsibilities of a family, responsibility to yourself, or responsibility to your job or your career or your business, a responsibility to your health, or responsibility to money? Is it responsibility to your partner, your child? Which one is it? Because they all have their own feeling alignment and word associations and nuances and context. And the mind thinks it's only one thing and it's not the rest. It does not. I have so many things in my mind and my soul I wanted to express, but I have to compartmentalize them so I can I have to organize my thoughts basically, because it's all like, whew, as you can see. But my point that I'm getting is that your mind is going to do whatever it can to tell you that you're wrong. And then someone else's mind is going to tell you that you're wrong. But how can there be wrong? There's no such thing. It just is. All truths are but half truths. The truth is, there is no truth. So you get to decide what truth is. And the truth I decided is that the answer is you. That's my truth. You get to decide. Brilliant. Our mind is fucking brilliant. I kind of lost track of what I was saying prior, but it's okay. Because like there's so many ideas I want to like throw out, and then like I kind of like go all over the place, but then it comes right back. So I'm not too concerned. When it's supposed to come back, it's supposed to come back. And you see, what's happening right now is the mind's like, you see, you forgot. You see, you have a bad short-term memory. You have a terrible short-term memory, Orion. You suck at your short-term memory. Oh yeah? I see what you're saying, but I don't adhere to your nonsense. And you tell me I have a bad short-term memory, I don't buy into your perception. My perception, that is a great short-term memory. To use that forgetting ability to remember, and I get to manifest and show it on the live stream. And I just shift the perspective. You see that? Change the way you look at things. The very things you look at change. I get to show you how it works. It's a win. I literally flip the script on the mind. Everyone's mind does operate the same, but different at the same time. Huh? Didn't I just tell you that it's a paradox? Everyone's mind is conditioned for safety. But at the same time, that's not entirely true. There's a guy, forget his name, there's a documentary on Netflix. And he climbed Yosemite, which is in California. It's a mountain. I think it's called freehand or free climb or some shit like that. He's using no harness. He has no fear thing in his brain. He has no fear. They checked his brain. He is actually physically missing the fear response thing in his mind or in his brain that activates the fight or flight. So if a fucking lion came at his ass, he's not going to be afraid. Well, I actually don't know how he would respond, to be quite honest. But he climbs mountains, not hikes, climbs up. He doesn't hike up, he climbs. He doesn't use a harness. He literally is balls to the wall. He has chalk on his hand, or whatever he's got to do with his hand, and he's climbing, he's scaling. No harness. So if he falls, he's still alive. And he's videotaped him climbing up, I think, Sonoma and Yosemite and I forget what other, and Ventura, maybe Ventura has a mountain. The mountains in California. And he's done it plenty of times because he's memorized the path and what he has to do. He has remembered all of the grooves to get to the top. He knows exactly which groove is the next groove. He's memorized it. He's like, he didn't write shit down. He's like, this is all feeling, all within. Okay, so this one has an angle like this. I got to hold on like this while I'm over here and hanging on over here. And then in order for me to get to the next one, I have to like pull with these fingers to like reach this one up here. It's quite remarkable. I was watching it with Jessa because she's like, brother, I want you to watch this with me. I'm like, sure. She's like, I want you to take notes on this guy. I'm like, okay. I didn't really take notes, but I was kind of like, typing and, well, I did take a little bit of notes. I was typing while she and I were watching it on Netflix at her place in New York. Like, holy fuck, this guy's like climbing a mountain without fucking harness. Like, damn. That's crazy. It's nuts. I'm bringing this up because most people's minds have that fear response within it, the fight or flight. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. The FFFF. Not Final Fantasy, as much as I would love to say Final Fantasy. No. I think mom is calling them. I'm going to make a hot chocolate just now. I don't like drinking anything later than a certain time, but it's cold and screw it. I really trust that whoever's here listening, that you paid attention because this is how the mind works. And if you're questioning what I just said, that's fine. Question, please. Do your analyzing like I would have done. I would have done the analyzing. I still do it. Do your discernment. Don't take everything at face value what I say, but at the same time, do pay attention because I got to this level. It wasn't by accident. I said, provide me with greater awareness. Okay. Here we are, greater awareness. Ask and it's given. Pretty nuts, huh? See, talking about safety, Jamie is mentioning. So she has a slide. She was on a podcast. The next goal becomes 100K, ... and the cycle continues. This happens way more than people talk about. And it's actually has nothing to do with the money. It has to do with looking for something outside yourself to make your body feel safe. Money, success, validation, enoughness. But safety doesn't live out there. If something outside yourself is holding your joy or your okayness, that's why the goal post keeps moving. Yeah. See, I ran into her. I did not know who the hell she was, to be honest.
Guys, I'm here with literally my favorite person ever.
I'm here with my favorite person ever.
It's Rob the Bank. You guys know him. Also, he's doing a set on Friday in New York.
Come on, Superior.
I'll be there.
Brooklyn.
Period. Brooklyn.
She'll be there.
I'm from Brooklyn. Also, we just filmed a podcast episode. Fire. Get ready.
Banger.
Interesting. Anyways. Good, wholesome humans. Ooh. Listen to this. What if I told you the reason you're wishing and obsessing over it is because you already have it on a higher timeline? The universe. Because you already do have it on a higher timeline. I'm going to just screenshot that because I like taking screenshots of things. Everything exists already here and now. And that's the other thing too. Just so you all know, there's a master version of you. This is the other paradox. There's a master version of you who has everything right now. And your mind is perfect. And you know how to master your mind. You're at the same level I'm at. In fact, you're actually further than I am. Where I currently am, you're actually further than I am. And I'm actually further than I currently am. And that person already exists, and you can tap into that person right now. But you get to decide whether that's true or not. See? Another person talking about heal your nervous system. All right, listen to this one. The reason your future self feels imaginary is because your brain, third dimensional thinking mind, not your brain, can't locate it in time. Here's the neural hack that makes it feel like a memory. Let's see what the hack is. Your brain organizes experiences through temporal markers that distinguish memories from imagination. When you visualize your future, it gets tagged as hypothetical rather than real because it lacks the contextual details your brain uses to authenticate memories. This keeps your desired reality feeling distant and unlikely. The solution is backwards, because reality is all backwards. The solution is backwards visualization. Instead of imagining your future, create the memory of looking back at your journey. Sit 1 year from now, having achieved your goals and remembering how it all unfolded. This tricks your brain into processing your desires as recalled experiences. Hold on. This tricks your brain into processing your desired as recalled experience rather than projected hope. That's a bar, by the way. Make it specific. I'm sitting here in December 2026, so grateful for how everything came together. I remember back in November 2025 when I first started changing my approach. I remember the breakthrough moment in January when everything clicked. I remember how supported I felt in March when the opportunity started flowing. Include sensory anchors that your brain recognizes as memory markers. I remember the feeling of relief when it finally happened. I remember calling my best friend to share the good news. I remember the exact restaurant where I celebrated. These contextual detail makes your brain classify the visualization as legit memories. Practice this for 10 minutes daily, always from the vantage point of your future self looking back. So looking from your goal, not at your goal, that you've already accomplished it. Don't try to figure out how things happen. Just remember that they did happen. Your job is to create the emotional and sensory memories of success, not the logical sequence. This technique works because memory and imagination uses overlapping neural networks. When you visualize from the perspective of recollection, your brain activates the same circuits it uses for processing actual memories. Your subconscious starts treating your desired outcome as established facts. Backwards visualization eliminates the psychological distance that keeps goals from feeling impossible. When your brain processes your desired reality as memory rather than wishful thinking, your entire nervous system aligns with making it actual. The complete method that collapsed time between desire and manifestations in my bio. Very good. I'm gonna give it to you. You did great, person. You did great. You did wonderful. And that wasn't their latest post, just so you know. Do you see how shit just works out? Yeah, I won't be following all these people. They're following all the people I used to follow. But I ain't got time for following these people. I wouldn't be following Jay Shetty, Dr. Joe Vitale, Lewis Howes, School of Greatness. Actually, I would follow Dr. Joe, but I have him already on the other channel. I wouldn't be subscribing to Tony Robbins anymore. Anyways, that's how that worked. You see? See how everything just worked?
I have a question for you.
What's this
what
question?
What if it turns out better than you could have ever imagined? What if all of the changes that you're making in your life right now are leading to something more beautiful than you could have ever envisioned?
Bar.
Yes, things could go wrong. Yes, things could go sideways. But they could also turn into a beautiful miracle.
Yes, they could.
You don't know.
Never know.
So I challenge you, next time you're overthinking or you're doubting something, put that thought in your mind. What if things turned out better than I could have ever imagined?
And over-doubting is a good thing.
Because they might.
You just have to perceive over-doubting as a good thing. That's all. It's quite something, y'all. Let's see. All right, so I went on Facebook dating for a moment. There's a sister named Leslie. I try to be present. I try to be present and live my life in the moment. Not an easy thing. See, right off the bat, not an easy thing, but it's a practice. The reason why it's not easy is because you're telling yourself it's not easy. It really is. It is very easy, but you've obfuscated it, but it's okay. You're on your journey. You're going to figure it out. I love people who are loyal and just good-hearted. Can't stand drama. Life moves so fast, and I really attempt or try to surround myself with people who emit positive energy and good vibes. I want to see the world and try things that I have never tried before. I'm on here reluctantly reluctantly to find a partner in crime, a friend, and possibly a lover. Well, you're not really supposed to find them. They're supposed to know that they already exist within you, and then they manifest in your physical. Teach me how to do anything I don't know how to do. I love and I yearn to learn as much as I can. This person also had a near-death experience. No perspective needs to be given to her. I would have given it to her, but it's not necessary. Ooh. I'm saving some video game tracks to my video game playlist. I'm a sucker for video game music, just so you all know. Whoa. Anime. That's Esto Gaza. I'm going to make a hot chocolate. I still have time on the live stream. Because the live stream, unfortunately, it ended abruptly while I was on my trail walk this morning. So I'm going to go make a hot chocolate. Actually, let me go use the bathroom first, and then I'll make the hot chocolate. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, but I'm gonna head upstairs, make that hot chocolate. Can't wait to get my hair cut. Oof, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good, so good, so good. Grab a bottle of water. So I'm gonna quickly use the heater in my room. Get some heat going in the room. use it for a couple minutes. All right. Let the room warm up for a little bit. I use bottled water instead of, I do my best not to use tap water, even though that's an illusion. Because like chlorine and bleach and all that stuff in your water, I mean, yes, it's a physical thing, but like if you don't adhere to it, then it can affect you. But if you even entertain the idea of you have this and this and this and this, then unfortunately you will create the perception of that, and then, because the all is mind, the universe is mental. Cookie. I have to buy my own presents. I'm gonna buy a couple books. What else? Oh, that screen thing. By the way, so mad. Well, not mad, but it's annoying. So there's a small rig video monitoring for your phone. It's really good price, but guess what? It doesn't ship to Canada, but it ships to the UK and the United States. Fucking stupid. What the fuck? That's why I don't want to live in Canada. There are many reasons, and that's one of the biggest reasons. I can't buy what I want to buy. It's super annoying. I know that sounds like a first world problem, but it is a first world problem. When you want to get something and then you have to settle for something else, but you want the exact thing, but you have to settle for something else, it's really annoying. I wonder when T-Bray is going to show back up. If he ever will. Hey, yo, T-Bray, you mad at me still, bro? Come on, dude. Don't be butthurt because I snapped a little at you. Come on, dude. Show yourself. He probably is on vacation or something. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I came here to serve. I used to be sad when people would leave my reality. Now it's whatever. I'm used to it. Well, that must show that you're a terrible person, Orion. You know, somebody said that. That must be a reflection of you, that you don't know how to build proper relationships, Orion. Oh, really? Is that what you think? Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, brother. I've had a couple people say that to me. Maybe that's a reflection on you. That you're terrible at building relationships. Oh, okay. So if that be the case, then why do some people still come to the live stream then? If I was terrible at building relationships. Honestly, everyone is me, but everybody's still acting like a third dimensional little brat. Well, not everybody, but you know. I'll drink some water before I down this hot chocolate. All right. I gotta buy me my presents. What? Presents? Yeah. Such a small heater, by the way, can do such a wonder. I'm just gonna let it give me a little bit of heat in the room, and then I'll take it off and put it back upstairs. I don't require it. I just getting the room to stay nice and warm, keep the heat in. I should close this door fully. And pull in the blinds now, because it's not necessary. I wonder who's actually here. I think Young Goat's still here, but I wonder who's the other secret admirer. Who's here? I know it's not Swati because she's sleeping and she has a business to run now. So I wonder who else is here. I wonder if Regina is here. You here, sister? I'm not upset with you anymore. I wasn't really upset. I was just like drama, more fucking drama. Everybody in their fucking drama. Just like, leave me alone with your drama. Okay. What we got? Don't be adding me and don't be blah, blah, blah. I don't want your fucking number. Get the fuck out of here. So we're gonna release this one. It's crazy. wonder when I can... Just checking something right now. Just checking my Facebook on the computer, see if I can do some stuff with it now. Since it's been a moment since I built it. See if I can actually change some stuff now. Personal details. Nope. Facebook, username. Still can't choose a username? Come on. Come on, what the fuck? I want my new Facebook to have a username and I still can't choose a username. Stupid. So stupid. Oh, Monju. Whatever. As long as I have the account, that's all that matters. I have another account that I have the actual Orion Phoenix Stellar, but yeah, annoying. No more hesitation. Just buy your fucking things and just get it. What books do you want to have? So that one comes on Sunday. That one comes tomorrow. That one comes tomorrow. That one comes tomorrow. If I put this all as a gift, does it give me 4 different bags? I'm just looking to see if there's any other book I want to buy. I'm gonna buy the Outwitting the Devil hardcover, Parallel Universes of Self. I own the e-book. I actually bought that one. Process of Realization I also bought, but I want a physical copy, and The Alchemist. And then there's a phone screen thing where you put it on the back of your phone and it attaches magnetically. Does this actually come with all this stuff? No, it doesn't come with this stuff. It just comes with the... It's funny how I have New York address, San Diego's address. I have 2 San Diego address. I have Mariel's address because I ordered something on Amazon.com. And the funny thing is my .com and my .ca, they're interlinked with each other. But yet they use 2, it's weird. And I have Chuck's place. So I ordered stuff. It's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. Wrap and gift bag. can I not buy one gift bag and it'll fit the 5 things? Because I can buy a bunch of bags. Or I can buy, I'll just buy one bag. I'll buy one bag. Email the recipient a copy of their gift receipt. Orion, enjoy your Christmas. You deserve it. Can it actually make a thunderbolt? Nice. I'll add a heart. Orion, enjoy this Christmas to enjoy this. Enjoy this Christmas gift to yourself. You deserve it. From Orion. I gotta write this all out. I'm buying one gift bag. Should I buy one gift bag? Does that alter the price? Shit. Let's see. Save gift options. This one requires the gift bag. I'll actually order 2 bags. Why not? And I could put 2 books into 2 bags. All right, so 2 bags. The Alchemist requires a bag. Save gift options. Yep, the bags are added. Okay. Can I get all of it? This one comes tomorrow. This one comes Sunday. Free, so fewer box, fewer trips. I would like to have tomorrow's the 18th. Some of these stuff will be shipped. All right, so tomorrow, a couple things will come. And then, okay, thank you. Bought myself my gifts. Okay. Nice. Cool beans. So live stream is 678. I'm gonna get it to 9 o'clock or whatever. All right. Awesome. How is this one still fucking blocked? It's crazy. I have to brush my teeth. You know, it'd be funny if it was both T-Ray and Regina here at the same time. I love you both, but, you know, it is what it is at this point. I'm gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be back. I need to spread the blanket. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to play a little bit Dead by Daylight. I don't want to be adding anybody to my list, though. connection. That's cool. Interesting. Well, that's cool. Let's see. I wonder what else I can do. So this person said, updated my photo, background photo, posted one reel, joined a few groups, commented on a few posts, receiving. Okay. So I have to comment on a few posts. Okay. Just what would they call it? Okay. Ooh, baby, look at that. Cool. Starting to make the rounds on my post. What else did this person say they did? They changed their background photo. Updated my photo. Added 21 friends. Cool. Nice. Now we're building a... Okay. Got to build proof of this Facebook. So we're getting there. We're getting there. That didn't work for me. All right. Gonna go brush my teeth. Okay. Went to go brush my teeth. Live stream is at 700 minutes. I'm gonna play a little bit of Dead by Daylight. I haven't played in a day or two. Usually when I play, I don't play for long. I just play for like a couple games and I'm like, ugh, done. Done. I'm done. I don't usually play along. Unless there's like an event, like the event's going on right now, like the Bone Chill event, but I don't know. All right. I have to spread my bed already, keep it warm, like the sheets, trap some heat into the bed. So yeah, by the time I get ready to play, the live stream will be kind of over. So I can set up everything right now and see if I can get it all sorted. Yep, that fan is loud. I actually have to put the sheet, the blanket here, just to keep my butt warm, because the chair is like cold AF. Chair cover really did make a difference after all. Well, hello there, wife. Wife. Life is going to work out perfectly. All the right things are going to happen all the right time. Spot on. It always does. Just got to get out of our own damn way. Superhero of Love. Look back at your most played games and milestones. Let's see what we got. So, Superhero of Love, Steam Replay 2025. 26 games played, 8 games more than last year. 16 new games, 1 demo, 1 playtest. Unlocked 91 achievements. 13 games, 21 rare achievements. Dead by Daylight, 85% of the time. Stellar Blade 7, played 32 sessions. Monster Hunter World, played 4%. Your longest streak is 86 days. Wow. Marvel Cosmic Invasion, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Wow. Can I share this? Public. Add profile showcase. Sure, whatever. Ooh. Dead by Daylight 10th anniversary announcement. It's hard to believe that WWE is on the verge of 10th anniversary. When the game released in 2016, nobody. Now on they're actually releasing a physical game. What? Is that Sable? It is Sable. Huh. Too bad that's
First Twitch. First of all, for this capture the this parts is the DVD art and the matter set there on the hub for be even fate. This time we're gonna do a lot more as
more money from the Dead by Daylight team. Live streams at 708 minutes and counting. I'm gonna end the stream shortly. I'll play offline. I'll play offline. I feel like there's another thing I must post. There's nothing new. All right. Ugh. 7:12 on the live stream. And Oh my God. Come on. Come on, smart things. Mhm. All right. Huh? Here we go. Well, y'all, I shared quite a lot today. Thank you all so much for coming on today. I really appreciate it. So, Young Goat, Jaunty, and whoever else showed up, I really appreciate each and every single one of you. Remember that you all are the ultimate reveal of your reality, and everything you truly desire is here in the now, and creation is finished. And remember, do not feel guilty about anything, because the third dimensional thinking mind is going to attempt to make you feel guilty, but remember, you're meant to have it all, because you are everything, and everything is you. Yeah. So with that, calling it a wrap. We'll be back outside tomorrow. We did the entire walk today, which was great. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. And yeah, with that being said, enjoy yourselves. Enjoy your night. Sleep well, sweet dreams. I'll see you in the morning, and getting closer to our haircut day. So, yep. Love you all. Have yourself a good night. Bye.